स्थान है उसके अनुसार आप कृपया जल्दी ही बैठे। हम शुरुआत करेंगे आज के कार्यक्रम की, जिसके लिए हम सब लोग यहाँ पर एकत्रित हुए हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin with the event. Please take your seats and make yourselves comfortable. Also, we request everyone to please put their mobile phones on the silent or the flight mode strictly. Requesting everyone to please be seated. जितने लोग भी सामने की तरफ खड़े हुए हैं वो कृपया प्लीज अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठने की कृपा करें। हम शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं और निवेदन है कि आप प्लीज सब लोग बैठ जाएं। invite the dignitaries to kindly take their places on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands in welcoming Shri V. Umashankar, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन. Shri Santosh Kumar Yadav, Chairman, National Highways Authority of India. जोरदार तालियों से अभिनंदन. Shri V.K. Rajawat, Director General and Special Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. And also Shri Vinay Kumar, Additional Secretary, Highways, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. करतल ध्वनि से सभी का अभिनंदन करते हैं. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. हमारे देश में परंपरा है, हम कहते हैं अतिथि देवो भव. अतिथियों का स्वागत सत्कार करना हमने सदा से ही परम धर्म माना है. May I please request Shri Vinay Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to kindly felicitate our special guests who have joined us here today, beginning with Shri V. Umashankar ji. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming sir with a token of appreciation. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as we begin the proceedings for the day by welcoming our esteemed dignitaries who have joined us here today. वेलकमिंग श्री संतोष कुमार यादव जी. मैं निवेदन करती हूँ श्री विनय कुमार जी से कि अब अभिनंदन करें. श्री संतोष कुमार यादव, चेयरमैन, नेशनल हाईवेज अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. Plants, as they say, are gifts that grow. This is a beautiful gift that grows and is a symbol of life. Welcoming Shri V.K. Rajawat ji, Director General and Special Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. A wonderful warm welcome to you, sir. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. Thank you very much for joining us here today. May I please invite Shri Mayank Tyagi, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to kindly please welcome Shri Vinay Kumar, Additional Secretary, Highways. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए पुनः अभिनंदन करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं हमारे सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. एक और बहुत ही सुंदर परंपरा जहां ईश्वर का नाम लेते हैं. May I please invite our esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and begin the proceedings for the day formally. आइए चलते हैं अज्ञान से ज्ञान की ओर और अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर. दीप प्रज्वलन ऐसा माना जाता है कि यात्रा है प्रकाश की ओर. हम सभी के जीवन में प्रकाश हो, ऐसी हमारी कामना है, ऐसी प्रार्थना है. और सरस्वती वंदना की मधुर ध्वनि की गूंज अब चारों तरफ फैल रही है. शुभम कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः. Invoking the spirit of the Almighty and wishing that there be light and wisdom in our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, after the ceremonial lighting of the lamp as we proceed, may I now take the opportunity of inviting Shri V.K. Rajawat, Director General and Special Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to address the august gathering now and also to present the welcome address, please. Please join hands in welcoming Shri V.K. Rajawat for the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Shri V. Umashankar ji, Secretary Road Transport and Highways, Chairman NHAI, Additional Secretary, dignitaries in the audience, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the National Highway Excellence Award 2023, a prestigious platform that celebrates distinction, dedication, and innovation in India's road infrastructure landscape. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Shri V. Umashankar ji Secretary, Road Transport and Highways, for his visionary leadership and steadfast commitment to strengthening India's transport infrastructure. Sir, your guidance continues to inspire excellence across the sector. I also extend a warm welcome to all our respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, industry leaders, colleagues, and representatives from across the public and private sectors that have joined us here today. Your presence reinforces the shared vision of building a world-class national highway network, one that is safe, sustainable, and future-ready. Though this specially curated panel discussion titled Advancing Highway Infrastructure, Quality, Innovation, and Global Competitiveness, we will explore the evolving excellence in our domain. In panel discussion 1, the rating of DPR consultants, authority engineers, and road construction agencies. This session will focus on the need for robust evaluation mechanism that ensures consistency, accountability, and high-quality outcomes in project planning and execution. It will explore how a structured rating framework can help benchmark performance and guide continuous improvement across stakeholders, which will be followed by panel 2, new technologies in highway construction, use of technology in quality control. We will explore how emerging technologies are revolutionizing highway development, from AI-enabled monitoring system to new generation construction materials. Discussion will cater on how digital tools and innovation can streamline project delivery, ensure real-time quality assurance, and reduce life cycle costs. Next would be the panel discussion 3 on highway development in hilly areas. This session will examine the unique engineering, environmental, and logistic challenges of constructing highways in mountainous terrain. Panelists will share insight into slope stabilization, tunnel construction, and climate-resilient design strategies. And then in panel discussion 4, emergence of Indian construction companies as global players. As India's infrastructure sector matures, homegrown firms are stepping confidently onto the global stage. This panel will explore what it takes to compete internationally, from capability building and compliance to innovation and collaboration. As we celebrate excellence and explore ideas that will shape the highways of tomorrow, I invite each one of you to engage deeply with the session and carry forward the spirit of progress that defines our vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Welcome once again, and thank you for being part of this special occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. And as you rightly mentioned, celebrating excellence and exploring new ideas. Indeed, it is a prestigious platform which will serve as an opportunity for all of us to learn and cross-learn from each other. As we proceed, may I now invite Shri Santosh Kumar Yadav, Chairman, National Highways Authority of India, to kindly please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands for Shri Santosh Kumar Yadav.
मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे सेक्रेटरी सर, डीजी साहब, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी साहबान, ऑफिसर्स फ्रॉम द फील्ड, डीपीआर कंसल्टेंट्स, अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर्स, कंसेशनर्स, मीडिया पर्सनल्स, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं जो अभी साल निकला। इसमें हम सब ने सेक्रेटरी साहब के डायरेक्शन, कांस्टेंट एफर्ट्स और विजन से जो हमारा कंस्ट्रक्शन, हम सब ने मिल के जो कंस्ट्रक्शन की बात थी, हमने अपने कंस्ट्रक्शन टारगेट्स को ना ही अचीव किया, आगे भी निकले। लगभग 1100 किलोमीटर हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स को हम लोगों ने ऑपरेशनलाइज किया। हम लोगों ने लगभग 6000 किलोमीटर टोलिंग लेंथ को ऐड किया और इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा, अब तक के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा इनविट के बंडल को हम लोगों ने मेटलाइज किया। दिस ऑल पॉसिबल बिकॉज ऑफ कंबाइंड एफर्ट ऑफ एवरीबडी प्रेजेंट ओवर हियर। फ्रेंड्स, जो आज के टॉपिक बहुत केयरफुली सिलेक्ट किए गए हैं, क्योंकि ऑफिसर्स फ्रॉम द फील्ड सब लोग मौजूद हैं, कुछ बातें मैं रखना चाहूँगा। सर, अभी जो जितनी भी व्हाट वी डिड, हमने देखा, एनालाइज किया कि डिस्प्यूट्स हमारे क्यों हो रहे हैं। सर, जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं हमारे, उसमें हम या आर्बिट्रेशन या DRB उसमें चले जा रहे हैं सर। तो जो बिड लाइव थी पिछले 4 महीने की, उन बिड्स को हम लोगों ने क्या किया कि 7 NHAI के रिटायर्ड ऑफिसर्स का एक पैनल बनाया। हमने कहा जो बिड है इसको जस्ट पुल अप, और सर 125 प्रोजेक्ट की जो बिड पुल अप की, तो उसमें 43 टाइप्स ऑफ मिस्टेक्स थी। मिस्टेक इस तरह की थी कि सर जिससे डिस्प्यूट होगा ही, अगर प्लान एंड प्रोफाइल है GD मैच नहीं कर रहा, इसके ऊपर है 90 डिग्री दिखा दिया गया सर HFL लिखा ही नहीं सर, और ये रिकरिंग मिस्टेक थी सर, रिकरिंग मिस्टेक थी। तो ज़रूरत ये है इस समय कि जो भी DPR कंसल्टेंट साहबान से सर, उसके बाद हमने सब लोगों की कैपेसिटी बिल्ड की 2-3 राउंड पर, फील्ड ऑफिसर्स की, हेडक्वार्टर की। दिस इज़ द कॉमन मिस्टेक वी आर डूइंग। तो इस समय क्या ज़रूरी क्या है, आप देख रहे हैं बिड्स हमारी लो कोटेड आ रही हैं। अब लो कोटेड बिड आ गई है, काम उससे कराना है। चैलेंज क्या है? चैलेंज ये है कि अगर इस शेड्यूल्स में गलती रहेंगी तो हम लोग लड़ते झगड़ते रहेंगे, नंबर 1। नंबर दूसरा क्या है, डिसीजन टाइम पे देना यार। उस ट्राई इट कि वो बंदा कुछ मेकअप करे बोनस लेके यार। तो क्या करना है, ज़रूरी ये है कि सब लोग मिलके, जो फील्ड ऑफिसर्स हैं, उसके इशूज़ को टाइमली रिजॉल्व करें। आप सबने व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बनाया हुआ है, यूज इट इफेक्टिवली यार। डू क्विक वीसी यार। अगर आप उसको बुला के बात नहीं कर सकते, मान लीजिए सपोज करिए, तो डू ए क्विक वीसी। आजकल तो व्हाट्सएप पे वीसी चैट होती है, करें उससे। दूसरा जो DPR, क्योंकि अब ये कह दिया गया है और इसको स्ट्रिक्टली इम्प्लीमेंट किया इस बार सर, आप हमने बिल्कुल कोई डेविएशन नहीं किया। आपके निर्देश थे कि कंडीशन प्रेसिडेंट पूरी होगी तभी LO दिया जाएगा। सो वी स्ट्रिक्टली आई सेड कि भले डिले हो। तो अब जितनी भी DPR बन रही हैं फ्रेंड्स, इनमें या जो DPR एक्चुअली होता क्या है, DPR कंसल्टेंट साहबान, क्योंकि लास्ट 10-15% रह जाता है पैसा, उसको लेते नहीं हैं, फोरगो कर देता है बंदा उसको, और जो आपकी कंडीशन प्रेसिडेंट के लिए अप्लाई तो कर देता है, लेकिन उसको लेना, उसकी परमिशंस लेना उसकी जिम्मेदारी वो नहीं करता, और फिर बाद में आप लोग परेशान होते हैं। अनुरोध मेरा ये है आप सबसे कि जो भी DPRs में चल रही हैं या जो DPR हेडक्वार्टर पर आ गई हैं, उसमें आप देख लें अगर कंडीशन प्रेसिडेंट पूरी नहीं है तो पहला कोशिश होनी चाहिए। नहीं तो क्या होगा, आप मिनिस्ट्री से अप्रूवल ले लेंगे, कैबिनेट से अप्रूवल ले लेंगे, बिड नहीं कर पाएंगे, अवार्ड नहीं कर पाएंगे उसको। और PPSC इज गोइंग स्टेप अहेड, उन्होंने कहा कि बिड लेने से पहले आप ये सब पूरा कर लें इसको। गोल्डन पीरियड क्या है हमारे लिए? हमारे लिए गोल्डन पीरियड जो है AD + 180 डेज है। हमने ये देखा है कि व्हाट वी डिड, कुछ अच्छे ऑफिसर्स को पिकअप किया, वाई दे आर गुड इन द फील्ड। कुछ अच्छे कंसेशनर को पिक किया, वाई डू दे गेट द बोनस। एक ही चीज़ निकल के आई, चीज़ ये निकल के आई कि जिस PDRO या जिस कंसेशनर ने डेवलपमेंट पीरियड का इस्तेमाल किया, यानी कि कंसेशन एग्रीमेंट और अपॉइंटेड डेट के बीच, और अपॉइंटेड डेट से 6 महीने के बीच में, जिसने उसके मसले हल कर दिए, सारे COs आइडेंटिफाई कर दिए, सारे ये देख लिया कि उसने अपने डिजाइन एंड ड्राइंग का अप्रूवल दे दिया आपने, 3rd, और उसका वर्क फ्लो प्रोग्राम ले लिया कंप्यूटर पर, वर्क फ्लो प्रोग्राम ले लिया, वही सफल हुआ, उसी ने बोनस लिया और उसी ROPD ने फील्ड में अपना काम को स्मूथली रन किया। तो इस पे स्पेशली सब लोगों को ध्यान देना है। सेक्रेटरी साहब हमेशा कहते हैं, और ये बात सही है यार, PCOD जल्दबाजी में नहीं देना दोस्त। अब क्या है, हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स बन रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी उद्घाटन करते हैं, कमी ना जाए उसमें। तो ज़रूरी ये है कि जो ROPD साहबान, अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर साहबान, प्लीज़ मूव ऑन द बिफोर गिविंग द PCOD, मूव ऑन द स्टेज अगेन एंड अगेन, सी कि वो इस लायक है क्या। वी विल सेक्रेटरी साहब से अनुरोध करके विल वी आर विद इट कि उसको जो प्रोजेक्ट को उसका इनॉग्रेशन 1 महीने 2 महीने डिले करा देंगे यार, बट वी कैन नॉट अफोर्ड टू लिव विद कि वो ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट इनॉग्रेट हो जाए, उसके बाद उसमें गड्ढे आ जाएं या कुछ आ जाए, उसके बाद शिकायतबाजी हो जाए। सो यू गाइज नो इट ऑल। तो इस पर हम लोगों को बहुत ध्यान देना है। साथियों, हम सब जानते हैं, हम धीरे धीरे मेंटेनेंस फेज में मूव कर रहे हैं। एसेट्स बहुत क्रिएट हो गए हैं, एसेट्स अगले साल, अगले 10 साल क्रिएट भी होंगे, लेकिन जो एसेट्स बन गए हैं उस एसेट्स को मेंटेन करना है। O&M हैज़ टू बी, सबका ध्यान ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस पर सबका बहुत होना है। जैसे सेक्रेटरी साहब ये कहते हैं कि अभी लास्ट 1 महीने पहले एक SOM हम लोग अटेंड कर रहे थे, तो सर ने पूछा कि यार कोई आपकी स्टेज ऐसी तो नहीं बची जिसमें कोई ना कोई मेंटेनेंस एजेंसी ना हो। एंड राइटली सो, अगर शॉर्ट टर्म मेंटेनेंस एजेंसी नहीं होगी तो क्या होगा, यू नो इसके कंसिक्वेंसेस। काम ठीक नहीं होगा, बरसात आएगी, वैसे भी रूटीन में होगे, कोई एजेंसी प्लेस में नहीं होगी, इधर उधर से आप काम कराएंगे, काम तो करा देंगे बिल्कुल, लेकिन शिकायतों के बाद, अखबारबाजी के बाद। तो इसलिए इस पर बहुत ध्यान देना है। PBMC का डॉक्यूमेंट इवॉल्व हो चुका है। 1 महीने पहले, 1 साल पहले PBMC लागू हुई, 1 साल में डिफरेंट आइट्रेशन हुए, नाउ द थिंग्स आर मैच्योर। तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा RO साहबान, PD साहबान, आपसे अनुरोध है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्ट्रेसेस जो क्वालिफाई करती हैं PBMC में, लें उसको PBMC। बिकॉज PBMC क्या है, 5 साल 7 साल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है। तो क्या होगा, स्पेशलाइज एजेंसी आएगी और स्पेशलाइज तरह से उसको मेंटेन करेगी। एनुअल मेंटेनेंस जो पहले हम लोग की प्रथा हुआ करती थी, विच आई यूज टू हियर ऑफ यू गाइज, उसका बिल्कुल मोह छोड़ दें आप लोग यार, नहीं तो मेंटेनेंस हो नहीं पाएगी। मेंटेनेंस के लिए ज़रूरी ये है, हम लोग NSP, स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट हम लोग NSP करने लगे हैं। NSP, अच्छी बात यह है कि जो NSP के जो रिजल्ट्स हैं सर, अभी हम लोगों ने 1 लाख किलोमीटर का NSP कर लिया है, 70,000 इस बार करेंगे। जैसा आपका निर्देश था कि इस बार 70,000 में मोर्थ और NHIDCL को प्राइमरली लेंगे सर, पहले 1 लाख में नहीं लिया था, फिर अब इस बार ले रहे हैं। अच्छी बात क्या है, मैं ये डर रहा था इस बात से जब इसको लागू की, सेंट्रलाइज हम लोग NSP जब करेंगे तो इसके रिजल्ट्स को ऐसा ना हो कि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर डिस्प्यूट करे। द गुड पार्ट इज किसी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने इसका रिजल्ट डिस्प्यूट नहीं किया, और मैं समझ सकता हूँ क्यों नहीं किया। इसलिए नहीं किया, द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर इज वाइज। ऐसा है कि मैंने तो एब इनिशियो उसको बता दिया कि यहाँ गड्ढे होने शुरू हो गए भाई, तुम्हारे यहाँ क्रैक आने शुरू हुए। आप देख रहे हैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किस में है, EPC जब पास नहीं हुआ यार, EPC तो बहुत थोड़ी रह जाएगी, ज़्यादा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट तो है 15 साल आपके पास है। तो जो कंसेशनर उसको शुरू में अगर शुरू में अपने डिफेक्ट ठीक नहीं करेगा, डिफेक्ट मैग्नीफाई हो जाएगा, आपको बहुत पैसा लग जाएगा। एंड अथॉरिटी हैज ए टूल यार, 15 साल आपके O&M की एन्युटी देती है, अथॉरिटी तो किसी समय उसको काट लेगी, रोक लेगी। और जो होशियार ROPD है वो क्या करेगा, होशियार ROPD रिस्क एंड कॉस्ट की एजेंसी पहले ही तैयार करके रखेगा। दिस वी हैव ट्रेंड आवर ROs, क्विकली काम कराएगा अपना वो। द ROs एंड PD शुड लिसन, अगर नहीं किया हो तो क्विकली। अभी हमने अप्रैल में एक सर्कुलर जारी किया है, पिछले अप्रैल में, कि कैसे ये जो रिस्क एंड कॉस्ट की एजेंसी में जो बहुत दिक्कतें आती थी उसको यूज़ करके इसको इस्तेमाल करें। इन टाइम टू कम, अभी अगले 2-3 महीने का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज रहेगा, मानसून आने वाला है। मानसून के लिए जैसा है, मानसून के समय में बहुत अखबारबाजी होती है, हम लोग अगर इतना अच्छा काम करते हैं आप सबके साथ, लेकिन मानसून पीरियड में फॉर द लास्ट 2 years आवर एक्सपीरियंस हैज़ बीन कि जितनी हमने इमेज पूरे 9 महीने में बनाई होती है, वो इमेज वो 3 महीने में धुल जाती है हम लोगों की। क्यों धुल जाती है कि जितने भी डाइवर्जन हैं उस डाइवर्जन पर गड्ढा हुआ, एक ट्रक रुका, पूरी लाइन लग गई, घंटों वो हो गई, क्योंकि सब हम वी डू नॉट टेक केयर। तो जैसा अभी लास्ट वीक सेक्रेटरी साहब ने VC ली, 5 बातें बताई गई हैं, उसमें सबसे अनुरोध है उस पर ज़रूर वो कर लें। जितने डाइवर्जेंस हैं अर्बन एरिया में जहाँ पानी भरता है, आपको पता है पहली बार पानी नहीं भर रहा, हर बार भर रहा है, प्लीज़ मेक श्योर कि क्या अरेंजमेंट्स कर लें। यू गाइज आर इंटेलिजेंट एनफ। वेदर ऐप, IMD का वेदर ऐप आता है, उस समय आप लोग सब लोग डाउनलोड करते हैं, प्लीज़ डाउनलोड द ऐप। उससे आपको पहले पता चल जाता है कि कहाँ पर कब, इट्स प्रिसाइसली 90-95% एक्यूरेसी होती है उसकी। तो आप कहाँ बारिश होगी, किस से, उससे फ़ायदा क्या होगा कि आप वो कंसेशनर से जब आप उसकी BC डलवा रहे होंगे, ऐसा ना हो कि अगले 3 दिन में बारिश हो, BC डलवा दी और बेकार हो जाए। तो उसको आप प्रॉपरली इस्तेमाल करें। और जो बहुत जगह क्या होता है सर, कई जगह बहुत शिकायतें इसकी आती है, VUP बहुत जो है लोअर हो गया है, उसका नीचे लोअर हो गया तो पानी भर जाता है। तो गांव वाले परेशान होते हैं, फिर बहुत वो आती है। तो कृपया इस बार ये देख ले, यू नो इट कि वेयर इट इज़, उसके मेजर्स क्या क्या होंगे। प्लांटेशन, आई मीन इफ़ वी डू नॉट प्लान फॉर प्लांटेशन इस समय अगले 1-2 महीने के अंदर, वील मिस द बस फॉर ए ईयर। क्योंकि टाइम यही होता है प्लानिंग का, आप जुलाई में लगाते हैं, पेड़ हो जाते हैं। इट्स ए लो कॉस्ट एक्टिविटी, बट ये हाईवे को 4 चांद लगाती है। तो आप सारे कंसेशनर साहबान से अनुरोध है, इस पे ज़रूर सब लोग इसका ध्यान दे दें। लास्ट 1-2 बात और कहनी है मुझे, कि हम लोग हर सैटरडे को एक कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग सेशन करते हैं, जिसमें से आप लोग वॉलंटियर करते हैं एक टॉपिक पर, एंड यू मेक ए प्रेजेंटेशन फॉर एन आवर, देन हाफ एन आवर क्वेश्चन आंसर्स होते हैं। माई रिक्वेस्ट इज प्लीज़ कम फॉरवर्ड फ्रॉम द फील्ड यार। ROs, PD साहबान, अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर साहबान, कंसेशनर साहबान, बहुत अच्छा आप लोगों ने काम किया हुआ है। प्लीज़ कम, मतलब इस नॉलेज, इस विजडम को अपने दिल में नहीं रखना, प्लीज़ डिसमिनेट इट। नॉट मेनी पीपल आर कमिंग फॉरवर्ड यार। हम लोग आप लोग को स्काउट करते हैं, हंट करते रहते हैं, तो प्लीज़ उस पर, और सब लोग, तकरीबन 2000 लोग जुड़ते हैं उस पर। एक चीज़ उसमें ऑब्जर्व की है, क्या हो गया है, मेरा NHBF अगर यहाँ बैठा है तो उससे अनुरोध ये है कि NHBF में जो बड़े कंसेशनर्स एनरोल्ड हैं, अभी क्या हो गया है, 100-150 नए कंसेशनर्स आ गए हैं इन द पास 3-4 ईयर्स, जो कि NHBF के मेंबर नहीं है। अब NHBF के नंबर नहीं है तो उसको पता ही नहीं चलता कि मुझे मतलब क्या क्या फैसिलिटी मुझे अवेलेबल है। उसको हैंड होल्ड कर, आज जो भाई दे आर नाउ ए पार्ट ऑफ आवर इकोसिस्टम, अगर हम उनको हैंड होल्ड नहीं करेंगे, उसको पता ही नहीं। सर अभी क्या हुआ कि अभी बंगाल का प्रोजेक्ट रिव्यू कर रहा था मैं, एक कंसेशनर नया है, पहली बार NHI में आया, अब वो लगा है बेचारा कि उसको कैसे COs बनाना है, बना ही नहीं पा रहा है। तो अब एक्चुअली COs वहाँ है। तो अनुरोध ये है, RO साहबान, PD साहबान और जो NHBF है, प्लीज़ टेक देम अलॉन्ग, नाउ दे आर पार्ट ऑफ योर इकोसिस्टम। उनको अपने साथ लें, उनको ट्रेन देम। और इस तरह के कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, क्योंकि सर कई जब कंसेशनर से मैंने पूछा, यंग जो नए आए हैं, तो बोले साहब हमें तो पता ही नहीं ऐसी भी कोई चीज़ होती है, हम तो बहुत तैयार रहेंगे PQC कैसे फॉल होता है देखने के लिए, 1 घंटे के लिए हम सेशन में हिस्सा लेंगे। तो प्लीज़ इसको ये लास्ट हम लोग जो अब एक चीज़ करने जा रहे हैं, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि इसके बहुत होगा, क्योंकि वी नो कि प्री बिड क्वेरी ओवर राइड करती है पूरे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को। सो व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, वी आर यूजिंग, वी हैव गिवन एक बड़ी एजेंसी को हम लोगों ने एम्पैनल किया है कि जितनी भी प्री बिड क्वेरी मेरी आती हैं, क्योंकि प्री बिड क्वेरी अगर 90 आती हैं तो काम की सिर्फ 9 होती हैं, 81 तो रूटीन की होती हैं, बट वो 9 क्वेरी ही सारा जितने भी डिस्प्यूट, जितने भी चीज़ उसको क्रिएट होती है, उनको भी हम लोग बहुत रूटीनली जवाब देते हैं। तो यूजिंग AI, यूजिंग आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, और सबसे कंसल्टेशन करके अगले 2-3 महीने के अंदर दे विल कम विद सोल्यूशन, ताकि हम लोग प्री बिड क्वेरीज को कैसे इंटेलिजेंटली इसको हम लोग रिप्लाई करें। सो दैट्स ऑल आई हैड टू से, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for sharing the challenges with all of us and for guiding us with a clear and constructive way forward. Your insights are truly valuable and will help us understand the path ahead with clarity and confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways conducted the Path Chintan Hackathon 2024 with the aim to find solutions for the ministry and to enable the ecosystem to the innovators and technology providers. This initiative is an example of good concord and partnership of ministry, academia, research institutes and technology providers and innovators to get a solution of the challenges encountered by the ministry. To implement these solutions, the ministry will conduct the pilot study of the solutions that are awarded on its national highways, and the performance will be monitored by the mentor institutes like IIT, CRRI, NIT, and reputed research institutes for a period of 3 years. Finally, the solutions that are observed to be delivering positive results will get certification from the ministry for its use in regular permanent projects. May I please request the members on the desk to kindly please come forward for certificate distribution to the winners now. जो विजेता हैं उनको हम सर्टिफिकेट सब प्रेजेंट करेंगे। निवेदन है मंचासीन सभी गणमान्यों से कि कृपया सामने की तरफ पधारें। Ladies and gentlemen, beginning with the Hackathon Awards, in the category Advanced Construction Materials and Products, the winners are, starting with VAA Green Tech Infra LLP for their proposal on the topic Hybrid Composite Beams for Highway Infrastructure. जोरदार तालियां VAA Green Tech Infra LLP के लिए। Many congratulations. I repeat the category. This is for Advanced Construction Materials and Products. Many congratulations. बहुत शुभकामनाएं। The proposal on the topic Hybrid Composite Beams for Highway Infrastructure. Many congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the same category, the other winners are Professor J. Murali Krishnan, Miss Gayatri VG from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and Mr. Bhanoj Doku, Miss Lakshmi PV, Cube Highways and Transportation Assets Advisors Private Limited, for their proposal on the topic Development of Thin Bituminous Overlay Recipes for Indian Conditions. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए। Professor J. Murali Krishnan, Miss Gayatri VG from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and Mr. Bhanoj Doku, Miss Lakshmi PV, Cube Highways and Transportation Assets Advisors Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next category, Low Carbon Technology. The winners are Terre Army India for their proposal on the topic Evaluating Pavement Performance Utilizing Low Carbon Emission and Cost-Effective Multi-Linear Drainage Geocomposite with Mini Pipes. May I please invite team members from Terre Army India to please receive this certificate. Many congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the category Low Carbon Technology. So amongst the winners, the first name is Terre Army India for the proposal on the topic Evaluating Pavement Performance Utilizing Low Carbon Emission and Cost-Effective Multi-Linear Drainage Geocomposite with Mini Pipes. Many congratulations to the winners. Terre Army India. In the same category, the other winners are Ultratech Cement Limited for their proposal Laboratory Studies and Performance Monitoring of Pilot Project Roads Constructed with Low Carbon Concrete. All right, so we'll expect the arrival shortly. Moving on, the other winners in the same category are Verma Industries and CRRI for their proposal Demonstration, Trial and Performance Assessment of Regupave Asphalt Modifier for Low Temperature Laying of Bituminous Mixes. इनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियां वर्मा इंडस्ट्रीज एंड CRRI. This is the category, I repeat, Low Carbon Technology, and they are the winners. After Terre Army India, after Ultratech Cement Limited, we have Verma Industries and CRRI rightly on stage. Many congratulations. So after these, the first two categories, moving on to the next category, Construction Quality Monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners are Professor Dharamveer Singh, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, for their proposal, newly developed Marshall RT for checking rutting resistance of bituminous mixes, QC and QA tool. जोरदार तालियां प्रोफेसर धर्मवीर सिंह के लिए. Professor Dharamveer Singh, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. This is the category Construction Quality Monitoring. The other winners are Professor Nikhil Sabu, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियां प्रोफेसर निखिल साबू के लिए. IIT Roorkee, for their proposal an innovative tool to optimize aggregate gradation and bitumen content for performance-based mix design of bituminous mixture. Many, many congratulations, Professor Nikhil. Ladies and gentlemen, in the same category, the other winners are Cube Highways Technologies Private Limited for the proposal development of an application for quality control and assurance during highway construction. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, जोरदार तालियां क्यूब हाईवेज टेक्नोलॉजीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के लिए. This is the category Construction Quality Monitoring. So many congratulations to Cube Highways Technologies Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, after these categories, we move on to the next category, valued use of processed municipal waste other than construction demolition material. The winners are Dr. Bala Ramudu Paramkusam from Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, Varanasi, for their proposal use of municipal solid waste reject as a pavement material, a sustainable approach. Zordar taaliyan Dr. Bala ke liye. Dr. Bala from Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, Varanasi, for the proposal use of municipal solid waste reject as a pavement material. Many congratulations, Dr. Bala. बहुत बहुत बधाई. तो आइए अब आगे बढ़ते हैं और इसी कैटेगरी में जो अगला नाम है वो है डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार सिन्हा फ्रॉम सेंट्रल रोड रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट, न्यू दिल्ली. प्लीज जॉइन योर हैंड्स फॉर डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार सिन्हा for their construction, supervision and performance evaluation of municipal solid waste embankment, a pilot study. Dr. Anil Kumar Sinha, many congratulations. This is the category, valued use of processed municipal waste other than construction and demolition material. तो इसी कैटेगरी में जो अगला नाम है डॉक्टर पी पार्थिबन एंड मिस्टर शक्ति कृष्णा एस फ्रॉम चेन्नई इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, चेन्नई, फॉर द प्रपोजल इको रोड सस्टेनेबल इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ म्यूनिसिपल टेक्सटाइल फैब्रिक वेस्ट इन कॉन्क्रीट. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. डॉक्टर पी पार्थिबन एंड मिस्टर शक्ति कृष्णा एस फ्रॉम चेन्नई इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, चेन्नई. Many, many congratulations. So after these categories, it's time to move on to the next category. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is the real-time compaction monitoring and documentation of various pavement layers, construction sequencing of bridges and structures. The winners are Professor M. Murugalingam, Balaji P., Arul Thomas M., Hari Nisari K., Ritik S., and Ms. Annie from Chennai Institute of Technology, Chennai, for the proposal real-time compaction monitoring in pre-stressed concrete structures. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the entire team. The category is real-time compaction monitoring and documentation of various pavement layers and construction sequencing of bridges and structures. In the same category, the other winners are Trimble for their proposal on connected platform service for drone-based monitoring of bridges in India. Let's have a big round of applause for Trimble. Ladies and gentlemen, their proposal on connected platform service for drone-based monitoring of bridges in India. The drone-based monitoring of bridges in India. They're being presented a certificate. Many, many congratulations. बहुत बहुत बधाई. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These projects are being given certificates, and now moving on to the final category. This category is the time prescription for saw cutting of joints in PQC course. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners are GR Infra Projects Limited for the proposal on time precision for saw cutting of joints in PQC. Please join hands for GR Infra Projects Limited. for their proposal on time precision for saw cutting of joints in PQC. Many congratulations. Many, many congratulations. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And in the same category, the other winners are FTech Infra Engineers for their proposal on to address an established method to ascertain timing of PQC initial cutting through laboratory. Let's congratulate the winners once again, FTech Infra Engineers. Many congratulations. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Cheering up for them and motivating them for the good proposals that those have been submitted. Many, many congratulations to all the winners in different categories. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. एंड एक हमारे विजेता जो अभी अभी हमारे बीच पहुंचे हैं, अल्ट्राटेक सीमेंट लिमिटेड. May I please invite them to please join us back on stage for the certificate for the proposal, Laboratory Studies and Performance Monitoring of Pilot Project Roads constructed with low carbon concrete. एक बार Ultratech Cement Limited के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to all the award winners, I must say, to all the winners of the certificates. सभी विजेताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we will request our dignitaries on the dais to kindly join the audience members in the front so that we can begin with the panel discussions now. हम सभी से निवेदन करते हैं कि कृपया हमारे जो गणमान्य अतिथि हैं Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करते हैं Secretary Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Shri V. Umashankar, to kindly please address the gathering, sir.
My colleagues on the dais, dear friends, and all the members of the highway sector. ये confusion का cause मैं ही हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे शाम को भी लिस्ट किया गया है एज अ स्पीकर. मैंने कहा सुन के थक जाएंगे आप. बट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सारे विनर्स को बधाई. एंड मुझे अभी मैंने ये आदेश दिए हैं कि विल ब्रिंग आउट अ ब्रोशर कि जो नए टेक्निक्स या नए इजाद का आपने एक उदाहरण दिया है, एक बताया है, उसको पब्लिसाइज कराने के लिए कि क्या किया है. विल ब्रिंग आउट अ ब्रोशर ऑन दैट. हाईवे सेक्टर हमारा इट्स अ ग्रोइंग सेक्टर, बट ये ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि इसका शेल्फ लाइफ बड़ा शॉर्ट है. अगर आप हर देश विदेश में देखेंगे, द पीरियड ऑफ हाईवे कंस्ट्रक्शन हैज नॉट गॉन बियॉन्ड 30 to 40 years. ये स्पर्ट में आती है, एकदम काम होता है, उसके बाद जो बन गया उसको सिर्फ मेंटेन करते हो. हम उस स्पर्ट के दौरे में हैं. वी हैव अनदर प्रॉब्ली 15 years टू गो. हम अपने सैचुरेशन मोड पहुंच जाएंगे. लेकिन इस बीच में जो हाईवे बनेंगी उसमें नाम जुड़ा रहेगा और उसके साथ उसकी क्वालिटी, उसके अच्छे या बुरे जो पॉइंट्स हैं वो जुड़े रहेंगे. इन द रश फॉर क्वांटिटी वी हैव टू एन एक्सटेंट द कंसर्न इज वी हैव फॉरगॉटन क्वालिटी. और आज जो पैनल डिस्कशंस हैं उसमें एक मेजर एलिमेंट क्वालिटी की है। हाँ, ये नहीं है कि हम क्वांटिटी को भी छोड़ सकते हैं, बिकॉज जैसे मैंने कहा, हाईवे कंस्ट्रक्शन इज नॉट समथिंग जो चलता रहेगा 200 साल चलेगा, ये चलेगा 40 साल, दैट्स इट। और उस 40 साल के बीच में हम हैं। तो द क्वालिटी ऑफ व्हाट वी डू वो हमेशा रहेगा। शायद आप हम में से सब बूढ़े हो जाएंगे तब कहेंगे कि ये सड़क हमारे समय में बनी थी, ये मेरा हाथ था। यू शुड फील प्राउड टू बी एसोसिएटेड विद दैट हाईवे। वो तभी होगा जब लोग भी कहेंगे कि ये बढ़िया काम हुआ, आप खुद अपनी अंतरात्मा कहती है कि ये बढ़िया काम हुआ। अब हम उस स्तर तक पहुंच नहीं पा रहे। इट विल रिक्वायर एफर्ट सर, साथ में कई चीज़ें उसके साथ जुड़ के आगे जाएंगी, उसके साथ टेक्नोलॉजी जाएंगी, प्रोसेसेस जाएंगी, और एक हाईवे कंस्ट्रक्शन की प्रक्रिया और परिवार में डीपीआर कंसल्टेंट भी आता है, एईआई आता है, कंसेशनर आता है, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आता है, और उसके साथ जुड़े हुए वर्कर्स भी आते हैं। तो ये सारे प्रक्रिया में each person has to see and feel his role. ये सिर्फ एक आमदनी बनाने का जरिया नहीं है, दिस इज लेगेसी। ठीक है, जो रह गया उसी के बारे में कहेंगे कि भाई ये इसने बनवाया था या इसकी नाम इसके साथ जुड़ी हुई है। दैट प्राइड जो लेना है वो तभी आएगा जब क्वालिटी भी साथ उस हिसाब से हम डिलीवर कर पाते हैं। साथ में इंजीनियरिंग के विषय जुड़े हैं कि हाउ डू वी मेक एडवांसमेंट्स इन इंजीनियरिंग। हर काम का कॉन्टेक्स्ट थोड़ा यूनिक होता है, अपनी दिशा होती है, अपना एक प्रबल होता है। तो उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट को समझते हुए व्हाट काइंड ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंप्रूवमेंट्स दैट वी कैन मेक, इसी में जो एकेडमिक संस्थाएं हैं और इसमें कई सारे इवन इंजीनियरिंग ग्रुप्स हैं जो इसमें आविष्कार या नई चीज़ इजाद करने की कोशिश करते रहते हैं, उनका भी इसके साथ जुड़ाव रखना हमारे लिए ज़रूरी है। इट इज़ नॉट जस्ट एक्सपेंडिचर, लेंथ ऑफ हाईवेज, बट क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ दैट वी आर लुकिंग एट। अगर उस लेवल के सोच के अनुसार हम बढ़ पाए, आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ अस, ये जो हाईवे एक्सेलेंस की हम बात कर रहे हैं, हम वहां तक पहुंच पाएंगे। दैट शुड बी आवर मोटो, दैट शुड बी आवर एम। ये सब हमारे लिविंग पीरियड में, लिविंग टाइम्स में हो रही है। वी आर हैप्पी एंड वी शुड बी प्राउड अबाउट इट। मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस विषय पे यहाँ सारे जो बैठे हैं एज वेल एज जो यहाँ बैठे नहीं हैं उसके बारे में विचार करें, और हर बार एक नई हाईवे बनाने की जिम्मेवारी मिलती है, एक सेकंड बाकी काम को रोक के अपनी सोचें कि व्हाट इज इट आई एम डूइंग। ठीक है, और उसमें आपको राह अपने आप बताएगा कि ये जो मैं कर रहा हूँ ये अपने लिए भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बट हमेशा के लिए कर रहा हूँ। अगर वो सोच के साथ हम चलेंगे तो एवरीथिंग, नॉलेज इज अवेलेबल, टेक्नोलॉजी इज अवेलेबल, उसको ढूंढने की जरूरत पड़ती है और उसके साथ हम आगे बढ़ पाए। मैं यही इसी बात पे अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आज के जो पैनल डिस्कशंस हैं उसमें से सोच विचार नए आएंगे। एंड एज यू कैन सी कि कई नई चीज़ें इन द लास्ट कपल ऑफ ईयर्स, नए कई सर्कुलर्स भी निकाले हैं और बेसिकली विद द थ्रस्ट ऑन क्वालिटी। कई प्रोसेसेस चेंज हो रहे हैं, हो गए हैं, इम्प्लीमेंट हो गए हैं। ऑल दिस पुट टुगेदर एट द एंड ऑफ इट, और हम 2 कदम आगे बढ़ पाए, दैट विल बी एट द एंड ऑफ इट। एंड ये एक फोरम होता है कि सारी अपनी बात खुल के कह सकते हैं, खुल के अपना विचार भी रख सकते हैं, एंड थ्रू दैट प्रोसेस एक नई सृष्टि का भी उजागर हो इन हाईवे कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड हाईवे एक्सेलेंस। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable remarks emphasizing the importance of quality in highway construction. Your insights are truly encouraging, and we are grateful for your thoughtful observations on ensuring quality in infrastructure. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a little break, a 10-minute break for a refreshing and rejuvenating tea. May I please request everyone to kindly have a little break and be back in exact 10 minutes so that we can begin with our subsequent discussions wherein we have different panels discussing different topics for today. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a group picture of the dignitaries here on the dais and requesting our other attendees to kindly please have a little break and be back in exact 10 minutes, please. Thank you very much. We'll begin with the first panel discussion shortly after the break, which is on the topic of rating of DPR consultants, AEs and road construction agencies. 10 मिनट के अंदर आपसे निवेदन है कि बाहर की तरफ जो चाय सर्व हो रही है आप 10 मिनट में वापस लौट आएं। हम पहले पैनल डिस्कशन के साथ शुरुआत करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला, क से
कर्तव्य।
अरे सड़क सुरक्षा का सबसे पहला और सबसे जरूरी पार्ट है कर्तव्य। ये हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम अपने साथ साथ दूसरों के बारे में भी सोचें।
लो भाई साहब, अगर सड़क के बीचों बीच इस तरह से ट्रक छोड़ेंगे और चले जाएंगे तो पीछे से स्पीड में आ रही जो गाड़ी है वो ठोक देगी ना आपको। ये हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम इस निर्धारित पार्किंग स्पॉट में ही गाड़ियों को लगाएं। और अगर किसी कारण बीच सड़क में आपकी गाड़ी खराब हो जाती है तो हमेशा पार्किंग लाइट ऑन करें और वार्निंग ट्रायंगल गाड़ी से थोड़ी दूर पीछे जा करके रख दें ताकि आने वाले जो ट्रैफिक है उसे पता चले कि सामने गाड़ी रुकी हुई है।
समझ गए सर।
तो याद रखना, कैसे कर्तव्य निभाएंगे तभी तो दूसरों से अपेक्षा रख पाएंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला, ओखली में सर देना।
कभी कभी लगता है ये मुहावरे कहावतें हमारे यातायात की हालात देख करके ही लिखे गए। अब जैसे एक है ओखली में सर देना। ओखली में सर देने का क्या मतलब? इनकी तरह ये देखिए, वन वे में गाड़ी घुसेड़ना, बिना बात के मुसीबत मोल ली, जरा सी जल्दबाजी के पीछे अब ये जलते रहिए दिन भर पी 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 पी। अब से ध्यान रखना है कि कोई भी सड़क सुरक्षा के नियमों का उल्लंघन न कर पाए। कोई भी कानून से ऊपर नहीं है, न आप न मैं। चलिए मिल करके सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए प्रयास करते हैं।
हेलो, गेस्ट पहुंच रहे हैं। अकेले कैसे संभालूंगी मैं? थोड़ी तेज गाड़ी चला लो, जल्दी आओ।
क्या चाहती हैं आप? कि वो गाड़ी भिड़ा दे, ठोक दे? क्या बताया था मैंने आपको?
सॉरी सर।
सॉरी नहीं, फोन उठाइए।
सुनो, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हाँ, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ। जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला, च से
चौकन्ना।
क्योंकि सड़क पर ट्रैफिक जैम हो या हो खाली, हर पल चौकन्ना रहना बहुत ही जरूरी है। क्योंकि कभी कुछ ऐसा भी हो सकता है जिसका आपको पहले से आभास ही ना हो। अब यूं तो ये सड़क खाली लग रही है और आपको कहाँ पता कि छुट्टी का टाइम होने वाला है। इसलिए जहां एक तरफ मैं स्कूल से विनती करूंगा कि छुट्टी के टाइम बच्चों के सुरक्षित सड़क पे निकलने का प्रबंध करें, वहीं आपसे भी विनती करूं कि आप भी सड़क पे निकलें तो अपना सारा ध्यान जहां केंद्रित करें और गति सीमा पर चलें, ताकि कभी कुछ अचानक हो जाए तो आप संभाल पाए उसे।
हेलो।
तुम कब आए?
च से चौकन्ना रहिए।
याद रखना, यहाँ हर पल चौकन्ना है रहना। ये सड़क है भैया, संभल के चलना।
जल्दी निकलो, साहब 5 बजे फ्री हो जाएंगे आप।
जी मैम।
और सुनो, थोड़ा तेज चलाना, तभी ऑफिस टाइम से पहुंच पाओगे।
देवी जी, इतने दिनों से सबको क्या सिखा रहे हैं?
भैया जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से जाओ।
जी बिल्कुल, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ जाओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ, जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ। समझ गए? हाँ, जाओ। सही बोला।
अरे 5 मिनट में आ सकते हो तो आओ, वरना दूसरी कैब बुक कर रहा हूँ। थोड़ा एक्सेलरेटर दबा लो।
क्यों भैया, 2 घंटे से यहाँ बैठे हो, 5 मिनट भी भारी पड़ रहे हैं? हाँ?
जी भैया, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हाँ करेक्ट, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ, जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ। बताना सबको।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। एक मछली पूरे तालाब को गंदा करती है।
बड़े बुजुर्गों से सुना होगा आपने कि एक मछली जो है पूरे तालाब को गंदा करती है। आइए मिलवाएं उस बेसब्र मछली से। ये देखिए कैसे इस येलो ट्रैफिक लाइट पे तैरती हुई चली आ रही है, और ये फैला इसने गंदगी, और ये हो गया पूरा तालाब गंदा। सड़क पे आपकी छोटी सी गलती सबके लिए बहुत बड़ा सरदर्द बन सकती है। इसलिए याद रहे, सड़क सुरक्षा का हर पल ध्यान रखना है। तालाब को साफ रखने वाली मछली बनना है।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। आ बैल मुझे मार।
एक कहावत सुनी होगी आपने कि आप बैल मुझे मार, यानी जानबूझकर मुसीबत मोल लेना। ये देखिए, जानते हुए भी कि पीछे से ट्रैफिक चला आ रहा है, अचानक ब्रेक मार दी, अरे और नतीजा क्या हुआ ये देखिए। अरे भैया समझिए, सड़क सुरक्षा है हम सब की जिम्मेदारी। इससे खिलवाड़ करना पड़ेगा बहुत भारी।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। ख से
सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए जितना ख्याल नियम कानून का रखना जरूरी है, उतना ही जरूरी है अपनी गाड़ी का ख्याल रखना। क्योंकि यूं तो लगता है कि सामने से 2 पहिया चला आ रहा है, अरे पर है असल में 4 पहिया। इसीलिए अपनी गाड़ी को फिटपाट कंडीशन में रखिए, इनकी तरह नहीं।
अरे रुकिए 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 रुकिए।
अरे बच्चन साहब,
आपकी गाड़ी की एक आंख तो बंद है, जरा ध्यान रखिएगा इसका। हाँ हाँ।
और आप भी अपनी गाड़ी के ब्रेक्स, टायर्स, लाइट्स, इंडिकेटर वगैरह
फिट फाट कंडीशन में रखिए। गाड़ी की समय समय से सर्विसिंग करवाते रहिए।
बच्चन साहब,
हाँ,
एक सेल्फी।
पहले जाके अपनी आंख ठीक करवाइए, फिर
ओ यस यस, हाँ सर।
याद रहेगा ना, गाड़ी का हमेशा रखना है ख्याल। भैया आखिर जान का है सवाल।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। गिरगिट की तरह रंग बदलना।
कुछ लोग सड़क पर गिरगिट की तरह रंग बदलते हैं, मतलब इनकी तरह बार बार लेन बदलते रहते हैं, कभी राइट कभी लेफ्ट कभी बीच में, ये देखिए। अरे हो गया। आप सबसे अनुरोध है हाथ जोड़कर, सड़क पर ऐसी हरकत ना करें, लेन के नियमों का पालन करें। आखिर इंसान है भैया, गिरगिट थोड़ी ना है।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला त से
तैयार।
देखा आपने, अगर सड़क पे टर्न लेना हो तो बहुत पहले से तैयार रहना पड़ता है। अगर आप लेफ्ट टर्न ले रहे हैं तो पहले से आप लेफ्ट लेन में शामिल। अगर राइट टर्न मारना है तो पहले से ही राइट लेन में शामिल हो जाए। और मान लीजिए कभी कभी गलती से आप अपने आप को गलत लेन में पाए तो कट मत मारिएगा, पहले इंडिकेटर दिखाइए। उसके बाद क्लियर व्यू मिरर में देखें कि पीछे ट्रैफिक कितनी दूर है। अगर आपको लगे कि आपके पास जगह है टर्न मारने की तो ही टर्न मारें, नहीं तो आप वेट करें जब तक वो पीछे वाली गाड़ी आगे न निकल जाए, उसके बाद आ जाए।
समझ गया, अब मैं चलाऊं?
भाई साहब अभी आप त से तैयार नहीं है। पहले तैयार होंगे, फिर गाड़ी मोड़ेंगे, अचानक कट मारकर नियम नहीं तोड़ेंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला स से
समझदारी।
सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत जरूरी है समझदारी। जब भी सड़क पर निकले थोड़ी सी समझदारी दिखाएं। कभी नहीं, देख लीजिए, एक तो ट्रिपलिंग यानी 3-3 बैठाए हुए हैं, ऊपर से बच्चे को टंकी के ऊपर बैठाया हुआ है। अरे भाई साहब देखिए, तीनों लोग आप निकल ही पड़े हैं तो कम से कम मुन्ने को बीच में बैठाइए। और देखिए एक हार्नेस आती है, यानी मुन्ने को अपने से बांधने वाली पेटी, वो भी आप ले सकते हैं। और इनके लिए और इनकी माताजी के लिए हेलमेट तो अभी के अभी आप लीजिए।
भाई साहब सबसे पहले बिटिया को बीच में बिठाएं। मम्मा और बिटिया दोनों के लिए हेलमेट लें। बच्चन साहब से डांट खानी है क्या?
जब भी सड़क पर निकले ये कोशिश हो हमारी, हर कदम हर पल दिखाएंगे समझदारी।
बैठिए मैडम बैठिए। अरे देखो इनको, इनकी नाक देखो, बिल्कुल अपने पिताजी से मिलती है। देखो इसकी आंखें देखो। पता है तेरे पिताजी ने हमें हंसाया है, रुलाया है, मनोरंजन दिया है। मतलब कौन सा गाना था? एक चतुर नार बड़ी होशियार है, क्या गाना था वो?
अरे बेटो तू यहाँ क्या कर रहा है? और ये दोनों लड़कियां कौन है?
देखिए भाई साहब आप कौन है?
जी मैं इसका बाप हूँ।
आप इसके बाप हैं? महमूद का बेटा नहीं है तू? अरे हास्य कलाकार महमूद, ये तेरे बाप का रोड नहीं है? जी नहीं। तो फिर बिना हेलमेट के 2 लड़कियों को बिठा के व्रूम व्रूम करते शर्म नहीं आती तुम्हें? चलान तो कटेगा भैया तेरा। और अभी उतर के लेके जाओ। आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए कृपया ट्रैफिक नियमों का पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि रोड किसी के बाप का नहीं है। शाबाश। सड़क सुरक्षा जीवन रक्षा।
एक मिनट, जानते हैं मेरा बाप कौन है?
भाई साहब कौन नहीं जानता। 1892 में वो पहले भारतवासी थे जो ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में इलेक्ट हुए थे। उनकी किताब पॉवर्टी इन अन ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया ने ही अंग्रेजों की लूट के बारे में हम हिंदुस्तानियों की आंखें खोल दी थी। आप पारसी लोग जो हैं हमारे देश की शान हैं।
मैं आपको पारसी दिख रहा हूँ?
आप पारसी नहीं है, आप पारसी नहीं है, हैं? आप दादा भाई नौरोजी के बेटे। मतलब ये रोड आपके बाप की नहीं है?
मैंने कब कहा ये रोड मेरे बाप की है?
तब फिर बिना सीट बेल्ट पाए फोन पे गल करते हुए शर्म नहीं आती तोनू? हेलो पैसे पार देना।
पाजी फर्ज करो ए रोड मेरे बाप दी होंदी फिर
ते मैं उन्नू भी फाड़ लेंदा। आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए ट्रैफिक नियमों का कृपया पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि रोड किसी के
बाप की नहीं है।
शाबाश। सड़क सुरक्षा जीवन रक्षा। अरे मरी क्या?
सॉरी सर, मैंने आपको देखा नहीं।
लेकिन मैंने आपको देखा, मैंने आपको पहचान भी लिया। मैं आपके पिताजी को बहुत अच्छी तरह जानता हूँ। बहुत महान इंसान थे। उनकी मैंने सारी किताबें पढ़ी हैं। मैं तो उनका बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ। सुबह ही मैंने उनकी फोटो पर हार भी चढ़ाया।
फोटो? और मेरा बाप तो जिंदा है।
तिलक साहब जिंदा है?
तिलक?
हाँ।
अरे मेरे बाप का नाम रसिक लाल है।
रसिक लाल? लोकमान्य तिलक? ये आपके बाप का रोड नहीं है? तो फिर नो एंट्री पे एंट्री क्यों लिया आपने?
मुझे माफ कर दीजिए।
देखिए, आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए ट्रैफिक नियमों का कृपया करके पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि
रोड किसी के बाप का नहीं है।
वेरी गुड। चलिए रिवर्स लीजिए। सड़क सुरक्षा, जीवन रक्षा।
अपनों के लिए और अपने लिए, धड़कन के लिए, जीवन के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। ओ चलो रे यार ध्यान से, ध्यान से यारो, संभल के, संभल के। चलो रे बाबू ध्यान से, ध्यान से यारो, संभल के, संभल के। परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। सांसों के लिए, बचपन के लिए, आशा के लिए, सपनों के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। ओ चल हीरो ध्यान से, ध्यान से यारो, संभल के, संभल के। ओ चल यार ध्यान से, ध्यान से यारो, संभल के, संभल के। परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। माँ की उम्मीदों के लिए, देश के नए कल के लिए, किसी के प्यार के लिए, इंतजार के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। जितनी चादर हो उतने ही पैर फैलाने चाहिए।
एक कहावत है, जितनी चादर हो उतने ही पैर फैलाने चाहिए। ये हमारी सड़कों पर चलने वाले ट्रक और टेम्पो वालों को बिल्कुल पता ही नहीं है। अब ये देखिए कैसे इनके पैर जो है यानी कि सरिया इनकी चादर से बाहर निकल रहे हैं। एक लाल कपड़ा लटका दिया और सोचा कि कर लिया सुरक्षा के नियमों का पालन बस। पर मेरे भैया कहाँ दिखेगा इतनी दूर से ये लाल कपड़ा? और ये देखा आपने? देखा कि नहीं? इसीलिए ट्रक ड्राइवर और ट्रक कंपनी के मालिक दोनों से अनुरोध है कि एक ट्रक में नियमों के अनुसार हिसाब से ही सामान लोड करें, यानी कि उतने ही पैर फैलाएं जितनी चादर।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। ग से
गिनती। आप हमेशा आगे वाली गाड़ी से इतना गैप रखते हैं?
सामने वाली गाड़ी से दूरी रखना बहुत जरूरी है। अच्छा, कितना गैप रखें? इसके लिए आपको थोड़ी सी गिनती याद रखनी पड़ेगी। ये बाईं तरफ देख रहे हैं, एक बोर्ड आ रहा है। अच्छा, मैं गाड़ी चलाते समय बात कर रहा हूँ, हाँ, नहीं तो लोग समझेंगे नहीं मैं क्या कहने लगा। वो बोर्ड को जो सामने वाली गाड़ी है जब पार कर जाए, उसके बाद आपको गिनना है 3 सेकंड। 1001, 1002, 1003। अरे देखा, जो हम कह रहे थे वो सही निकला। अचानक से उसने ब्रेक मार दी, हमें रोकना पड़ा।
थैंक गॉड हमें 3 सेकंड मिल गए।
बहुमूल्य 3 सेकंड। तो क्या समझे आप भाई, ये गिनती याद रखना है जरूरी। आगे वाली गाड़ी से 3 सेकंड की दूरी। हर चोट बड़ी अहमियत रखती है। कभी वो जंग के मैदान में दी गई कुर्बानी है, कभी वो कुछ नया इजाद करने की निशानी। वो सबूत है कि कैसे खेल के मैदान में कोई घायल डटा हुआ था। वो गवाह है कि किसी बाढ़ ग्रस्त इलाके में कोई जिंदगियां बचाने में जुटा था। समझ आता है ऐसे जान की बाजी लगाना, पर नहीं समझ आता बेवजह सड़क दुर्घटना में जान गंवाना। तो आइए शपथ लें, नहीं खाएंगे लापरवाही और गैर जिम्मेदारी से भरी एक चोट, जिसका कोई सम्मान न कर पाए, जो एक मिसाल न बन पाए। ये हर सांस एक तोहफा है, एक भेंट। हर धड़कन अनमोल है, इनकी अहमियत नहीं भुलाएंगे। बेमतलब सड़क पर जान की बाजी नहीं लगाएंगे।
तुम्हारी बेटी का बर्थडे है, सब आ गए हैं, तुम ही नहीं आए हो।
आगे बस आ गया।
चौकीवत, आपकी बेटी और मुझे आपसे कुछ कहना है, और सिर्फ आपसे ही नहीं, जो भी जल्दबाजी में सड़क दुर्घटना का शिकार हो सकता है, उन सब से भी कहना है। उन महोदय से जो ऑफिस की दौड़ में सब भूल गए, उन सज्जन से जो बड़ी जल्दी में बच्चों के स्कूल गए, उन दूल्हे राजा से जिनकी सब्र की लिमिट खो रही है, और उस बंधु से जो डिलीवरी की जल्दी में कर रहा है सेफ्टी से इनकार।
जिसके लिए आप जल्दी मचा रहे हैं, वो आपसे कहना चाहते हैं,
जल्दी मत मचाओ, अरे जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। जल्दी मत मचाओ, अरे जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
आराम से आओ।
जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ। जल्दी मत मचाओ, अरे जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हर साल हमारी सड़कों पे लाखों लोग जल्दबाजी का शिकार बनते हैं। तो आइए हम सब मिलकर के ये शपथ लें कि जल्दी आने का दबाव नहीं डालेंगे, सड़क सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हर नियम मानेंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। क से
कर्तव्य।
अरे सड़क सुरक्षा का सबसे पहला और सबसे जरूरी पार्ट है कर्तव्य। ये हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम अपने साथ साथ दूसरों के बारे में भी सोचें।
लो भाई साहब, अगर सड़क के बीचों बीच इस तरह से ट्रक छोड़ेंगे और चले जाएंगे, तो पीछे से स्पीड में आ रही जो गाड़ी है वो ठोक देगी ना आपको। ये हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम इस निर्धारित पार्किंग स्पॉट में ही गाड़ियों को लगाएं। और अगर किसी कारण बीच सड़क में आपकी गाड़ी खराब हो जाती है, तो हमेशा पार्किंग लाइट ऑन करें और वार्निंग ट्रायंगल गाड़ी से थोड़ी दूर पीछे जा करके रख दें, ताकि आने वाले जो ट्रैफिक है उसे पता चले कि सामने गाड़ी रुकी हुई है।
समझ गए सर।
तो याद रखना, कैसे कर्तव्य निभाएंगे तभी तो दूसरों से अपेक्षा रख पाएंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। ओखली में सर देना।
कभी कभी लगता है ये मुहावरे कहावतें
हमारे यातायात की हालात देख करके ही लिखे गए। अब जैसे एक है ओखली में सर देना। ओखली में सर देने का क्या मतलब? इनकी तरह ये देखिए, वन वे में गाड़ी घुसेड़ना, बिना बात के मुसीबत मोल ली, जरा सी जल्दबाजी के पीछे अब ये जलते रहिए दिन भर पी 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 पी। अब से ध्यान रखना है कि कोई भी सड़क सुरक्षा के नियमों का उल्लंघन न कर पाए। कोई भी कानून से ऊपर नहीं है, ना आप ना मैं। चलिए मिल करके सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए प्रयास करते हैं।
हेलो, गेस्ट पहुंच रहे हैं। अकेले कैसे संभालूंगी मैं? थोड़ी तेज गाड़ी चला लो, जल्दी आओ।
क्या चाहती हैं आप? कि वो गाड़ी भिड़ा दे, ठोक दे? क्या बताया था मैंने आपको?
सॉरी सर।
सॉरी नहीं, फोन उठाइए।
सुनो, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हाँ, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ। जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला च से
क्योंकि सड़क पर ट्रैफिक जैम हो या हो खाली, हर पल चौकन्ना रहना बहुत ही जरूरी है। क्योंकि कभी कुछ ऐसा भी हो सकता है जिसका आपको पहले से आभास ही ना हो। अब यूं तो ये सड़क काली लग रही है, और आपको कहाँ पता कि छुट्टी का टाइम होने वाला है। इसलिए जहां एक तरफ मैं स्कूल से विनती करूंगा कि छुट्टी के टाइम बच्चों के सुरक्षित सड़क पे निकलने का प्रबंध करें, वहीं आपसे भी विनती करूं कि आप भी सड़क पे निकलें तो अपना सारा ध्यान जहां केंद्रित करें और गति सीमा पर चलें, ताकि कभी कुछ अचानक हो जाए तो आप संभाल पाए उसे।
हेलो।
तुम कब आए?
च से चौकन्ना रहिए।
याद रखना, यहाँ हर पल चौकन्ना है रहना। ये सड़क है भैया, संभल के चलना।
जल्दी निकलो, साहब 5 बजे फ्री हो जाएंगे। जी मैम। और सुनो, थोड़ा तेज चलाना, तभी ऑफिस टाइम से पहुंच पाओगे।
देवी जी, इतने दिनों से सबको क्या सिखा रहे हैं?
भैया, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से जाओ।
जी बिल्कुल, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ जाओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ। जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ। समझ गए? हाँ, जाओ। सही बोला।
अरे 5 मिनट में आ सकते हो तो आओ, वरना दूसरी कैब बुक कर रहा हूँ। थोड़ा एक्सेलरेटर दबा लो।
क्यों भैया, 2 घंटे से यहाँ बैठे हो, 5 मिनट भी भारी पड़ रहे हैं? हाँ?
May I please request everyone to take their seats? May I please invite all the attendees to kindly please join us back and be seated. We're about to begin with the first panel discussion for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Requesting everyone to quickly take your seats, please, and ensure that the phones are still on silent, because during the first session, we observed that a lot of phones were on the ringer mode. May I please request everyone to please check your phones once again. सभी से निवेदन, कृपया बैठ जाएं। पहले पैनल डिस्कशन की अब हम शुरुआत करेंगे। Ladies and gentlemen, proceeding with the first panel discussion on rating of DPR consultants, AEs and road construction agencies. With due respect, may I invite the Honorable Moderator for this discussion, Shri Sudeep Chaudhary, Additional Director General at the Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways. Please join hands in welcoming Shri Sudeep Chaudhary. Can we have a louder applause, ladies and gentlemen? We really need some energy as we are beginning with the first panel discussion. Known for his focus and impactful contributions in quality control and project monitoring, that integrates the culture of continuous improvement and quality from the initial stages of a project. We welcome you, sir. Moving on and inviting the other members of the panel on the stage now, Mr. S.S. Khandelwal, Associate President at Consulting Engineers Group Limited, with over 35 years of rich experience in infrastructure and transport systems. He is an alumnus of MNIT Jaipur and IIT Mumbai. He has contributed immensely to highways, city roads and major transport strategies across the country. Welcoming Mr. Khandelwal with a round of applause. Zordar taliyan. Requesting Shri Manmohan Rawat, Vice President, SJ Group India, to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, with over 30 years of experience in highway consultancy, Mr. M.S. Rawat is a seasoned expert in planning, design coordination, and tender preparation of large-scale highway and expressway projects. He holds a master's degree in transportation engineering from IIT Roorkee and is a current consultant to the Asian Development Bank as a transport economist. Can we have a round of applause for Shri Manmohan Rawat? Inviting Mr. Atul Bobe on stage, Managing Director of TPF Engineering. He's a stalwart in structural design and bridge engineering. With nearly 4 decades of experience and global recognition, he has led transformative infrastructure projects across India and abroad. He's been awarded the National Design Award by IEI, the Saraswat Ratna Award, and the title Gone of the Year 2025 for his contributions to infrastructure in Goa. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Atul, please. Let us now welcome Shri Ratnakar Reddy, Managing Director of Infra Support Engineering Consultants Private Limited, who brings more than 15 years of experience in the field of highways, transportation engineering and urban infrastructure. He is one of the pioneers who worked on road asset management project that involved World Bank software HDM4. Sabhi ke liye ek baar zordar taaliyan, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request Shri Mayank Tyagi to welcome the panelists with a token of appreciation, please. शुरुआत करते हैं हमारे मॉडरेटर श्री सुदीप चौधरी जी के साथ। सभी का हम अभिनंदन कर रहे हैं, वंदन कर रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत और सभी की ओर से तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए करतल ध्वनि के साथ। आइए स्वागत करते हैं हमारे सभी स्पीकर्स का जो आज हमारे साथ उपस्थित हैं। श्री एस.एस. खंडेलवाल जी, इसके पश्चात बहुत बहुत आभार मिस्टर एस.एस. खंडेलवाल, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत। Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to begin with the discussions on the rating of DPR consultants, AEs and road construction agencies, and here are the speakers for the first panel discussion. बहुत बहुत स्वागत। Shri Manmohan Rawat, a very warm welcome to you, sir, for joining us here today. This is the first panel discussion and we are thanking and appreciating the presence of each of our speakers who have joined us here today. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, a very warm welcome. Welcoming Mr. Atul, बहुत बहुत स्वागत. Mr. Atul, Managing Director of TPF Engineering. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us here in the first panel discussion. Looking forward to the perspectives, those will be shared. Now welcoming Shri Ratnakar Reddy, Managing Director of Infra Support Engineering Consultants Private Limited. A very warm welcome. सभी के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हमारे सभी speakers के लिए. Thank you for joining us here in this first panel and we look forward to your sharings in this session. May I please now request the moderator of the session, Shri Sudeep Chaudhary, to kindly please begin the deliberations from here. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, friends, my senior colleagues, all the stakeholders here. So, this is a very topical issue that we are discussing on. I very vividly recollect when I started my career, maybe about 30 odd years ago. So we were the consultants to the government of India those days. It's like a lucid dream, you know. The sector was just growing. The annual level of budgetary outlay was probably of the level of just about 50 odd crores or so. Around 22,000 kilometers of national highway to look after. So it was mostly patching and paving. That was the way the sector was basically progressing. The setup that we had was very rudimentary, starting from the machineries and the domestic know-how, technologies, etc. And then we were catapulted into a new era, you know, with the resurgence of second World Bank projects. Expat consultants came in, good construction technology came in, machinery came in, the sector started growing. Eventually now, the budgetary outlay that we are looking forward to is of the level of around plus 3 lakh crores of funding. The sector has actually, seen a lot of resurgence. The challenges have grown, but it's like, you know, I'm getting a mode of more or less in a deja vu sort of a mode. Initially, we did not have technology. Our insights were lacking. Then we started growing. Good construction practices came in. There was good thought process, technical proficiencies, ethics, everything was inbuilt into the system. And slowly and gradually then, everything started, you know, getting frittered. So the challenges, it's known to all of us. All of us are from the stakeholder fraternity only, either consultants, contractors, or the employers. We are struggling. That is a moot point. With quality issues, quality of DPR, delivery of authority engineers, and your monitoring from the project proponents. So it's a humongous sort of a challenge that we are facing, we are confronted with. We have certain fabric in mind. We are working in that and working with a lot of proactive participation, good thought process going on. About 3-4 years ago, we experimented with fixed cost consultancy also in the Arunachal Pradesh, so remotest part of the country. And we are optimistic that it will give us good yields. So we have some good thing to start with, rating system and all. Just few points I'll touch upon, and I'll request my fellow panelists here to basically mull on that. They will have their own ideas to share. The entire fraternity that is assembled here, they will have their inputs, and we look forward to that because that is the whole idea of congregating here actually. We should work with an open-minded approach. We have certain things in mind. I'm sure you also do. We'll be benefited by the guidance that we'll get from this workshop of 1 hour duration, this panel discussion. The major challenge that we're facing is that probably some of us feel that AI is the panacea, but obviously it is not. We need to cut a trade-off, between AI and the conventional, the wisdom-driven decision-making process. So that is one part. Secondly, the sector will have to basically have its own ethics inbuilt. See, ultimately, everything boils down to the individual, the engineering fraternity, who are in charge of basically delivering projects. If you are not self-motivated, okay, if you always want that surveillance mechanism should be imposed on you, that is not a very good idea, So as stakeholders, we should have our own professional ethics in place. So that is probably the first and foremost thing that we should be having in our mind. And with that only we can have something, something veritable working in favor of us. Otherwise, no matter what sort of surveillance mechanism that we put in, people will find some way or the other basically to, dodge that. So without much ado, I think I will invite Mr. Khandelwal of CEG, the first panelist, to share his ideas.
Presentation. Okay. Good morning. So we are here to deliberate on how to improve the quality of services, and the rating of consultant is one of the parameter. So I hope this we will have good points to discuss and proceed towards better quality. So this presentation will contain aim of rating, evaluation, review, monitoring and rating process, poor quality of DPRs and rating requirements, rating of DPR consultants, what should be the criteria and what are the issues, how to make it more rational and long lasting, and how to finally select a consultant for various kind of services so that it automatically assures good quality. The rating basically is to improve the DPR quality or supervision by IAE services, and basically it can be no single formula for rating which will improve the quality, but based on the complexity, type of the project, case by case, we have to take into consultant various expertise, experience and the specific project requirements. Rating and evaluation of system is for the specific project, we also need to consider many other criteria, and review and monitoring by the authority is most important for ensuring the quality of any services. If authority does not pay attention right from beginning to end for the various stages of services, then it is very difficult, particularly for few people, to ensure the quality. So first of all, before we go for rating or any system, let us deliberate why there is a quality issue. So first of is the low fee quoted by consultants, and like in DPR 80-20 and also plus minus 25% below average, the freezing of the marks, that is improving to some extent, but probably in many of the bids it is found still that plus minus 25% below is not having enough impact on ensuring the good quality of services. Another, of course, inflated CVs are there, so Infracon is playing very important role, and when a preferred bidder is there, a presentation by team leader and few key personnel should be there, and approach and methodology should have marks for that, so that a panel of experts can judge whether the people who have been proposed for in the team are having adequate knowledge and experience, just not by CVs, but actually, and if required, replacement can be organized. This is very important because many times CVs are very good, but actual delivery capability may not be good. Inadequate survey and investigation cannot be handled by only theoretical proposal, but project directors and ROs have to have right from beginning, from the inception report, what are the investigations, quantities, locations have been proposed, and his team should monitor regularly so that adequate survey investigation is carried out, quality is ensured. Without that, proper design and delivery is not possible. Key personnel are generally proposed, but they may not be actually involved. Only junior people do the work and senior people hardly review it. And for that, frequent meetings by authority with the key personnel that will make sure that key personnel actually day-to-day involved, they supervise the work, prepared by, checked by, approved by concept is thoroughly followed. If people of 3 to 5 years experience are preparing, at least 10 plus experience people should review it, and team leader or other key personnel should critically check it whether it is appropriate to the site conditions and project requirements. Moreover, sometimes, of course, now time limits have been increased, but still initial delays, and then in between authorities insist for very early submissions, immediate submissions. That is also a problem for ensuring the quality. So better quality is important for avoiding time and cost overrun, as well as ensuring sustainability and climate resilient design and construction. So in view of that, all of us should bear any delay, but not the poor quality. Many times there are errors and omissions, maybe unknowingly, and those things can be avoided if hierarchy of review, corrections and approvals are followed within the team of the consultant. And then finally, critical review should be done at least 5% by the authorities also. Inadequate review and monitoring that by the project director, RO or any other hierarchy of the authority is very important, and they should also get updated from time to time in various subjects, like there has to be at least 4 disciplines of expertise in authority, like highway engineering, traffic and safety, payment design, business engineering, and also the clearances like land acquisition, environment, forest, CRZ. So if those expertise are available in authority, then time to time critical review of DPRs and also various issues in supervision projects can be addressed properly. So with all the provisions during the selection of consultant, and then after award, the review and monitoring by the expert of the authority is very essential. Many times I have observed that the team may not have good expertise on hydrology, stability of embankment and cutting sections, like in hill sections or approaches of the high bridges. The people are not knowing gravel stability, how to have the analysis for cutting slopes, and in hairpin bends, not only one step global stability, but many roads cutting across have to be analyzed for global stability. Those things hardly anybody knows, and such kind of subject seminars and training sessions are required. Payment design options, milling and overlay requirements, like in overlay when we design, the plan and profile drawing of the DPR does not really represent the overlay. It becomes a kind of a reconstruction profile. So those knowledge and ensuring how overlay can be done, and if profile corrective course is coming too large, then reconstruction. So all those things right in DPR have to be ensured. Land acquisition, forest, wildlife, CRZ and many other disciplines, there is a lack of adequate expertise in the experts or his team, and time to time training is very important. So we generally select the consultant based on the expertise of the company, experience, project specific needs, project team, cost and timelines. But the review of only portfolio or experience or is not enough. We have to deliberate with the consultant, particularly in a complex project, how they have handled similar project earlier. And that will happen through presentations during the meeting with the key personnel after a preferred bidder is selected. And then accordingly, we compare the proposals, and panel of experts from the authority should give enough weightage to this interaction also. Now the rating of consultant have been started by MORTH, NHI and HIDCL. Format is given, and performance of the consultant shall be monitored, will be taken into account in technical evaluation of future DPR projects. For this purpose, performance of consultant in current project shall also be monitored through a particular method. So there are various criteria like quality of DPR, change of scope and de-scoping. This depends on many factors, but however, a proper rational approach have to be followed. A detailed guideline have to be prepared for giving marks on this criteria, because if change of scope or de-scoping has taken place beyond the various processes involved in the DPR, then those things should not be considered in the marks. Many times, consultant may propose certain slip road, service road, flyover, grade separators, and due to cost cutting measures, those things are removed. And then when contractor or concessionaire comes to board, then local people insist for it, and that is required to be constructed. So if it is already proposed in feasibility report or DPR and then later on it was deleted, then that should not be accounted for the marking criteria and change of scope. Traffic accuracy, the percentages given in the format are very less. I think traffic varies day to day, seasonal and many other factors, local festivals. So maybe through a committee, the percentages given need to be reviewed. That small range of the percentages for variation in the evaluation of for rating seems to be quite narrow. ROW variation, of course, it is enough adequate provision is given and marking can be there. Utility shifting also it is okay, and when we initially do drone survey or that time what all utilities were there and that shifting plan costing can be basis for this rating. But if any other services have come up after the survey then those things need not be taken into account. So PD and RO office need to have a proper watch on this. Use of new material is the enough provisions are there for rating, and of course the provisions for various speed, road safety, curvature, signages, junctions, those things are bit subjective, but with detailed criteria for how rating should be done, that can help in this process. The functional utility of provisions is also subjective, but detailed criteria will help in giving the rating. Cost optimization with respect to the standard costing specified by the authority, it sometimes creates problem because project specific needs are there, and simply percentage variation from the specified cost should not become the criteria for rating, but whether consultant has considered adequate provisions, alternative options for optimization, whether profile has been plotted properly, hydrology has been done properly, payment options have been adequately considered for life cycle cost analysis. So all these things and type of structures for different spans have been properly studied. Those things will be subjective, but detailed criteria can help in giving the proper rating. So only comparing with the standard cost criteria given, that will not be adequate. It should be thoroughly seen whether cost estimates are dependent on alternative options, life cycle cost analysis, and proper optimization value engineering measures have been taken or not. Now second comes to the adherence to the timelines for land, forest and submission of DPR or railway GAD approval. This again becomes very subjective, and detailed guidelines are to be prepared for how to give the rating by the authority, and a panel of experts need to thoroughly examine it before giving the rating, because any delay beyond the control of the consultant should not become reason for giving the low rating. Here all of us know that due to complexity of the project or due to preference of the project not there, sometimes authority is not giving preference or priority to the project due to various other reasons. Then if any delay is happening to submission of various reports like alignment options, final feasibility, DPR, then the rating should not be affected. So only RO or PD alone may not be in position to give rating. A panel has to be there. They should deliberate with the consultant. First, consultant should put up self-rating format, and then it should be evaluated. So overall project management, the advance notices and key personnel, these things a group committee can help it. So finally, selection of consultant should be done by evaluation criteria, rating with suitable weightage for number of projects. It's a continuous process, and minimum fee criteria is very important, so that abnormally low fee even after all 25% criteria, 80-20, etc., should not become the poor quality. Thank you very much. I invite for discussions as per the further arrangement.
Mr. Rawat then, thank you very much. Mr. Khandelwal for sticking to the timeline. Thanks.
Namaskar to everyone. The topic was given rating of DPR consultant. First of all, this topic itself was disturbing me, whether the rating is required. My presentation is a little bit different. It is a innovation word has been used, but should have been an introspection also. That was my feeling. So I had prepared my presentation according to that, because we are struggling with this topic for last 15-20 years. So whether rating is required, that question came to my mind. There is a performa given in the RFP, how the self-declaration rating has to be given, but we are beating around the bush for last 15-20 years. And that's why perhaps I will be able to convince you कि मेरा जो एक क्वेश्चन है कि रेटिंग रिक्वायर्ड है या नहीं, आप उस बात से सहमत होंगे. कौन से प्रोजेक्ट इससे करता हूँ? नेक्स्ट इसी दिस वन. ये कुछ क्लिपिंग्स मैंने लगाई हैं और शायद आप 10 साल से 15 साल से कोई भी कॉन्फ्रेंस, वर्कशॉप, सेमिनार मंत्री साहब ने अटेंड किया हो, उसमें आपने अटेंड किया हो. आईआरसी के सेमिनार सारे जितने हुए हैं डिफरेंट सिटीज़ में, इस टॉपिक को टच किए हुए बिना और मंत्री साहब का ये गुस्सा हुए बिना वो सेमिनार ख़त्म नहीं होता है. शायद आप इस बात से मेरी से एग्री करेंगे. और यही मेरा एक क्वेश्चन उठा कि क्या रेटिंग की ज़रूरत है? हम तो सारे फेल्ड हैं. रेटिंग होती है फर्स्ट डिवीजन, सेकंड डिवीजन, डिस्टिंक्शन, एवरेज, बेटर. Broadly, all consultants have been brought in the failure category. We score less than 35% or 30%. Then there is no purpose of rating. And we are not able to fix this problem also. For last 15 years, 10 years, you can recollect any seminar, any workshop, everywhere. मंत्री साहब का इससे शुरू हुए और इस पर ख़त्म हुए बिना टॉपिक ख़त्म नहीं होता है. ऐसी वर्कशॉप, सेमिनार भी करीब 7-8 हो चुके हैं, 3-4 में मैं भी रहा हूँ, लेकिन आउटपुट वहीं की वहीं हम जहां पर खड़े थे. ये चीज़ें मैं बड़े दुख के साथ कह रहा हूं और दुख को दूर रहते हुए मैं उसे झेलता भी हूं. पढ़ रहे हैं वर्स्ट डीपीआर, क्वालिटी डीपीआर मेड इन इंडिया. और ये मैं 5 साल की पिछली स्लाइड्स कुछ निकाली हैं, कटिंग्स, वो मैंने यहाँ पेस्ट किए सो दैट ये हो सके 5 साल से कंसिस्टेंटली हम इस चीज़ से जूझ रहे हैं. मैं बहुत ज़्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा, 14 स्लाइड हैं बस. हर स्लाइड आपके दिमाग पे एक इम्पैक्ट छोड़ेगी. हम सबको ये मालूम है कि डीपीआर एक बैकबोन है किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट को इम्प्लीमेंट कराने के लिए. और डीपीआर में शायद 90% कॉमन सेंस है, 10% सिविल इंजीनियरिंग है, मैंने ये देखा है. हमारा वो 90% कॉमन सेंस नहीं लगा पाते हम उसके अंदर, और तभी ग्राउंड लेवल नहीं मिलता है, HFL नहीं मिलता है. टेक्निकल बातों में करेंगे तो कॉमन सेंस ही हो तो, और जब तक बैकबोन सही नहीं होगी हम प्रोजेक्ट का इंप्लीमेंटेशन सही नहीं कर सकते. मैं थोड़ा सा टच करूंगा आरएफपी के मैटर्स को भी. रैंकिंग तो तब करें जब हमारे डॉक्यूमेंट सही हो, हमारा ट्रस्ट हो एक दूसरे के ऊपर, इंप्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी एंड एग्जीक्यूटिंग एजेंसी के ऊपर. ये स्लाइड में थोड़ा थॉरोली पढ़ना चाहूंगा. इट हैज बीन ऑब्जर्व्ड दैट क्वालिटी ऑफ डीपीआर फॉर हाईवे प्रोजेक्ट इज फार फ्रॉम द एक्सेप्टेबल लेवल. This problem is not new to the highway industry, rather persisting for last 2 decades. 10 साल तो इजीली रिकलेक्ट कर सकते हैं इस बात को. During the last 5 years, quality of DPR has gone bad to worse. उसके beyond word नहीं है. It is trapped in a vicious cycle, and all efforts being done by Government of India have gone completely waste. Whether we call it the capacity development, IHE, whether we see the changes in the RFP, nothing has improved a lot. Based on vast experience, we estimate that the deficient DPR attributes to the time and cost overrun to the tune of 42%, 50%. Alone एक ही रीजन है जो हमारे सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स को 3 साल के प्रोजेक्ट को 6 साल में कराता है. एक ही रीजन है. The following few slides provide an eye-opening view on the DPR.
Sir, we talk about DPR, review of DPR. It is a platform where we can do introspection. It is not just that we talk goody-goody and we close the seminar and we go out. Let us do some reform, some betterment, and some introspection. We talk about quality. We have seen the very first slide. Qualities are worst quality, bad quality, everything. We talk about time overrun. Say 1 year stipulated period takes around 5 years during the DPR stage. You can recollect, many of the officers are sitting, and fortunately, in last 30 years, many of the officers have come on the other side of the table also. They can recollect which DPR has been completed 1 year, not even single perhaps. Each DPR takes 5 to 6 years. So time overrun is there, it is well established fact. Now, but need not talk about the cost overrun, because cost तो fix है. ये तो applicable नहीं होता है इसमें. It is not applicable. For example, DPR projects awarded, it is not for example. I am referring to 4-5 case studies exactly going on now today also. DPR projects awarded in 2017, still continuing in 2025 with no price escalation. All EOTs are given without any financial implication. Sir, consultants are the commercial entity. They have not come for charity. जितना हम उसे देंगे वो उसी के हिसाब से काम करेगा, ये 100% ट्रूथ है. इससे बड़ी दुखद बात क्या होगी कि कोविड के टाइम पे भी प्राइस एस्केलेशन नहीं दिया गया. 2019, 20, 21 जो भी कोविड का टाइम हुआ था, सब कंसल्टेंट घर के अंदर बैठे हुए थे. यदि 3 करोड़ की कंसल्टेंसी थी, वो 3 करोड़ की ही चल रही है. 2 साल का एस्केलेशन तो 10 से 15% बड़े आराम से दे सकते थे. And they are blaming we are always blaming the DPR consultants. COVID के टाइम पे कोई relaxation, कोई escalation, nothing was given, which is easily it could have been given. It comes under force majeure. Even the RFP doesn't cover, even then it could have been given, but it was not given. And it is a fact, Bharat Mala project which was signed in 2017, the DPR still continuing in 2025, same price. 3 करोड़ में साइन किया था कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, आज 2025 में 3 करोड़ में ही हो रहा है. फिर हर सेमिनार में हम इस टॉपिक से शुरू करते हैं, खत्म करते हैं, अपने घर चले जाते हैं. नाउ दिस इज अ टेक्नो कमर्शियल एनालाइज ऑफ द डीपीआर प्रोजेक्ट्स. हर स्लाइड आपके दिमाग पे एक इंपैक्ट छोड़ेगी. मैं इस भरोसे के साथ इसको प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूं यहां पर. ये 10 साल का वही खाता है कि हम डीपीआर किस रेट में करा रहे हैं. 2014 में 4 धाम MORTH से शुरू किया था, जो 3 लाख रुपए पर किलोमीटर रहे. एवरेज है 7-8 बिड्स की, राउंड ऑफ कर रखिए जस्ट फॉर ईज ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग. 2016 में इट बिकेम 4 लाख रुपीज पर किलोमीटर एंड लैंड एक्विजिशन प्लान वाज अप टू 3D ओनली. Then 2018 only Bharatmala lot up to 4. It was 3 lakh rupees per kilometer. 2020 it became 2 lakh rupees per kilometer. 2022 it becomes 1 lakh rupees per kilometer. And 2024 80,000 rupees per kilometer. We should feel happy. It is a negative inflation in India. Who says there is a positive inflation? And still those consultants are surviving. They survived despite the COVID time also. How much hardship they faced it. It was not realized by anybody. So this is a 74% reduction in 10 years from where we did start and where we have reached. Now I will come to reforms also, whatever MORTH or NHI or NHIDCL have done. Reforms. MORTH, NHI took the cognizance of abnormal, substantial low bidding. Let us say it was 1.5 lakh rupees per kilometer. They say it is not a workable rate. Inherent problem को किसी ने टच नहीं किया. मैं आई एम सॉरी टू से, रेट पे जाके हिट किया. अभी ये कंसल्टेंट्स की हैबिट बन चुकी है, काम उसी ढंग से करेंगे. आप उन्हें 50 लाख रुपए पर किलोमीटर दे दीजिए चाहे. They did the capacity development also for last 3 years. IHE doing the capacity development program for the DPR consultants. उन सारे कंसल्टेंट के चेहरे पे एक भय का भाव बना रहता है. पहला लेक्चर मैं ही लेता हूं, वहां पे 17 बैच निकल चुके हैं कि पता नहीं आगे हमारी रोजी रोटी कैसे चलेगी, चाहे मैं चेंज कर लूं क्या हाईवे से. डैम कंस्ट्रक्शन में चले जाऊं, बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन में चले जाऊं, वो बैठ के लेक्चर ले रहा है वहां पर और सोच ये रहा है कि मैं चेंज कर लूं क्या यहां से. सो कैपेसिटी डेवलपमेंट डिड नॉट वर्क, सॉरी टू से. There are good consultants, good engineers. They got training from the capacity development and they joined the global design center of multinational companies. They are sitting in Pune, Bangalore, and they are working on the Middle East and European projects there. So again, we lost that good chunk also. Right. Now we are coming to, despite being imposing the additional performance security of 30%, again I am sorry to say we are beating around the bush. Quality will not improve. 30% हमने additional performance guarantee ली उससे, his bid price and the average of the other bids. They were happy to pay. Take it. Did not serve any deterrence to the low bidders. We have seen it still 80-90 हजार रुपए per kilometer bid आती रही. Now NHI adopted a fixed cost around 5 lakh rupees, 5.5 भी दिया, 5.6 भी दिया है. Sorry, just fast चल रहा था. Project awarded to fixed cost basis have not completed yet. They are still in progress. Though the rates are increased 5-fold, 1 lakh to 5 lakh rupees, it is difficult to trust. Rather, I am confident, but I have to say it is difficult to trust that it would improve the quality. This is the just payment schedule. 18 पार्ट में डिवाइड किया हुआ पेमेंट शेड्यूल. पहला जो ग्रीन है, दिस इज द ओनली हैप्पी पीरियड फॉर द कंसल्टेंट्स. दे गेट 12.5%. देयर इज नो प्राइस एस्केलेशन. Then red one goes and back and forth. It just continues for around 4 to 5 years. Bank guarantee gets stuck up for 8 years. What are the facts? Slightly mitigation measures. What should be taken up immediately? You know the EOTs are without price escalation. There should be a 10% price escalation. It should be given, which was never thought of. And a minimum price should be fixed. These facts were earlier also, it has been brought to the highest authority, to the ministerial level also. So this is the paradox we are doing. We are facing time and cost overrun. 2 years, 3 years project is getting completed in 6 years. So need not elaborate it. What are the common reasons for failure of projects if we talk about the complete up to the COD? Deficient DPR attributes around 50% magnitude itself, only one item. Poor drafted contracts, lack of experience in either public sector, a failure to adopt a partnership attitude, lack of understanding of contracts, aggressive bidding by the contractors, and client, consultant and contractors, instead of working in a cooperative way, they are working in a highly uncooperative way and lack of trust among each other. Right, so this is the only presentation. This is the introspection what I have given about our RFPs and our reforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rawat, for a very vivid presentation. Mr. Reddy, please next.
Hane? मेरा presentation, Ratnakar Reddy.
It's the wrong one. That's my presentation.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's there. They are there. Well, I think till the time the slides come, let's all acknowledge for a very bold statement by Manmohan Singh Rawat Sahab. I think that's the some of the feelings or expressions that every consultant owner will always want to express, but nobody expresses it because nobody wants to look bad. I would like to congratulate him. There are a lot of genuine issues what he has mentioned, because end of the day, like any contractor, consultancy also is a business, it's a professional business. And every month, whether we get paid or not, we have to pay salaries for the employees. And in my own company, about 3 years, 4 years back, in Bangalore is a hub of all the global design centers. Every good engineer is being hired by paying twice the salary, and nearly 4,500 engineers sit in their office and design for the rest of the world, whereas we end up, having the engineers of whatever scale we get and then extract the work from them. and then we'll have our own results. Well, I think we are focusing on how do we build the sustainable roads, we call best roads, and who are the 4 important entities in this is obviously the authority, whether it's ministry and NHAR, whoever it is, design consultants, that includes DPR consultants, authority engineers, the design engineers appointed by contractors, the proof checking consultants, the safety consultants, all will come under the consultants, then your construction agency and authority engineer. Now, we all know, I think most of us who are here in the industry, so we know the entire process, but still I'll just quickly give a glance of, what do we do in the whole life cycle of this project. First, the ministry or NHA authority appoints consultants through a RFP, very detailed RFP, proposal is submitted, competitive bidding evaluation. Then in that process, you select a DPR consultant and he submits a DPR with different stages. And every stage there are approvals, it is approved, and then only the authority decides that we go for tendering, right? The whole process of approval happens at that point of time. And then again, you appoint a contractor with again a Transparency Act, tender, then appoint an AE, again the process, again an RFP, again a competitive bidding, again evaluation, and then work happens. Now, what is the focus today? I think we have been discussing all these years. Anytime there is an issue happens in a road, an accident happens, then you start looking, okay, where the mistake went wrong. Is it a mistake of a DPR consultant? Is it a mistake of a construction agency, bad? Or if it is a maintenance issue, or if it is a claims, or if it is a public grievances. Okay, so every time again go back and see कहाँ पे गलती हो गया है, अच्छा गलती यहाँ पे हो गया. So point again go back to the DPR consultant, because obviously the DPR consultant is the one who started this project, who conceived and who proposed all the schedule B, what has to be done. So the focus again goes there. Sometimes it is true, sometimes it may be attributed to somebody else also. But before getting into my observations and all that, I think let us all be very proud of what we achieved in last 20 years, sir. Let us take a moment of glory also. We have grown from where to where, starting our highway constructions. Today we are the second largest highway network in the world, just about 2 million kilometers below United States of America, and I am very sure in the next 10 years we will become the largest network. And all this was not possible because of everyone's contribution, who are here and who are not there, that is consultants, authority, engineers and contractors and concessionaires. And we have built world-class roads. It is not that just always bad roads. We have an excellent roads. We have built these roads. Today I myself as a kid like 30 years back, I am 47-year-old now. I born and brought up in Karnataka in Bangalore. I used to travel to Hubli, that is Bangalore-Pune highway, to drop my sister into the hostel. उस टाइम तो वो 2 लेन का रास्ता था, पूरा किलोमीटर तक ट्रैफिक जाम होता था, एक्सीडेंट्स होता था, पूरा रात का जर्नी था. जाओ सुबह वहाँ पे छोड़ो, पूरा दिन वहाँ पे वेट करो, फिर से रात को एक बस पकड़ो या ट्रेन पकड़ो, वापस बैंगलोर आओ. सर आज मेरा ऑफिस हुबली में है. आई टेक इन द मॉर्निंग 5:36 आई लीव. आई एम देयर एट हुबली एट 10 o'clock, अटेंड पूरा मीटिंग, अगेन आई लीव एट 4-5, बैक टू डिनर एट होम. This is what we have achieved. Let us take for a moment that we did a lot of things. And yesterday I was driving back from Mysore to Bangalore. Bangalore-Mysore was fantastic highway. We had a lot of issues in the media that both accidents ho gaye hai, both kharab hai. Accidents were not because of alignment or anything, it is because of high speeds. जब से ITMS implement किया, जब से cameras आ गया, जब से radars आ गया, the accidents has come down. So we every time point that mistake is the engineers. No, it is always analyze who is the mistake. We are all willing to learn. Sir, key issues kya hai? So I'll take few minutes extra. I request moderator to give me a few minutes more because I'll touch the relevant issues. DPR consultants ka major issues. Number one is what? He has not performed his duties. हम लोग बोल देते हैं perform duties. Yes, there will be always mistakes. Team inadequate है. And major issues site data. Site पे नहीं जाते, site survey नहीं करते because mess up कर देते site में issues. And accidents हो जाता है, again DPR consultant. Then some design issues भी हो सकता है. जैसे contractor का टाइम पे आएंगे, poor construction. We have only one issue, construction very poor है, progress low है, and O&M पे maintenance नहीं करता है, and cost escalation and claims. That is the issues with the contractors. अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर पे आएंगे तो व्हाट इज द की कंप्लेंट्स, एक्सपीरियंस, स्टाफ एक्सपीरियंस ही नहीं है सर, लेकिन हम सेलेक्ट करेंगे, पूरा एवेल्यूएशन करके इंफ्राकॉन में मार्क्स लगाएंगे, पूरा उसको इंटरव्यू करेंगे, बट देन कंप्लेंट इज दैट की पर्सन्स आर नॉट गुड। तो ऐसा की पर्सन हम सेलेक्ट ही क्यों करते हैं? देन लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज, कंप्लेंट्स, इंक्वायरीज होता है, बिल अपना शेड्यूल्स में जो बिल्स देना है, कुछ एक्सेस बिल्स भी हो जाता है, नोबडी इज मॉनिटर्ड। कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल लेटर्स, आजकल सारे जो भी अंडरकोट करते हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, उसका एक ही फायदा है, दे विल अपॉइंट समबडी बहुत दिमाग वाला आदमी, पेइंग एवी गुड सैलरी, सा एजेंसी को रख देते, पूरा कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल लेटर्स लिखते रहो, एवरी वीक, एवरी हफ्ते, एवरी 15 डेज पूरा कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल मैटर्स लेटर्स लिखते हैं। आप जब पीसीओडी देता है, हम पंच लिस्ट प्रॉपरली अपलोड नहीं करते हैं, एंड देन मेंटेनेंस इज वेयर वी फेल, एवरीवन फेल्स, वी आर नॉट डूइंग मेंटेनेंस प्रॉपरली। तो बाकी अथॉरिटी इज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ द होल प्रोसेस। आप देखिए, मैं आई कैन सी माई ओन एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ पीडी ऑफिसेस में, यू आर लीन स्टाफ, एक पीडी 2-3 प्रोजेक्ट हैंडल करना है, स्टाफ नहीं रहता है, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स का लेटर्स आते हैं, वो पब्लिक इश्यूज होते हैं, लैंड एक्विजिशन का प्रॉब्लम होता है, कोई गांव में पूरा प्रोटेस्ट होता है, यहाँ पे मुझे वीईपी चाहिए, मुझे एक ब्रिज नहीं है, एक्सेस नहीं है, बेचारे पीडीज एंड दे आर ऑलवेज विद द साइट एंड इश्यूज, बट ये कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल इश्यूज का रिप्लाई कौन करेगा? अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर करना है, अगर वो भी मिस आउट कर देता है, फिर से चेंज ऑफ स्कोप्स आता है, देन पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर्स होते हैं। सो somewhere we'll have to link everything and bring, because idea is how do we make sustainable roads, how do we make claims free projects, how do we complete the projects within that time, how do we make the projects within the accepted cost. Some of the recommendations, sir, like I already said, we have done a phenomenal progress, but what we focused in last 20 years, like our chair secretary saab told in the morning, we focused on quantity. We always build roads, more roads, more roads, more roads. I think now it is the time we focus on quality. Now, how can we build good roads, better roads, world-class roads? Sir, any method of improving is welcome. So that method has to be systematic, because I know both ministry has done and NHA has done a lot of progress in that line. Like I would call it an incremental progress. Bought new circulars, new methods, new evaluations, but still it is not solving the problem like Mr. Manmohan has said. Number one is, sir, selection of consultants. मुझे ये I am putting this thought, कितना consultants है अपना देश में? 100, 150, 200 consultants, rating from large to small. Why is that we don't give works on a roster method? Why is that every time you call for an RFP, spend 2 months of time, evaluate the same consultant, same team again and again? आपको पूरा इंफ्राकॉन में कंसल्टेंट्स का डाटा पड़ा है, एक्सपीरियंस पड़ा है, सब की पर्सन्स का बायोडाटा पड़ा है, किस प्रोजेक्ट में वो काम किया, एवरीथिंग यू हैव. व्हाई इज दैट यू अगेन एवेल्युएट द सेम, एंड आप फिर से देखो, एक 92 मार्क्स देंगे, फिर से 95 मार्क्स भी देंगे, 98 भी देंगे, सेम की पर्सन, सेम कंपनी, सेम एक्सपीरियंस. सो आई थिंक वी शुड कट शॉर्ट ऑफ ऑल दीज थिंग्स. कंसल्टेंट्स को एम्पैनल कर दीजिए, पीरियडिक आप कोई नया कंसल्टेंट आया, लेट हिम आल्सो बी पार्ट ऑफ एम्पैनल, आप रोस्टर मेथड पे दे दीजिए. So let them works for everyone. We have so much of work in our country. All we need is good work. And second is, हमेशा competition. आप like 80,000 per kilometer. I agree what he said. Last year there was a tender in my Bangalore close to my office. हम लोग सोचे चलो हम थोड़ा कम कोट करेंगे, because हम लोग पूरा यहाँ पे बैठा है, मेरा ऑफिस का बगल में रोड है. We quoted some 2.2 lakhs per kilometer. कोई बंदा कोट किया 1.2 lakhs per kilometer. And he is from North India. I don't know how he can come all the way and work here. And I request Ministry and NHA, आप एक बार financial statements सब consultants का check कर लीजिए. Team leader का कितना quote किया है, key person का कितना quote किया है. That salaries don't match with what we are paying. It doesn't match. So you have all the data. You have data. Like NHA chairman some morning was telling, we are using AI. Very good. We are using external consultants. आप उनका लगा दीजिए, पूरा consultants का दे दीजिए क्या क्या quote कर रहे हैं. And then you can fix. You have to fix a fixed cost, sir. There is no point of going competitive bidding. Competitive bidding ऐसा नहीं चलता है, because you know now how much it costs. Or you can call all of us, 100 people, consultants, MDs. आप एक meeting पर बोला दीजिए, हम लोग बोलेंगे, हम discuss करेंगे, आप fix कर दीजिए. We are okay with that. Of course, एक बार आप RFP बना दिया, conditions बना दिया, you have to follow that. जो अच्छा बनाते हैं उसको reward कर दीजिए, no करते हैं उसको penalize कर दीजिए. There is, no personal इसमें project basis ही है. And you are doing something. It's not that you are not doing, but then it has to be very strict. हमको भी थोड़ा डर होना चाहिए, अगर मैं काम नहीं करूँगा तो मुझे 2 साल नहीं काम मिलेगा. ठीक है, मेरा दुकान बंद करना चाहिए. और अगर मैं अच्छा काम किया, आप बुला के एक काम भी देना है. सर आप कंसल्टेंट्स का बिजनेस कैसे चलता है सर? आई गॉट 220 पीपल माई ऑफिस, उनको हर महीना में सैलरी देना है, प्रोजेक्ट मिला नहीं मिला प्रोजेक्ट में सैलरी देना है, मुझे क्या गारंटी है मुझे कंटिन्यूस प्रोजेक्ट्स मिलेगा? अगर मुझे अश्योरेंस है कि मुझे एक हर साल काम मिलेगा, आई कैन डू लॉट ऑफ R&D। कोई आप बोलिए यहाँ पे इतने सारे कंसल्टेंट्स है, कितने सारे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स का स्टाफ है, कोई आप 1 घंटा दिन में आप स्पेंड करते R&D का ऊपर? हाउ डू आई डू वैल्यू एडिशन, हाउ डू आई रिड्यूस माई कॉस्ट, हाउ डू आई डू इनोवेटिव मटेरियल्स? नहीं चलता है सर, बिकॉज एवरीथिंग इज पेड ऑन द प्रोजेक्ट बेसिस। एवरीथिंग इज, मेरा एक्स अमाउंट आया एक प्रोजेक्ट में, 10% TDS गया, 15% 20% तो लास्ट पेमेंट आएगा नहीं, 5% आई टू स्पेंड फॉर माई बैंक गारंटीज एंड कीपिंग इंश्योरेंसेस, आई लूज 1/3 ऑफ मनी गॉन। बाकी उसमें मुझे प्रॉफिट आना है बिकॉज मुझे ऑफिस चलाना है। सो हाउ मच मनी आई एम स्पेंडिंग ऑन दी प्रोजेक्ट इज मिनिमल। Last point is, I want to say consultants are not as a separate entity for authority. We are an extended arm. आपको ऐसे ही कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जैसे नहीं देखना है, बिकॉज वी आर डूइंग एवरीथिंग एज एन एक्सपर्टाइज बेसिस। सर रिव्यू ऑफ DPR तो करना ही है। इट डजंट PD और NHA में RO या आपका GM CGM DPR रिव्यू नहीं कर सकते सर, लेट इज वेरी फैक्ट। उनका आपका जो इतना काम है उसका बीच में आप एक 5000 पेपर्स 5000 पेजेस का एक DPR आके पड़ेगा, एस्टिमेट्स आप रिव्यू नहीं कर सकते। यू नीड टू हैव समबडी टू डू ए पीर रिव्यू। आजकल अभी आप बिल्डिंग सेक्टर में जाएंगे, एक हाई-राइज बिल्डिंग कोई डिजाइन करेगा, बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट स्ट्रक्चरल कंसल्टेंट एक पीर रिव्यू कंसल्टेंट को अपॉइंट करेगा, भाई तुम इसको रिव्यू करो, मुझे देखना है कोई बिल्डिंग गिरेगा नहीं गिरेगा, या कॉस्ट दोनों करना है। हम भी सर एक पीर रिव्यू कंसल्टेंट्स को अपॉइंट करना है, मे बी मिनिमल फीस 0.1%, वॉट एवर फीस यू फिक्स, वही कंसल्टेंट अपने में एक कंसल्टेंट को उसको रिव्यू करना है, आपको चेकलिस्ट देना है, ये सब हाँ ये सब किया है नहीं किया, किया नहीं किया। एक दिन का वर्कशॉप भी बनाना है, ड्राफ्ट DPR सबमिट किया, सब मिलना है, बैठ के बात करना है, हर चीज में हम डिस्कस करना है क्या प्रपोज किया। हमेशा मिस्टेक्स क्या होता है सर, अरे यहाँ पे बड़ा जंक्शन है आप फ्लाईओवर नहीं दिया, यहाँ पे एक क्रॉसिंग है VUP नहीं दिया, क्यों नहीं दिया? शायद दिया होगा, डिस्कशन किया होगा, बाद में कोई PD का लेवल पे चलो यहाँ पे नहीं चाहिए हम कॉस्ट कट करेंगे, उसको रिमूव कर दीजिए, हम बाद में देखे जाएंगे, उसको कहाँ रिकॉर्ड्स है मिनट्स पे। वी हैव टू मेक चेकलिस्ट एंड एवरी सबमिशन। हम ड्राफ्ट फिजिबिलिटी रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया, पूरा चेकलिस्ट रहना है कि क्या डिस्कस हुआ है नहीं हुआ है, क्या कंसिडर किया नहीं कंसिडर किया, ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट रहना है, देयर इज नो ऑड एंड हाइड एंड। उसके बाद यू प्लीज एवेल्युएट, आप DPR रिपोर्ट को एवेल्युएट कीजिए, रेटिंग कीजिए 1 to 10, जो अच्छा रेटिंग करते हैं उसको रिवॉर्ड दीजिए, एक एक्स्ट्रा काम दीजिए, नहीं किया उसको आप डिबार कीजिए, ब्लैक लिस्ट कीजिए, इट्स ऑल फाइन। एक बार वर्क अवॉर्डेड है, ये अभी आपका नाउ द इश्यू इज कॉन्ट्रैक्टर विल अपॉइंट हिज ओन डिजाइन कंसल्टेंट, you will appoint his own proof checking consultant, you will appoint his own safety consultants, you will appoint the people whom he wants at a throwaway price। हमें कोई नहीं पूछता है मुझे आपको डिजाइन करो बिकॉज अपना आपका फीस ज़्यादा है। सर मैं रेकमेंड करता हूँ DPR कंसल्टेंट्स का टीम, जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का डिजाइन टीम है, दोनों ज्वाइंट इंस्पेक्शन करना है साइट को और शेड्यूल ए को साइन ऑफ करना है। शेड्यूल उसके बाद ही आता है ना प्रॉब्लम्स, बिकॉज ये जो डेवलपमेंट पीरियड है वही टाइम पे ये होना चाहिए। शेड्यूल ए को साइन ऑफ करना है कि यू आर नॉट मिस्ड एनीथिंग। नंबर 2, डिजाइन कंसल्टेंट्स कॉन्ट्रैक्टर अपॉइंट करना है इन द एम्पैनल लिस्ट ऑफ यू कैनॉट अपॉइंट एनीबडी। कोई आजकल एक बंदा कंपनी छोड़ दिया, एक रातों रात एक कंप्यूटर रख दिया, बोला आई एम द डिजाइन कंसल्टेंट फॉर यू, मैं खुद कर लेता हूं, मुझे 10,000 दे दीजिए पर किलोमीटर को, हो गया वो डिजाइन कंसल्टेंट हो गया। यू कांट एक्सपेक्ट एनीथिंग बेटर फ्रॉम हिम। Your proof and safety consultant have to be appointed by you from the panel, not the contractor। आजकल नहीं तो वो अपॉइंट करेगा, उसको इतना फीस देगा तो वो कोई देखता ही नहीं, पूरा ऐसे ही साइन करके दे देता है। सो द ओनस इज अगेन बैक टू अथॉरिटी। आप अपॉइंट कीजिए ना फ्रॉम द पैनल एंड यू फिक्स द प्राइसेस फॉर ऑल ऑफ दैट। उसके बाद जो शेड्यूल डी होता है अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर, देयर आर लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज, वो शेड्यूल बी के हिसाब से काम नहीं हुआ है, द वर्क इज नॉट हैपेंड, यहाँ पे अलाइनमेंट ठीक नहीं हुआ, टेढ़ा हुआ। सर पूरा चेकलिस्ट बना दीजिए, ऑनलाइन अपलोड कर दीजिए, लेट इट ओपन फॉर एवरीवन, लेट एवरीवन सी दैट क्या अप्रूव किया अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर, क्या नहीं किया, व्हाट इज द पेमेंट शेड्यूल। Unless you don't make it more transparent, unless you don't make it open, we'll keep on missing lot of things. Authority engineer also please rate in the scale of 1 to 10. Because topic में construction agency पे, I thought I'll only put 3 points. The same issue with the construction agencies also. Because every time he has to do a competitive bidding, वो आजकल तो आप देखा है 25% से अभी 40% चले गया, -40%। आजकल कोई they are not appointing any consultants to get the costing. Mandate is 40%, 41% मैं माइनस करूंगा तो काम मिलेगा. अगर वो पूरा प्रोजेक्ट कॉम्पिटिटिव में बिड करते रहेगा, when will he do R&D? When will he set up his own capacity expansion? Capacity building कहाँ होता है? It's not happening. I went to US sometime and वहाँ पे एक मैं कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का ऑफिस में विजिट किया था. I just want to share why. एक बड़ा सा फोटो रखा था, एक tree and a bird's nest in it. He was very proud to say we got an award in this project because we did asphalting work in such a way that is some rarest of the bird. His bird's nest was there, and because of our emissions, our target was that bird should never get disturbed. Sir, that is kind of objectives, mottos वहाँ पे चल रहा है. हमारा तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. So we have to create all those motives for the construction agency also. उनको हमको assurance देना है भाई आपको 5 साल में 500 kilometers आपको मिलेगा तो आप capacity build करो, आपका equipments लेके आओ. You are assured that you will get work. Otherwise, you will always cut corners because the first point is that he is always there to make profit. He is not a charitable organization. उसका pride नहीं है. And last sir, एक ही चीज़ I want to tell because now last 25 years I'm in this industry. I've been working a lot in our Karnataka. I'm also in one of the committees in government also. One thing we are all missing out, why are we building all this infrastructure? Building all buildings or any urban infrastructure. It is for the citizens. And who are the citizens? We are also citizens. We are all citizens. We use that facility. Instead of calling it as a project, if we keep ourselves into that and say, we are building this for me, I am the user, I am going to use this facility, then if you get that thought in your mind, probably we don't do mistakes irrespective of what conditions we do, what ratings we do, what awards we do. Personally, if I involve in that and say that this product is for me, probably I'll do a right work. With that, I want to end my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Mr. Damodar, please.
Thank you, sir. After 3 very detailed presentations, you're going to be happy because I just have 5 slides. I don't want to talk too much. I've spent 41 years in this profession being a consulting engineer, and I've seen everything. I've been there, done that. I've heard everything. I've seen everything. I've seen nothing change in the last 41 years, and I've seen everything change in the last 41 years. I've seen consulting engineers become consultants. The engineering is lost, it's gone. We are now only consultants. There are no more consulting engineers left. The other big thing is that in the last 10 years, you mentioned, look at the amount of work that we have done in the last 10 years. From 3 kilometers per day, we are now building 10 times or 15 times, I don't know. The Honorable Minister keeps changing that number so fast, I'm not able to keep up. So I think it's now 60 kilometers per day or something like that. So it's like 20 times what you were building 10 years back. How much has the talent pool grown in the last 10 years? Does anybody have any idea? How many people have joined this profession? When Infracon began, when it was a baby, infant on the website of NHIDCL, probably had registered, 30,000 people, 40,000 people, 50,000 people maybe. Now after they have cleaned up everything and gotten it down from those 50,000 people, I think there are 10,000, 15,000 people left. I think it's a shame. If we have 15,000 people building 60 kilometers per day, I think it's a tearing shame on the country that we have only that many engineers building the country. Where are the rest of the engineers? Who's building the roads on the ground? I'm sure those are not the only engineers. There's something wrong in the system. There's definitely something wrong. We need to correct the way that we think. Just imagine the talent pool. We add 100,000 engineers, civil engineers every year probably to the talent pool. But we only add those engineers. They don't really come and work on the field. Like you mentioned, the good engineers are all going to, at 4 times or 5 times the salary are going to design centers, working in Bangalore, Hyderabad, in Mumbai, in Pune, and so on. The second rung engineers are then going to the IIMs or they're going abroad. And the third rung engineers are probably joining the government. And all those who remain or at the bottom of the pile are designing the DPRs. So it's a real shame. We need to see how the system is working before we put in rating systems, before we bring in all these newfangled things that we want. and so on. Also, there is a lot of talk about innovation. In the morning, we had the hackathon where innovation for about 20, 30 people was awarded. What is innovation? What are we talking about when we talk about innovation? There are marks in that rating system for innovations. And I always look at it and I'm wondering what innovation and how does somebody assess what innovation is? I think we get confused because it's the word innovation in English is very funny. It's actually, you start with invention, then you go to imitation. That imitation creates irritation, and then you do innovation. Because you are so irritated with that invention that you want to change something, and then you innovate. In India, for all these 4 words, we have only one word, jugaad. That's it. We only do jugaad. We don't do innovation in the real sense. And even if we do innovation, it's lost. It's lost in the files, it's lost in the work. We are not capable of making it modular and making it grow in the sense of that word innovation. Okay, enough small talk. I go to my 5 slides very quickly. Rating has to be based on past performance. This is, of course, everybody agrees on this. Most of the presentations said the same thing. But remember, if any of you invest in the mutual fund sahi hai idea, past performance cannot be a guarantee of project delivery, just like past performance cannot be a guarantee of your investment. So if you believe that it's only past performance, then I just want to put this in context. The top 50 names in the construction industry 15 years ago have disappeared. They don't exist anymore on the ground. Of course, they are replaced by new 50 people. But if you had gone by pure performance of these top 50 people, let's say 15 years ago or 20 years ago, they are lost. They are no more available on the ground in the country. You have a new crop of contractors, engineers, consulting engineers, and so on. So the broad rating parameters in any system that we evolve are obviously the technical parameters. If it's a consulting firm, then the technical parameters will outweigh the financial. If it's a concessionaire, then the financial will outweigh the technical. And then, of course, you have the subjective ratings, which is quality of work, timely completion, and legal or contractual issues in the past. These 5 points, to my mind, should be the backbone of any rating system we do for anybody, whether it's the consulting engineers, whether it's the authority engineers, independent engineers, or the concessionaires, for anybody.
Overshot the schedule also. That is one part.
The most critical point here is that the rating agency must be an independent rating agency or an independent audit agency, and not the authority or a body of consulting engineers or a body of concessionaires or whoever. It has to be an independent rating agency. When you read in the papers that Standard & Poor has rated India BBB+, you tend to believe that BBB+ is BBB+. You don't dispute that rating. This rating should be similar to that rating. Once you see the rating AAA+, you should be able to invest in that bond. In the same way, you should be able to invest your thoughts and your work with that agency. And of course, they should have no affiliations with any stakeholder involved with this. The rating criteria has to be objective, transparent, and dynamic. It's not that you make the criteria and forget about it. So once the rating is completed with this criteria, it must allow the rated agency to improve its own rating by complying or correcting shortfalls if there are any identified by the rating agency. So if your rating agency rates you AAA-, so you should have the chance to go to AAA+. Just as much as you rate a student in the university with a B-, the student has a chance to improve his rating to B+, his or her rating to B+, or to A- or whatever. Thus, continual improvement can be built into the system. So this will be an automatic kind of feature. It's not that you have rated somebody for 1 year and you can't change your rating for 1 year. No, it has to be dynamic. It needs to be changed every time. This must be publicly announced on a website, of course on MORTH or NHAI or NHIDCL or everybody, so that other stakeholders, not just MORTH, can benefit from this rating. To my mind, that's all we need in the rating system. We can go on discussing, like I said, I've seen this for 41 years and I've been there, done that. I don't want to bore you with more numbers and so on. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thanks, Mr. Bhove, for making it very terse and very, pithy. We'll open up the floor basically for any interventions that you may have. Any questions, please, or any interventions? Short ones, very short. Yes. No mics?
Good word, sir. Thank you.
We have the ushers with the mics and maybe very quick 5-minute Q&A.
Very short intervention, please.
Yes, Ji. Good afternoon. Myself S.K. Kushwaha, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. मनमोहन सिंह साहब और भोवे साहब बैठे, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि रेटिंग फॉर डीपीआर कंसल्टेंट होना चाहिए कि नहीं। एक वर्ड में ये बोलूँगा, जैसे प्रोफेशन इंजीनियरिंग है वैसे ही मेडिकल प्रोफेशन है। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में डॉक्टर्स होते हैं, हर आदमी को मालूम होता है कौन डॉक्टर बढ़िया है कौन खराब है। डॉक्टर भी कंसल्टेंट ही कहा जाता है। तो पेशेंट जाता है कि इसके पास जाएं या ना जाएं, मरेंगे या जिएंगे। अब पिछले 15-20 साल से हमारी कंसल्टेंसी हो रही है। क्या किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट में, मनमोहन सिंह साहब ने सही बोला, रेट की बात है। मैं कलकत्ता में काम किया एज ए पीडी एनएचआई। एक कंसल्टेंट था मिस्टर CS, उनके साथ मेरा काम करने का अनुभव बहुत बढ़िया रहा, क्योंकि उनकी डीपीआर कंसल्टेंसी हमने देखा, बाद में उनका सुपरविजन भी देखा, उसके बाद कुछ प्रोजेक्ट में हमने उनके साथ आर्बिट्रेशन भी देखा। तो आर्बिट्रेशन अवार्ड में जब भी हम आते थे तो वो पूरी टीम आती थी, हमको सपोर्ट करती थी 10 साल पहले के पेपर्स कि ये आपको सर बोलना है। उसके बेस पे हम लोगों ने कई सारे आर्बिट्रेशन में कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के जो गलत वो थे उसको हमने क्लेम को डिसनाई किया। अभी के समय में जैसे मनमोहन सिंह कह रहे हैं, मैं सर ये बोलना चाहता हूं, अगर आपको कितना भी पैसा दिया जाए, कोई एक कंसल्टेंट नाम बता दे कि ये प्रोजेक्ट टाइमली डीपीआर से बढ़िया हुआ है पिछले 20 सालों में और इसके कारण से मंत्री जी खुश होना चाहिए। मंत्री कोई एक प्रोजेक्ट जो जितना डीपीआर कंसल्टेंट ने कहा हो टाइमली 2 साल में 3 साल में हुआ हो, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम ना आई हो और कोई कंसल्टेंसी या कोई आर्बिट्रेशन अवार्ड ना हुआ हो। थैंक यू सर।
वेरी शॉर्ट रिस्पॉन्स।
थैंक्स, आपने क्वेश्चन किया। CS वो कंसल्टेंसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसने हाईवे में कंसल्टेंसी शुरू करवाई थी। 1991 में बेंगलोर में IR सेशन हुआ था एंड दैट वाज ए सॉर्ट ऑफ ए डिस्कशन अमॉन्ग MOST ऑफिसर, उस टाइम MOST कहते थे, एंड कंसल्टेंट्स। CS वो फर्म थी जिसने कंसल्टेंसी शुरू कराई थी और वो फर्म फिर 10-15 साल में बिक गई। अब उसका फेट कहाँ है, खत्म हो चुका है।
Let us not get into any arguments.
जस्ट मैं बता रहा हूँ, और शायद जो मैंने जो कहा था आपने उसी क्वेश्चन को ही कहा है। हाँ जी, हाँ,
बिकी नहीं है वो, हाईवे को छोड़ दिया, यहाँ काम नहीं करेंगे,
एक ही बात है। जैकब देखिए, मैं वो नहीं कह रहा, देखिए वर्ड पे मत जाइए। उन्होंने काम करना बंद कर दिया हाईवे में। जैकब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के प्रोजेक्ट्स पे काम नहीं करती। Many of the MNCs have decided they don't work for the government of India projects. तो ये सब चीज़ों से हमें कुछ मैसेज लेना चाहिए। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, मैं इसी का ही हिस्सा हूँ, मैं उनका हिस्सा नहीं हूँ। दूसरा ये है, जो बात मैंने कही थी वही आप कह रहे हैं। शायद ही कोई DPR आज तक ऐसी बनी हो जिसमें कोई फ्लॉ नहीं निकला हो, नॉट इवन सिंगल DPR। थैंक यू।
नमस्कार, मैं अब्दुल बासित, CGM NHA। खंडेलवाल साहब ने एक बात कही थी कि डीपीआर कंसल्टेंट की रेटिंग में वो पैरामीटर्स नहीं होना चाहिए जो उनके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, फॉर एग्जांपल लैंड एक्विजिशन एंड फॉरेस्ट। बट हम आपको ये बताते हैं कि हमारे जो PD और RO और ये NHI ऑफिसर, देयर रेटिंग इज डिपेंडेंट ऑन द लैंड एक्विजिशन विच इज द स्टेट सब्जेक्ट। सो देयर मस्ट बी फॉरेस्ट का जो है, अगर देखिए जो कंसल्टेंट्स के जो स्टाफ डिप्लॉयड होता है, इफ़ दे आर टेकिंग इंटरेस्ट गोइंग टू द फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसेज और द काला ऑफिसेज, देन द प्रोजेक्ट एडवांसेस। सो माय ओपिनियन इज दैट देयर मस्ट बी दीज फैक्टर्स व्हिच आर बियॉन्ड द कंट्रोल।
मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि पैरामीटर नहीं होना चाहिए, पैरामीटर होना चाहिए, लेकिन क्लोज ऑब्जर्वेशन बाय PD and RO दैट कंसल्टेंट मैन पावर इज वर्किंग कंटिन्यूअसली on land acquisition, forest, environment, CRZ clearance, that is important. And if in spite of working hard on all these subjects by the manpower and management of the consultant, if output does not come due to other factors, other stakeholders, then his marking should not be low. Okay. That was my submission.
दूसरे जो कुशवाहा साहब ने बात रखी थी उसी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कि देयर इज़ अ नीड ऑफ इंट्रोस्पेक्शन बाय द कंसल्टेंट। हम एक बंद कमरे में बैठ के एक बार सोचें कि जो हम कर रहे हैं वो ठीक है या नहीं, इंस्टेड ऑफ सेइंग कि भाई ऐसे होना चाहिए वैसे होना चाहिए। हमें एक इंट्रोस्पेक्शन की ज़रूरत है, एक मौन की ज़रूरत है कि भाई हम ध्यान करें कि क्या हम जो कर रहे हैं वो ठीक है या नहीं। दैट्स ऑल। थैंक यू।
15 मिनट।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, डॉक्टर बी मुखोपाध्याय। खांडेलवाल सर के लिए उन्होंने रेटिंग के लिए A to H मार्किंग किया है, बट ही हैज़ नॉट कंसिडर्ड अबाउट एनी वन एक्सपर्ट फ्रॉम द इकोलॉजिकल सिनेरियो फील्ड। बिकॉज आपका अलाइनमेंट जो सबसे वायबिलिटी डिसाइड करते, नॉट ओनली योर टेक्निकल कंसिडरेशन, फर्दर you have not mentioned about the cutting, but for cutting, what about the tunnel portal? That is the most important part, and then the mock disposal. So all these scenarios should come under the purview of rating. This is my, and second one for the MD TPF engineering, sir.
Mr. Mukhopadhyay, please give your suggestions to me regarding rating. We are working on rating. Don't give them the suggestions.
Yes.
They are not required to work on that. I am required to work on that. So whatever suggestions you have, keep it tete-a-tete, one-to-one. Anything specific that you have, particular to the presentation that they made, just confine your suggestions to that. Very terse, very pithy. We have to conclude now. Yes. Don't give them any suggestion. Give your suggestions to me.
Sir.
Sir, I am S.K. Singh, RO Bhopal. One point was there कि CUS में हम रेटिंग ना करें, क्योंकि CUS तो साइट रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से चेंज हो जाता रहा है। मेरा ये कहना है कि अगर हमने DPR में सपोज ब्रिज का स्पान अरेंजमेंट 60 मीटर रखा और कंट्रक्टर अपनी डिज़ाइन में हाइड्रोलाइटिकल स्टडी लेके आता है, बोलता है साहब ये तो 30 मीटर में बन जाएगा, तो वो तो कंट्रक्टर को सेविंग पास ऑन हो रही। तो इसलिए मेरा कहना है कि रेटिंग CUS में भी होना जरूरी है। ठीक है, कुछ CUS ऐसे होते हैं जो पब्लिक डिमांड पे होते हैं, जिनमें DPR कंसल्टेंट का कंट्रोल नहीं है, हम उनको नहीं रख सकते। बट ऐसे CUS जो आपके कंट्रोल में थे, इसके बावजूद भी अगर कंट्रक्टर की डिज़ाइन में वो अथॉरिटी पे सेविंग नहीं हो पा रही, वो कंट्रक्टर की सेविंग में जा रहे हैं, तो उनको हमें कंसीडर करना चाहिए। थैंक यू सर।
Yes, I have pointed out that due to hydrology and such analysis, if there is a variation, that should be accounted for.
I think we have to conclude now, because see, I'll just tell one thing, very short. See, we have evolved. In no country worldwide, the resurgence has been witnessed the way, the scale of resurgence that has gone into our country. You have to appreciate that. And everybody will have to stand up to that challenge. It is just not enough saying that, okay, this is what has been basically meted out to me, which is unfair. I have to evaluate myself, you have to evaluate yourself. That is a moot point. As an employer, I cannot sit on a throne and just say that, okay, I dictate my terms and conditions and everything should be governed by that. I am also open to scrutiny. Self-scrutiny as well as scrutiny by everybody who is sitting here. So likewise, even the contracting fraternity, consultancy fraternity, everybody will have to have that introspection going. See the scale of magnanimity, the way the national highway development has taken place. Nowhere in world that has taken place. So just it is not fair to equate ourselves with the other developed countries. I'm telling you again, when the resurgence of Second World Bank projects came in, the expert control consultants, those were coming in here, they did not have that kind of a job in their country. So obviously they will come foray into our country. That is the moot point. So we are all of us will have to be governed by that ethics, that discipline. And I'll reiterate some of my colleagues who has been telling here. I have seen some of the very good consultants and contractors, they have been totally, they have been decimated. They are gone. They have gone by their ethical workings and they have basically met their fate. I know because I've been in the sector for 32 plus years now. This is high time that introspection will have to be there. Rating will come, DPR consultants, authority engineers, RFP will be overhauled. Someday I will also be scrutinized, my decision will be questioned. So that is the kind of ecosystem that we are aspiring for. It will not be proper to just say that something should be there, something should not be there. I am also open to scrutiny. So the way I am open to scrutiny, all of us are open to scrutiny here. So I think this has been a very livid discussion, very frenzied, very passionate discussion. And I think all of our speakers also deserve commendations. With that, I'd like to conclude this session. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please join your hands for all our speakers who shared their valuable perspectives with all of us today. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, views and ideas with all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And आपसे निवेदन है कि सामने दर्शक दीर्घा में अपने स्थान को ग्रहण करें. Kindly please be seated amongst the audience members so that we can proceed from here and invite the next panel discussion to begin from here. Thank you very much for joining us here. We understand that the audience members, our attendees, do have more questions and more clarification and more suggestions maybe they would want to add, but we'll have networking breaks, and during that time maybe they could be utilized well, and our speakers could be, contacted and presented with the perspectives that our attendees have. Thank you very much for your valuable perspectives, all speakers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after the first panel discussion that we just heard, we will now move on to the second panel discussion. And the subject for this, as we know, is new technologies in highways construction and use of technology in quality control. As we take a few moments to set the stage, may I please request everyone to remain seated unless it's very important to step out for some activity. We request everyone to kindly remain seated, please. New technologies in highways construction, use of technology in quality control. So as we begin with the proceedings for the second panel discussion, I would like to welcome the session moderator first. Shri S.K. Nirmal, the former Director General and Special Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार तालियों के साथ सबसे पहले स्वागत करते हैं श्री S.K. निर्मल जी का. And alumnus of the Delft University and recipient of several prestigious national awards. He's also served as Secretary General of the Indian Roads Congress. The Lifetime Achievement Award he's received from Indian Geotechnical Society, Delhi chapter. An Eminent Engineering Personality Award by Institution of Engineers, Delhi chapter are only some of the awards that he has received. Let's put our hands together once again for the moderator, Shri S.K. Nirmal. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Now, we would be inviting the session panelists to kindly please join us on the dais for this session, beginning with Professor Manoranjan Parida, Director CSIR, CRRI, to please join us. Zordar taliyan Professor Manoranjan ji ke liye. Can we have a louder applause, ladies and gentlemen? Known for his active contribution for the development of 1,700 kilometers of state highways and development of noise barrier for flyovers is a testament to his passion. Recipient of coveted positions such as the Deputy Director of IIT Roorkee and Morth Chair Professor, he is always keen to expand the deployment of state-of-art technologies for road development in the country. We welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting Professor Dharamveer from IIT Mumbai to please join us on the dais. So, taliyan Professor Dharamveer ji ke liye. A leading pavement engineer, expert and professor with over 24 years of experience in teaching, consulting and research. Professor Singh has transformed road construction practices across India and beyond and has been honored with the prestigious Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Birth Centenary Award. Please join hands once again for Professor Dharamveer from IIT Mumbai. We request Shri Bovin Kumar, CEO Cube Highways, who is a seasoned infrastructure leader with nearly 3 decades of experience, to please join us now. Please join hands for Shri Bovin Kumar. He is well known for being very passionate for innovation and technology to deliver exceptional service quality and operational excellence. He is widely respected for his commitment to sustainable infrastructure and enhancing user experiences. A wonderful warm welcome to you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, may I please invite Mrs. Atasi Das, a pioneer in sustainable pavement engineering and assistant vice president at GR Infra Projects. With over 26 years of international and national experience, she's led innovations in highway design, earning accolades like the Vishwakarma Award for Women in Construction. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत. May I please invite Shri Mayank Tyagi to kindly welcome our wonderful panel with a token of appreciation for each one. Welcoming our moderator and the panelists. सबसे पहले आइए शुरुआत करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं श्री एस के निर्मल जी का, our moderator for this session. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. Thank you very much for joining us in this session. Shri S. K. Nirmal, ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands. A very warm welcome. Professor Manoranjan Parida, thank you very much for joining us here in this session. We would like to acknowledge the presence and also thank you for being here with us. A round of applause for Professor Manoranjan, Director of CSIR, CRRI. A very warm welcome once again. Now welcoming Professor Dharamveer from IIT Mumbai. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, स्वागत. Professor Dharamveer, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. A very warm welcome to you. Shri Bovin Kumar, thank you very much for joining us here. Shri Bovin, CEO, Cube Highways. A wonderful warm welcome to you. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. Welcoming Madam Matasi Das for joining us here, who's a pioneer in sustainable pavement engineering and assistant vice president at GR Infra Projects. A wonderful welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us here. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we would like to hand over the session to the moderator, Shri S. K. Nirmal ji, and request him to kindly please begin the deliberations of the session from here. Sir. Shri S. K. Nirmal ji.
Good afternoon, friends, ladies and gentlemen. This session, though it is just before the lunch, and already some time has been encroached by the previous session, so we will try to keep it in time as far as possible. As you all know that new and innovative material use and their use in quality control is getting highest importance from Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, NHAI and all implementing agencies. So before I develop this particular subject, I would like to give a little background how it all started. In fact, in 2005, when model concession agreements were being prepared for all the sectors, that Planning Commission, Finance Ministry, Road Transport Ministry and NHAI, that time it was being thought that let us give freedom to the BOT entrepreneurs so that they can bring new technology, new materials, and we get innovation in our road projects. And they are all BOT projects, so money is being spent by concessionaires, so there should be no problem in giving them freedom. So they also asked NHAI, in fact Indian Road Congress, that why don't you have a manual so that you only frame the broad parameters and other freedom can be given to the developer or concessionaire. So that time we started preparing this 2-lane manual first, and we made the enabling provisions, because unless there is a provision in the manual which is part of the contract, you cannot implement any technology or any material. So we made enabling provision, and then model concession agreement also was finalized and we rolled out. But what we found that ultimately our mindset was that only what is given in the DPR only should be implemented, nothing new should come. And that was from the fear of failure, not only in concessionaire but also from the authority side. The person who is preparing this document or person who is approving this document, they also had fear. So in fact, the first decision about this issue, that how to address this issue, how to promote new technology, this first circular was issued by Ministry on 7th of June 2013. And on file, I took the approval from the Minister that if there will be any failure of any technology which we will implement under this particular program, there will be no punishment. So that approval was taken on file from the Minister, and then we started rolling out that a sort of accreditation committee was set up in Ministry. We will examine new materials, new technology, and we will approve them. And based on our approval, then they can be implemented in our contracts. First on trial basis, and then if their trials are successful, then on full scale basis. So after that, then a committee was also set up in Ministry, because they were finding that still people are not coming forward to implement the accredited material. That time in 2-3 years, we accredited about 22 materials in Ministry, and we uploaded on website that anybody can use them, normal projects as well as BOT projects, but still we were finding that people were not coming forward. So there were a lot of such conferences from IRC side also, from and Ministry and NHAI, everybody was trying to promote in various conferences, but still we found that the mindset has not changed, basically. So in various forums, Honorable Minister was also very candid in accepting, yes, let us, even our secretary told in one of the conferences that I will punish those officers of NHAI or Ministry who are bottleneck for implementing this new technology. So to that extent, Ministry was very enthusiastic in bringing this new technology. And 14th of December 2020, first exhaustive circular was issued, where all the new materials, alternative materials, technologies, everything was very clearly given, and what are the reference point, which is the IRC code, and how it should be implemented. So that 14th December 2020 circular is explaining all these things in very great detail. And then still we found that these technologies are not being used. So then another, in August 2022, then another policy circular was issued, where we explained that value engineering services which are normally being done in BOT projects by the concessionaire, why not to bring in DPR stage itself? Because unless it is in DPR, it will not be implemented. That is what we understood. So that exhaustive circular was issued, what are the options available in value engineering services. So that's after that circular, there were issue about saving, that if there is a saving, what should be done. So that also was addressed finally in September 24. I think if you go through the last circular of Ministry, September 24, everything has been explained about this, what options could be given to the consultant, contractors, concessionaires, what freedom can be given, because we were finding that some freedoms are being misused also. So that is being a hurdle in implementing of new technology. So with this kind of framework now in place, now I think the last circular is addressing almost all the concerns of government side also. So there should be no problem, and in fact this panel discussion today, we will like to hear the experience of all the expert panelists. We have panelists from the research institute who are promoting this technology, who are developing this technology. We have from academic institute who are also in part of, spreading and capacity building. Then we have one from the contractor side, one of the leading contractor representative, and then concessionaire representative also is there. So without taking much time, I think we will hear from the expert panelist in the course of this particular session. Thank you. So first, I think Professor Manoranjan Parida, you can give your views about this and presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a great privilege to share the new technologies in which CSR, Central Road Research Institute, has been working. So I have tried to make a very brief presentation. I will not go into the detailed presentations, but some of these technologies in various forums we have already shared, but this is a great opportunity to provide a very quick overview. On many occasions, we have been quite fortunate that some of the NHI officials, MORTS officials, they have been very much part of these technology trials, those which has been tried on the ground. So I start with the steel slag technology, which has been used for road construction. So this is one particular technology. The basic idea is that substitution of natural aggregates. Natural aggregates are going to be very scarce kind of resources. In the previous session, there was a discussion that you have to build another 2 million say kilometer of road network. You have to maintain the 6.3 kilometer of road network which has been created. So we cannot do the business the routine way we are doing. So the steel slag based road construction provides opportunity that the processed steel slag can be a substitute of the natural aggregates. And in terms of the steel slag which is produced from the various steel industries, currently it is 9.5 millions, and by the end of this decade, it is exactly going to be doubled. So already we have done the trial. This is one example near Surat. So it's a 6-lane facility in which the steel slag has been utilized in all layers for the flexible pavement construction. So this is one example of NH66 from Mumbai to Goa. In fact, we have done it in association with the NHI, where the steel slag has been utilized both for construction of cement concrete roads and bituminous roads, and in all layers the steel slag has completely replaced the natural aggregates. So this is another example of trial at Arunachal Pradesh near Zero Valley. So this was basically for the design of the overlays. It was for a 40 millimeter BC overlay. The steel slag was used, and this project has been possible because of the sponsorship from Ministry of Steel, which was done in association with AMNS, with Tata Steel, JSW Steel and RINL. So it has received attention of Honorable Prime Minister because the project is being pursued under the mission Waste to Wealth, so which gives a specific mandate of using the various industrial waste for construction of road infrastructure. So I am not going into the details of it, but then the steel slag guidelines has been prepared by Ministry of Steel, which has been disseminated to MORTH, and currently it has also been under consideration of H2 Committee of Indian Roads Congress, because at the end we are expecting that we have a IRC document. On the basis of that it's possible to scale up its application. The second is the replacement of the bitumen. So this is one idea, the idea of biobinders from agricultural waste. So currently we have a project which is sponsored by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. CRI has a patent where it is possible to do a replacement of 10 to 20% of this bitumen by the bio oil. So that is going to be produced from the rice straw. Because of the parali burning, this problem has been taken up, and CSR Central Road Research Institute in association with IIP Dehradun, this technology has been developed, and we did a trial at Jorbat between Guwahati and Shillong, and the other trial, in fact, it is slightly different from the earlier process. So that was a bio oil based biobitumen, but this is one from the lignin, and we did trials with 15% replacement and 10% replacement. So currently we are doing a finishing testing waiting with the Indian Oil. So Honorable Minister has reviewed the whole activity. 1 kilometer of trial has been done near Nagpur, and we have been asked to put up the detailed specifications and standards of these lignin based biobitumen, so that can be utilized for the road construction. Little bit about the cold mix technologies. So in fact, if we make a comparison, the cold mix versus hot mix, although this is for the rural roads, so you say in terms of fuel, for a cold mix construction, it is 90 liters of fuel. For the same reference, For a hot mix, it's going to be 1,698 say liters of fuel. So in terms of carbon emissions, the cold mix is going to be very effective, but in terms of practice, although in a lower category network it has been very effectively utilized, but we are yet to see its application with respect to higher categories. So this is one mobile cold mixer cum paver we have developed and transferred to BRO. In fact, the technologies can be used in hilly areas. Currently, the equipment is there in Himachal Pradesh. So for different projects of BRO, it has been deployed. So NHI DCL can take benefit of this. So this is like the road which has been constructed using this mobile cold mixer cum paver. So that basically addresses the challenge of space limitation to set up a plant through a mobile mixer. You can do that paving work. The institute is working on usage of waste plastics for road constructions. There are 3 patents with respect to the wet method of mixing, and currently we are working with one particular agency, Alliance to End Plastic Waste. So here there is great opportunity of utilizing the plastic waste for bituminous mix road construction. There are certain other technologies which is been developed by the institute. So this is one which is used for pothole repair. Very recently we did a demonstration with the government of Delhi to the PWD minister. So this is like without dewatering, how do you repair the pothole? And the technology has been, means we have entered into agreement with the government of Assam and in discussion with the government of Karnataka for wide applications of these technologies. Like currently cold emulsion based mixes are being utilized for the pothole repair. So this is an alternate, again, like it uses the cold process only. The other technology which has been which is there under discussion, so this is the EcoFix. So as an institute we have the mandate for developing the technology, transferring to the industry. Then the ideas of recycling, currently we have a limit of say only 30% of the RAP can be utilized, but can we go for higher RAP? So with NHI support we are doing projects with higher RAP content, because again the idea is that means recycling, reusing the material which is there as part of the highway cross sections. So the field trials are on with 35%, 40% and 45% RAP, and in fact on the basis of like the performance results, it is possible to make revisions in the IRC document where we have a benchmark of 30%. CRI has another technology which is ResuPep technology and very successfully used by BRO. Currently even we have done a trial in Bhutan. So that is essentially to work with lower temperature and also in terms of using recycled material. So this is like in very high altitude areas, very effectively the technology has been utilized. So this is one more rejuvenator. The institute has lot of interest in terms of various rejuvenating agents. So this is a Resubit technology which is transferred by from CRI to the WUMS industry, and this is also a potential material that can be very useful in terms of recycling of bituminous pavements. So I will just conclude with this. I'm really grateful to the support of Ministry to NHI in terms of trial sections, but the limitations are that the ideas need to be scaled up. Already Sri Nirmal has pointed about the challenges, because today if you look at the trial patches, they will not cross triple digit. It is less than 100 kilometers, and in certain cases the concessionaire, although they are utilizing, in some cases they are not being reported. So these forums, they provide a great opportunity where we can share our experiences, especially the steel slag has been utilized by a lot of concessionaire, and the disseminations is certainly going to help the sector in a very big way. And I believe that the various technologies, it takes time. Many times the industry expects that you provide a ready-made technology, so it is never available on the shelf. I urge the industry to be a partner in the development process, the way we are getting trial sections of NHI or MORTH. because the core development is only possible. You can't expect a finished product, but then these technologies, they have a great potential when we look at the future of highway infrastructure development in the country. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Parida, for explaining about various new technologies which are in development phase and what do you expect from, there is a code requirement for steel slag to promote further and bring confidence in the users. So I think the challenge also is that more and more trial stages if we give, then we get more confidence. That is also very important for the authorities. Thank you. Now Professor Dharamveer, I think we can hear from him. He is educating, he is involved in capacity development and a lot of, I see his web messages very frequently. So he's very actively involved in promoting new technology.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Looks like you all are tired. So, lunch time is there. We'll try to close it maybe before it starts. I will just take 10 minutes. And presentation is quite straightforward. And many of the things you already know. I will just highlight the points. I am not going to criticize the thing, but I will just try to bring the focus on why we are not able to do something when we have the tools and techniques with us actually. And that is how the focus of this particular presentation. I will show you this photograph. अगर आप इस फोटो को देखेंगे, एक तरफ बिटमिस रोड, एक तरफ कंक्रीट रोड है. आप अगर थिकनेस देखेंगे बिटमिस रोड का, देखिए ऑलमोस्ट 320-330 के लगभग थिकनेस है बिटमिस रोड का. इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट देयर आर फेलियर्स. डिजाइन का इशू तो नहीं है या फिर कंक्रीट का मटेरियल का इशू है, कंस्ट्रक्शन का इशू है. वी हैव टू लुक इनटू दैट एक्चुअली. एंड व्हेन समबडी इज डिजाइनिंग, बिकॉज डिजाइन इज आल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. So in this particular case, thickness has been designed, but whether the combinations were right or not, that we have to think about it actually. दूसरी तरफ आप देखेंगे तो कंक्रीट का रोड है. And we'll just keep on looking into certain photographs. आप फोटोग्राफ देखेंगे, कुछ certain roads you are going to see rutting very fast. हो सकता है maybe within 1 year, हो सकता है within 2 years, or maybe the very quick. Cracks भी हैं, potholes भी हैं. And if you see the interestingly one photograph which has very beautiful pattern of the potholes. And on that particular highways, because I remember I was part of that particular project, the thickness of the bituminous layer was almost 300 mm. अब 300 mm का thickness है, definitely bitumen, you cannot blame subgrade now actually. In spite of having very good thickness, the potholes were there. In fact, cracks are also there if you can see on the photographs. And bridge deck has become another issue because the selection of the mixes for the bridge decks, waterproofing membrane क्या है, how do we select it, how do we lay it down, what kind of quality test do we do on that, and what kind of mixes that we have to select. I think very much little attention has been paid on that. And because of that, if you see a lot of failures on the bridge decks, you are going to see on many places actually. Yeah. So this is how the way forward now. You do the pavement evaluation, rehabilitation, preservation or innovation. And we are not going to discuss everything here. I will just touch upon critical points, what exactly we are doing on different spheres actually right now. If you see this particular lifeline of the pavement starts very good in the beginning. If you see the point here, it starts very good on the excellent conditions. And then gradually deteriorates actually. Quite possible for some of the pavement, this graph may not look like that. It may be very fast, it may come down very quickly, quite possible. It may come like this, possible, or some of the pavement it may go like that also. For that you need to understand what kind of pavement condition, we have to understand how do we deploy the techniques to improve this particular graph, deterioration graph. And there are IRC 82 is there, 2023, and it recommends that pavement conditioning index has to be determined, or it has to be quantified for particular pavement section. And it has certain parameters. It has the riding quality, potholes, rut depth, cracks, raveling, and you just do all kind of distress measurements, and based on that you just do the PCI index. And based on the PCI index, you determine what kind of treatment is to be required for that particular highways actually. On some of the instances we have seen overlay is not required, but overlay has to be put up because of the contractual conditions, or sometimes the debate comes whether microsurfacing can do the job or BC is not required actually. So that kind of debate comes. In fact, right now a lot of advancement has come in this area. We are going to talk about that also actually. There are certain, you can see the techniques for O&M, and I will show some critical examples later on. Either you can use the microsurfacing or thin overlays, or you can use some innovative combinations of the recyclings. I will show you some of the examples and where we are really hitting the points and where we are heading actually. There are certain kind of improvement is also there in this direction. People are talking in terms of you construct something, some overlay, and it's something, nothing should happen at least next 10 years. New additives have come, polymers have come, modified binders have come, hybrid CRMB have come, waste plastic is also coming up. So we have to definitely innovate that. In spite of that, there are certain failures are coming up because of the concerns somewhere else actually that we have to also address. Some paving practices also we have to improve upon actually. We keep on talking about the materials, we keep on talking about the designs, we keep on talking about but how about the paving practices? Who is going to construct the roads? In fact, in the morning we have been listening that where are the engineers actually? Who is going to construct the road? What kind of education that we can transfer to the ground people actually, so that they can execute the things better? And this is what we need to understand. Technology is not going to help you. You have to really adapt the technology to bring the quality outcomes from that actually. And this is one of the project that we have done in one of the National Highway project, and thank you to Ministry and National Highway for giving us that particular trial stretch. The debate was quite simple. BC2 mix, if you say the minimum bitumen content is 5.4%. On one particular project, the aggregate quality was quite good, and contractor was quite sure that if I use 5.4% bitumen, it is going to bleed out actually. However, how do I prove that we cannot use 5.4 actually? On that particular project, what we have done, we have constructed almost 4 kilometers of the stretch using the performance-based design approach actually. We have demonstrated that if you do the construction using 5.4% bitumen content on that particular project, depending upon the quality of the aggregates and all, quite possible you may see certain failures. We did cracking test, we did rutting test. Based on that, we have optimized the bitumen content. And remember that it is not like cut and paste formula everywhere actually. You have to really be very careful that what kind of aggregates are there, what kind of properties are there actually. And you can do the rutting test also. In fact, I will go very fast in that. And this test is becoming quite popular nowadays because a major concern for us is the rutting nowadays actually. And that can be trapped actually. If you are smart enough in the beginning of your project, in beginning of the production of the mix, and there itself you have to check. And sorry to say that many of the mix design that I have seen so far, and whatever it has been put up in the plant, it's all like done in a few days actually. And it's very simple. You put aggregate, you put bitumen, and you know 5.4, 5.0 aggregates are there, that's it. That is the mix design. But that's not the mix design actually. You have to also execute that, you have to validate that in the plant actually. This is how the sample look like. Different mix will behave differently. In fact, we have developed certain tool. In fact, in morning you see we got certain kind of certificate. It was based on certain simple tool that we are developing now actually for the industry. And hopefully I think that will work out in the future. This is another technique that is coming up nowadays, and CGBM, which is called cement grafted bitumen macadam. 1 or 2 project has been done. In fact, we are also deploying that particular technology. It sounds to be good on certain stretch where you have the critical problems. So this is what it's coming up now. I will just go over now in these tools actually. Network survey vehicles have been used quite frequently on the highways, and you record all kind of distresses. There are different kind of distresses that you record. This is how the riding quality look like. Look into the riding quality now actually here. The riding quality requirement, what we have as per our IRC specification guidelines and whatever the IRC, US or other country actually have. If you see this particular graph, the riding quality on this particular highways, it goes abnormally high actually. And this is same case for the concrete road, same case for the bituminous road also. Not for all of the road, but majority of some of the roads are behaving that kind of abnormal actually. What are the regions? How do I take care actually? Some debate is also going on. Do I need to do the riding quality using NFC or BI actually? I think we should not go into that debate anymore actually. Because the advanced tool have come up. They are more accurate, they are more mechanistic, fundamentally strong. We cannot rely on the bump indicator, which is response-based system actually. And so we have to think about that. One of the client or one of the contractor, he started debating on this particular photographs. Sir, NSV is giving you more riding, higher roughness index, but bump indicator is giving less. In my contract, bump indicator written, therefore I will accept bump indicator only actually. I said riding quality is the riding quality actually. And you are collecting the data from certain tool actually. And there is a fundamental strong background behind NSV, how the NSV collect the data. But this is how the debate is going on now actually. Rating also, it can be measured like that. Now the falling weight deflectometer, if you see, a lot of questions in the industry on the falling weight deflectometer. I will show you some of the example, very interesting example, that how the contractor and agencies are really fighting their head on that actually. What is happening? Purpose of falling weight deflectometer is very simple. Do the structural evaluation, design the overlay actually. And if you see this particular, this is how the background goes actually. I will not go into the background, I will go to the main crux of this actually. Look into this particular diagram carefully. The blue indicate the aggregate modulus and the orange color indicate the subgrade modulus. Majority of the places subgrade modulus is less than the aggregate modulus is less than the subgrade modulus. How is it possible? You have 450 mm thickness of aggregate and subgrade is there. How is it possible? But this kind of report has been submitted, approved, and now think about the consequences of this kind of data actually. The overlay thickness will go 100 mm, 120 mm. There has to be some logical concept behind that why it is happening. Either by now the payment should collapse actually, if that kind of situation is there. Now if you see this, we corrected that particular problem because FWD, one FWD can give different results than other FWD because all are doing different ways actually. So there is, some people call it as black box. If you see this particular overlay thickness which is designed earlier, and if you really pay attention on the data and you look into the data carefully that how the analysis has been done, what kind of tool has been used, you will find the difference actually. And these are the actual project data I am showing you actually. Earlier the thickness was 80 mm, we repeat the FWD, do it again, the thickness has come 450 mm, majority of the places. Now that becomes the topic of debate that why this FWD was initially wrong but now it is correct. It is not wrong and correct, it is the way that we are doing the analysis actually, the way we are looking into the data. Until unless the consultant or those who are doing this particular survey, they are aware about it, same mistakes will keep on going actually. You will be putting unnecessarily 50% more. Now comes the milling and overlays. It's very common job nowadays actually. In fact, we have seen the brand new roads are getting milled and then overlay has been put up actually. Now another thing has come up, glass grid. And there is a lot of claim that glass grid, you put the glass grid below BC layer, the life is go 10 years. In fact, one of the major highways connecting from Mumbai to Jaipur, if you visit that, you will see a lot of slippage failure actually, almost more than 30 to 40 kilometers. Lot of failures have come up actually. How do I take care actually? What kind of design do I do? What kind of precaution that I need to take up actually? And this is how we need to look into that. See, the quality has to be achieved once you understand the kind of technologies. How it has to be implemented properly. Another comes the white topping actually. It's very popular. In fact, Maharashtra is leading in that particular area and a lot of good work is going on actually now. The question here is, how do I understand the bonding, debonding, how do I understand the performance of the white toppings actually? The failure comes, why the failure comes actually? What is the role of the bituminous layer in that actually? This is what we need to really look into that at this particular point of time, otherwise it will be too late for us actually later on in the future. Lot of distresses, lot of repairs. And I have seen the different practices of doing repairs of the concrete pavements actually. Somebody is innovating themselves, somebody is doing their own understanding, somebody is doing stitching in their own ways, somebody is doing stapling in their own ways. Different practices are going on actually. Many agencies, they all are doing different work actually. But the concept is same, failure is same actually. Other interesting thing is the construction, the quality of, the riding quality of the concrete pavement. You see one of the example. Concrete pavement riding quality, the index has to be 2000 less, but this is how it look like. It is 4000, 5000, in fact more actually. The question comes, how do I improve that actually? Either I can use micro milling, or I can use the diamond grinding, or I can use asphalt overlays, or I can use micro surfacing. Something has to be done. The riding quality, you cannot reconstruct your highways and then do it again. And what is the guarantee that reconstruction will help you? Again, you will come back to the same. So some of the things are there actually. Bituminous overlay, in one of the projects we have done the bituminous overlay using certain kind of different mix design approach, and we found it quite interesting and quite kind of, you can see the positive outcomes. However, we have to take care the kind of joints, the kind of cracks, they are there on the concrete pavement, other reflective cracks will come out. So this is what we supposed to look into that actually. This is one of the solution, but recently the ministry has issued circular that you cannot put BT overlay on top of the concrete actually. We need to look into that actually, because this is quite popular in all over the world actually. Other thing is the micro surfacing, don't waste your money on that. One layer is not going to help you anything actually. If you're putting 6 mm micro surfacing on concrete pavement and assuming that the riding quality will improve substantially, it will not happen actually. You need to think something bare minimum at least 30 mm to improve the riding quality actually. But then you can think about 3 layers of micro surfacing or 4 layers of micro surfacing. So this is one of the projects that you can look into that actually.
Just 2 minutes please.
This is how, it was last 2 slides. This is how the micro surfacing look like. Another thing which is coming up now is the micro cold fine milling actually. Some of the project has been done in this particular area, that how do I do that fine micro milling, whether it is a really right approach or not, that we have to discuss. It will definitely cut out something and improve the riding quality. And if you see here, this is how the sum result look like. The red color is the before and the green color is after doing the fine micro milling. There is certain improvement. However, there are certain concerns also that we have to look into actually. The aggregate exposed, the skidding, the friction, all kind of thing that we have to also look into that actually. Another approach is diamond grinding, which we don't have any equipment right now in India for doing the diamond grinding and grooving. Definitely some small scale grooving equipment may be there, but diamond grinding is altogether different equipment. If you see the photograph on this side, this is how the diamond grinding, this equipment look like. Almost more than 200 blades in one drum, which is going to travel together actually. This is how the rehabilitation of concrete pavement, rubblization. Rubblization is quite, I mean, very popular in some countries. In fact, in US, they do a lot of rubblization, because the concrete pavement is completely out of repair boundaries, you have to think about rubblization. And that particular layer can become your aggregate base. But you have to use the proper rubblization technique. I'm not sure whether it has been, one of the project it was done on airport, but not on the highways. I'm not aware about that. But this is one of the technique that you can think. Many project has been done in other countries actually. In fact, in the US you see a lot of project has been done. And this is the photograph that you can see on the rubblize project actually. And this is what the last slide for me. Any technology development that you planning to adopt, please understand the technology, get the technical support, train your team, have the quality monitoring, accept it, get the feedback from the data, from the field. Technology is not the substitute for poor paving practices. If your team is not good to adopt the technology, it doesn't mean the technology is going to help you actually. So with that, I will just conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gambhir, for bringing various options for the maintenance and rehabilitation of various pavements and all the technology available for that. Next presentation from Ms. Atasi Das. She will be talking about implementation, because they are directly implementing a number of technologies, and let us have their experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be discussing some of the technologies that we have been using, the successes and failures, and also the getting successes by by improving on the technologies. So some of it will be talking on the bonded rigid pavement, some of the technologies of concrete, and then flexible. And reinforced arch structures, repair and retrofits, because we see a lot of bulging and all, intelligent grading, and of course last but not the least, capacity building and skill development. Bonded rigid pavement has been in the IRC 58 code since a long time, but we have not used it. There is a little bit of distinct difference between the conventional rigid pavement and the bonded rigid pavement. We may think that there is an apparent saving. The bonded rigid pavement, when designed, the PQC thickness comes out at 240 mm. And the conventional is like 300 mm. And in this case, the PQC and the DLC is like monolithically connected together by virtue of mechanical bonding. We may do material bonding or mechanical bonding, but we have found success with mechanical bonding only. And now we have constructed hundreds of kilometers of bonded rigid pavement in the states of UP and Bihar. And also, I mean, it has heavily traffic corridor. And these are heavily traffic corridor, and the IRC code has been prepared under the RK Jain sir's supervision and all. It is going to be published soon. The execution and the quality aspects, the preparation after the preparation of the GSB, when we are constructing the DLC, the strength parameter has to be like 15 MPa. I mean, we are keeping a little bit of higher strength, and paving has to be done in one go for the entire carriageway width. If it is not possible, then we have to map the joints. The essence of bonded rigid pavement that we have to do, mapping of joints in DLC in the same places and the vertical plane that it has to be on the upcoming PQC. And also we have to seal the joints. And until and unless these quality aspects are not maintained, then it is not easy to adopt a bonded rigid pavement. We can only adopt bonded rigid pavement when we are quite sure of if we can do it. PQC has to be laid within 21 days of DLC laying, and the mapping of joints has to be done, and the joint cutting location using line dory and rate pin, all meticulous quality aspects have to be followed. The bond strength between the PQC and the DLC has to be maintained minimum 1.32 MPa, and every time and now we have to check by extracting cores. The challenges are that if the joints do not fall in the same place, then we will have entire longitudinal joint across the project corridor, and that is what we don't want. So those are the challenges in quality control. If we want to adopt any new technology, we have to also embrace the quality system. A little bit of cost comparison on the part is that there will be about 5 to 10% saving again, but there will be additional load of like joint cutting and sealing of the DLC, and so the saving, though apparent, it doesn't happen that much. Snapshots of the constructed bonded rigid pavement and heavy traffic corridor is going on, and from the code you won't find any distinction between the M40 grade of concrete and the M15 grade of concrete. There is no distinction at all. So it is so meticulously constructed with mechanical bonding by virtue of texturing. Coming to the short panel concrete pavement, well, we have done a trial patch of about 1 kilometer, again heavily traffic corridor in the state of Chhattisgarh. Again, it may be apparent that when we are reducing the slab size from 4.5 meter by 3.5 meter to 1.5 a square slab, it may be with the thickness reducing to 240 mm, it may apparently look like a saving, but no. There won't be need of dowel bars or tie bars, only required at the expansion and construction joints. It's very easy for maintenance and lesser thickness to handle. And now the quality aspect, we have to maintain 6 to 7 joint cutting machines on the same day, because otherwise if the joint cutting machines are not there, it is not worth to take up SSCP, the short panel concrete pavement at all. And we have to start cutting joint in bigger size like 3 mm by 3 meter by 3 meter, and thereafter coming inner 1.5 meter by 1.5 meter. So that is the quality aspect for making this technology a success. So these are again nice pictures. Mr. Yash Pandey from my team is there. He executed the work, and it is heavy traffic is like plying on the corridor with success. And again, a little bit of cost comparison. There will be about 10% saving, but the joint cutting thing, we have to embrace it, otherwise it won't be a success. Coming to street pavement, performance as street as its name. What is it? Under the leadership of Dr. Professor Nikhil Sabu of IIT Roorkee, we have implemented use of bio-bitumen or molasses in bituminous wearing course. The molasses is, again, the quality aspect that it has to be followed in this case, the mixing, and there will be the mixing of when the molasses are mixed, that bitumen should not be heated more than 110 degrees centigrade, and the shearing rate will be 500 RPM, mixing time 15 to 20 minutes. But what is happening is that there will be some plant changes required. Unless we have a little bit of upgradation, a little bit of investment, and we can make this molasses a success, the bio-bitumen a success. And the bio-bitumen, the pumping the bitumen at the temperature should not be done more than at 150 degrees centigrade. And the blend should be used on the same day, should be mixed and produced on the same day it has been prepared, because prolonged heating may result in Maillard reaction, and excessive heating has to be required, and foams and fumes come out when we are mixing the molasses with the virgin bitumen. We have used VG40 and mixed the molasses in VG40 bitumen, and the plant will run at 80% capacity. We have to assume a little bit of glimpse of what we constructed, and again the traffic corridor is like 215 MSA. And this was laid at night time, so we can see a little bit of fumes coming out. So this is during construction, Shamli, Muzaffarnagar area, just after construction, then after 1 year of construction, then after 2 years of construction. And the thing is that, I mean, there is no rutting, there is no cracking, nothing. And so bio-bitumen, can it be termed as a modified bitumen? With this heavily traffic corridor, 215 MSA, and using VG40 and replacing 25% of VG40 with the molasses, there will be a direct saving. And then our dependency on importing of bitumen will reduce, and we can it will be a smart way of working with the waste materials also. We can term it easily as modified bitumen. Future work is going on, because we are going to use in our next project, we are trying to mix with wrap bitumen also, and lay molasses, wrap bitumen, and use in DBM also. So a little bit of cost comparison, 50 rupees per kg VG40 bitumen, cost of molasses, it is 15 rupees per kg, including transportation we have seen in some areas. Saving per ton of bitumen is 35 rupees neat, it shows, but when we are replacing 25% is the recommended dosage, so there will be per ton, the share will be a 350 rupees of saving. We can implement it with some care of the plant modification. Coming to perpetual pavement, lifetime, lifelong. These are the compositions of the perpetual pavement that we have seen implemented in India. Many of them have seen successes, and some we are having issues. Nevertheless, these are all with virgin materials, and the virgin materials like for greenfield corridors, but can we think of perpetual pavement in the brownfield corridors also? Of course, and it can be with or without recycled materials also. It can be done with FBBC, foam bituminous base course. Like we have 3 layers of DBM. The bottom layer can be replaced with a cold mix, where we will do the foam bituminous base course, and it will serve as a part of the perpetual pavement system. So what will happen? This reduction in fuel consumption. We have seen already how the cold mix works wonders. Reduction in the use of virgin aggregates, lower bitumen consumption, utilization of RAP in the brownfield projects. The quality aspect that is required to handle with this FBBC perpetual pavement is of course zero error in quality. The construction of the subsequent layer can be done after evaporation of at least 50% of the water has taken place. The pros and challenges, it is that there will be a direct saving of virgin bitumen 2%, it is environment friendly, but the foaming attachment will be there. That investment has to be done. This project we are going to employ in our upcoming project, Kolkata-Varanasi Expressway. Reinforced start structures, repairs and retrofits. We know that I mean, this is an unwanted case. Sometimes, I mean, unintentionally something happens due to quality lapses, and mostly in case of like RE walls which are constructed in like acute corners, because there will be complex fixing of geogrid at acute corner, then compaction is not possible in those areas, then selection of inappropriate fill material will be there, but we have all kinds of box structures, LVUPs, SVUPs constructed across our highways. So what happens is that mitigation of quality lapses at acute corners, as part of mitigation what we do is that we do a lot of nailing. I mean, nailing, it ensures the stability of the RE system. Then we monitor also during the DLP period that no further movement is there. But what happens is that aesthetics is hampered due to the presence of service road and people commuting, and there is always people takes a photograph and puts it on newspaper. So what we did that I mean, after the nailing work is done, we constructed lagging wall in front of the RE wall within the limited space, because we don't have enough space also, the service road is there. So this is a scheme that works. Instead, we can forego nailing also. We can forego nailing and construct such a lagging wall in front of the RE wall, so that it takes care of the bulging. It is anchored to the main system, to the parent system. The foundation system is like piles. It is on pile foundation, 600 mm thickness only. The length of the anchoring nail is 12 meter, placed at 2 meter center to center. Only the space requirement is only 2.5 meter. And the costing is also only 1.5 meter to 1.8 lakh per running meter as per the height of the wall. So this is how it is constructed, the lagging wall. We have seen that how the nailing was looking in a bad shape and all. So the pile foundations are done, and the step by step the wall is constructed. And now in the last picture we can see how stable it looks, and gives a good feeling to the to the commuters also. It is stable and there is nothing going on regarding the stability of the wall. Now coming to the case study 2, it is on the hill road. What happened that maintenance, again a quality lapse. The site team took up maintenance work during the peak monsoon season, and during the peak monsoon season, removing the paving, the bituminous material was not a good idea. And then came the incessant rainfall. So this 2-tier RE wall, which is 26 meter high, so it bulged. And we can see the first tier, we can see the second tier. How to repair? So these are the nailing, this is the scheme done, and Terry Army helped us with this. And the bottom tier wall was excessively nailed. I mean, it is not a worth of an idea to remove the entire RE wall system, which is like 26 meter high. So what we did, we nailed the entire system, the panel system in the bottom wall, and then the second tier and the first tier we jacketed. The jacketing was done by virtue of like 2 meter height steel welded wire mesh panels, and then doing the infill with the crushed stone. So first tier and bottom tier we have, now it looks a stable system. So on the left side we see what it was, and on the right side we see what it is. Now it has become, and no one will be able to see from this figure the panels, the defective panels are behind the new fascia. So intelligent है सबके सब. The intelligent automation in construction, talking about intelligent grading, we also adopted in few of our project. Like we anticipated like it will finish on time, elimination of guesswork and rework, accurate and fast, real-time monitoring will be done, precise control over each blade of grader and all will happen. Nowadays the RFPs, all the project RFPs are having the provision of intelligent grading and intelligent compaction, like equipment equipped with instrumentation, thermal sensors for bituminous work and GPS, everything, real-time compaction, real-time feedback, everything will come. But no, it doesn't happen. 1 or 2 days our supervisors and the graders and the operators worked, the next day they gave up. No one is willing to do. So what is that? Need to understand detail in the Indian condition. These are costly affairs and require skilled manpower to understand equipment and interpret the system. The capacity building is required. So I mean, in lieu of conventional system, if we one fine day, if we say that all projects to have intelligent grading and all things intelligent, it doesn't happen. So capacity building and retaining labor is the next thing that we as contractors we are facing. The role of the government, industry and academia should this is a broader platform where we can discuss how we can bring up the initiatives, like when we are bringing in new technology, they are getting trained and something that skilled workforce should be retained and all, and what we can do, compensation and benefits can be given, and continuous learning and professional development can be given, and the child education, family stay can be accommodated in this at site level also only, that we are thinking of as contractors. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tasi, for bringing all the real implementation of all the new technologies and their challenges. Now the last panelist, Mr. Bovin, I think you can share your experience of real new technologies like Cube Highways.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my presentation is a bit different. I would not be talking much about materials and things, but I would like to start, with as we are concessionaire and investors into road sector. So we generally either buy the projects from the existing concessions or getting the projects from NHAI as a TOT. So basically, we do not construct ourselves, but we get the projects which are constructed by somebody else. And these projects come to us with some issues. So the first thing which I would like to speak about is now we talk about digitalization and data everywhere. But this is one thing which I feel we are still lacking on the data front. So when we get any asset, we do not get design data, we don't get construction records, we don't get as-built drawings. Sometimes we get, but not always. So there are challenges. Most of the time we face challenges with this. Secondly, on the maintenance front, we see some premature failures and issues in the pavement. We see poor quality of structures, and we see poor drainage, especially in urban areas. So these are a couple of things which I am just highlighting. There are many more, so I am just talking about this. On the construction front, we don't do directly construction, but sometimes as a part of CA, if we have to do something, maybe some CUS work or some initial works, or sometimes as in one case we had to do 6 laning, so then we get it done. So I'll just highlight a couple of issues amongst the, our first project was Jaipur Mahua. So when we took over that asset, we saw a lot of rutting and premature failure on the right carriageway. So we investigated why it's happening. So one thing which we could find out was like, so there was a lot of marble carrying truck traffic. So overloading was one of the main culprit. Another thing was like the temperature ranges. So ambient temperature there was around 47, 48 degrees, leading to pavement temperature in the range of 70, 75 degrees. And in the winter it goes down. So what we needed was so when we had to do the overlay, so what we needed was a rut resistant material. So we did a lot of research, and we then did test sections around 50 kilometers of HIMA, SMA and PMB, and monitored the progress, and it worked well. So it's necessity is the mother of invention. So we had to explore, how do we deal with the issues. So we came out with this new material HIMA. Another issue which I would like to share was Delhi Agra section when we acquired. So there was one VUP, and we were seeing that in the approaches there was failure time and again. So we tried to find out why it's failing, and when we do some trial pits, we found that there is water ingress in the granular layers. So how do we address that? So then what we did is that we milled all the pavement, and first we had put the subsurface drainage system. So because we saw the geometrics of that road, so we said there's an issue with geometrics and water is bound to come. So then we had to address that water. How do we take it out of the pavement? So then we had set up the subsurface drainage system to address, and now it has been already 3 years. We never faced any challenge in that section again. Another road, Ghaziabad-Aligarh section, when we took over that section, so we observed that the entire pavement we had to mill. So now challenge in front of us was when we are milling around 90 kilometers of 4-lane road, what do we do with this milled material? So then we explored various options, and that's when we decided to go for called central plant recycling, and we saved around 425,000 metric tons of aggregates. and significant bitumen as well. So it was environment friendly, we saved some cost also. So that's how we addressed a couple of these challenges. Similar challenges we see on the structures. So when you see any RE walls constructed maybe 20-25 years before, you will see them still intact. But as Secretary Sahab was saying in the morning, with speed probably we have somewhere lost quality in some cases. So, but in RE walls it looks very frequent that most of the RE walls you will find bulging. So that has become like a norm these days, and we have to address that. So as Atasi said, soil nailing, replacing some of the panels, sometimes even opening the RE wall and reconstructing a part of it. So that's all. Those are things which we have to do. Then not only the RE walls, but even the structures quality has also gone down. So when we acquire some assets, we see sometimes bearings in the shape. You can see the pictures around. So we have to replace the bearings. Sometimes we have to replace suspension joints, and sometimes people even there are years together that some structure has been constructed, bearings have been installed, but those bearings have never been unlocked. So during construction they were locked, so and it is still so, which is resulting into some shear cracking on the girders. So those we have to address. Then another thing is the concrete quality issues. So we see a lot of honeycombing, voids, poor compaction issues, lesser concrete strength even. So sometimes we have to do epoxy grouting or cementous grouting, or sometimes even cement fiber reinforced polymer laminates we have to use for the strengthening of the concrete. So these are a couple of challenges which we keep seeing. This is one major challenge. So we talk a lot about drainage, but somehow which is lacking in most of our assets, especially in urban areas. And then you see why it's lacking. So sometimes when we acquire asset, we don't find any disposal point. Where do we dispose of this water? Because there is no integrated plan of a city to handle the drainage system. So highways authority or as a highway operator, we can't do much on this. If there is no drainage system of the city and the road is becoming a natural channel, so what do roads authority, how do they handle this? Sometimes even we see so many people have connected their sewers to our drains because there is no sewerage system. So for that, unplanned development is also one reason for this, and another is that so we are somewhere lagging behind on the infrastructure development. Our development of the population is rising. So much of urbanization is happening, but we are lagging behind on the development of the basic infrastructure. Another thing is sometimes drains are there, disposal point is there, but the drains are inadequate. Why? So again, the unplanned development is one reason, or sometimes we have not designed the drains properly. So when I say unplanned development, because what's happening is like so we have designed drain for something, but then the land use has changed. So the runoff which earlier should have maybe like 70%, 80% is infiltrating the ground and 20% is only runoff, but now it's changed probably reverse. So it's 80% is now runoff. So the drains will become inadequate, and at certain locations, subsurface drainage is not there. Why? Because the road level have increased, or the road has not been designed to take care of that. So these are the things, and then so what we do is like so we try to fix the problems wherever we can. So one of the things what we have done on Delhi Agra road is like we didn't find any disposal point, then we went ahead with the crosswind technology based rainwater harvesting pits, because constructing a normal RWH pit, the problem was that people will throw garbage into it and it will get filled and it will not work. So we had to make some rainwater system which continues working. So we had gone ahead with this type of system. Sometimes we improve wherever we can get some disposal point, we construct drains, and if nothing works, then pumping stations, and pumping is the only way out which we have to go ahead. So but how do we address these issues in long term? So to me, if you ask me, there has to be the approach has to be now the data driven, and we need to have our assets digital in the digital forms, right from concept stage till the operation and maintenance stage. So BIM, which is now happening across the globe, I feel that we are lagging behind on this, and it's a high time that we have to start working on BIM implementation on our road infrastructure, because we have already constructed significant amount of road infrastructure and we don't have the complete data of our infrastructure. So we need to start working on that. Because only way to make the system work is using data. We have to reduce the human intervention. Every stakeholder has to be on the one platform. So single data people are working on. So when I talk about BIM, so it's basically when you work on the concept, so creating the 3D model at that stage itself, and then keep on upgrading it as the project progresses. And then, so that's the design consultants will work on the same model, NHA also gives approval on the same model, and then the people who are reviewing it, design proof consultants, they also give their comments on the same model, and the contractor also works on the same model. And once the project is completed, that model is also used by people like us for the asset management.
Cover in 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes.
So that will transform into asset information model, and so I think that's the only way we have to work on. So I will leave to the other points. I think the construction automation has already been talked about, and new materials have already been talked about. So I'll just close with this. So my main point is our approach has to be data driven. So we have to create digital twins and use it right from cradle to grave philosophy. So from concept stage to operational stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavin. I think all the 4 panelists have done full justice to this particular presentation, and so I think now we can have a couple of questions, because already time is running out, but still, if you have some questions, or lunchtime also, all will be available. Yes.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, मेरा CRR मेरे लैब में क्वेश्चन है, रेडमड हम यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं रेडमड एम्बेडमेंट?
रेडमड का ट्रायल इट्स गोइंग ऑन इन ओडिशा नियर रायगढ़, सो वी आर वर्किंग. इट कैन बी यूज्ड इन एम्बेडमेंट. Raigad case study here, maybe you can approach us directly, so we can share details of that particular project.
Also, this is also Raipur Visakhapatnam Greenfield Highway.
Okay.
Sir.
Yes, please.
May I, sir?
1 minute पे. अच्छा आप बताइए जैन साहब.
Sir, my question is to all the panelists put together. The problem before the country in respect of maintenance of quality of riding or ride quality in case of concrete pavements is a very serious issue. Some milling has been done that is quite costly. Apart from that, it gives the texturing in the longitudinal direction. Whereas when I was writing IRC 15, I had said it is preferable to have transfers, because our country has a lot of this dhool mitti during this, and during the rainy season, every channel acts to drain it and we get a fine. This is one problem. Second problem is when we mill it, the surface texture becomes quite, the nodules come out. How to treat that? And then third problem is, apart from cost, supposing to which depth we have to mill. I have done this in 2018, a project which is quite successful, 40 mm, but then it failed. We went up to 100 mm. These are the relevant questions, because I have inspected about 50 projects of NHI. The major problem with is compaction. I will be dealing it in some forum separately, that needs a lot of time. But if any one of you can solve it or reply, because we have to work on it. It is very serious issue. For flexible, we can put some this thing, but for this choice is not available to us
in rigid pavement. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Tasi would like to.
Sir, I would like to say, as I said, that compaction part is there and intelligent compaction should be brought in. And we are trying to go for intelligent compaction, but again, the layer by layer compaction needs time. I mean, I have shown in like when we are building an embankment, sir. So our embankment is compacted to 95% compaction. So we are leaving 5% there already. That is going to settle. And then if it is built on like, if it is built in like 12 layers, so 250 mm for a 6-meter height embankment is already built in there. So the ideal we should go for 100% compaction in those cases to ensure that we do not leave any tolerable settlement within the embankment, and that will only solve the case, sir. Going for 100% compaction instead of 95% compaction.
But that, Tasi, that can happen only when you do not 97%, which is table 300.2, page 66 MORTS specification, right hand corner. That is why I introduced the term compactable density. And in the new specifications, DG Saab was there. When we now you will find like DLC and PQC, we will have trial stretch of soil and to which density it can be compacted. We don't have provision for rolling up to the last. You see any moisture density curve, where is 97%? It is says not less than. We have not gone to the maximum. Few projects which I have investigated, this is the problem, this is very serious. Tasi, we cannot do, we can do it in future.
Yes.
When,
I think with your experience and with our all experience, we should try to address all the issues on concrete pavement especially.
Yes,
you have raised the right issues, and I think any more, you want to have any other comment?
Sir, he has some solution, he has done in one.
Okay.
See, basically, we have developed diamond grinding for Indian Air Force long back in 2012, and we did Srinagar runway also. But due to the problem is when the production of that tool, we made a drum type tool with diamond grinding bits, and we tried to implement it. The machine was powered by 13 HP diesel engine, and around 10,000 square meters of work took around 45 days in Srinagar, and it is still functioning.
Okay, good.
Sir,
I think the time is running out. So
I will work with him. We are further developing it and bring out something cheaper.
Okay.
And also lasting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we already crossed. Everybody is waiting for lunch.
Thank you very much, sir. And if there are more questions, they could be taken up later.
Lunchtime also you can discuss with any of the panelists. Any question. Most welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here. And let's give a big round of applause to the wonderful, eminent panel that we had here on the day. Thank you very much for sharing your perspectives. Thank you, speakers, for gracing us with your presence right here. We request all the participants to kindly join us for lunch now. And we do have 2 panel discussions and sum up of the session after we return from the lunch break. So kindly please join for the rejuvenating lunch break. And 2:30 we are reassembling and reconvening here in this hall. सभी से निवेदन है 2:30 बजे 2:30 पर हम सभी को वापस आना है. जो हमारे बाकी के डिस्कशंस हैं उनके लिए, तो काइंडली प्लीज 2:30 बजे तक 2:30 पर सभी को लौट कर आना है. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, काइंडली प्लीज प्रोसीड फॉर लंच एंड रीअसेंबल एट 2:30 प्लीज. थैंक यू.
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला, क से
कर्तव्य.
अरे सड़क सुरक्षा का सबसे पहला और सबसे जरूरी पार्ट है कर्तव्य. ये हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम अपने साथ साथ दूसरों के बारे में भी सोचें.
लो भाई साहब, अगर सड़क के बीचों बीच इस तरह से ट्रक छोड़ेंगे और चले जाएंगे तो पीछे से स्पीड में आ रही जो गाड़ी है वो ठोक देगी ना आपको। ये हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम इस निर्धारित पार्किंग स्पॉट में ही गाड़ी को लगाएं।
और अगर किसी कारण बीच सड़क में आपकी गाड़ी खराब हो जाती है तो हमेशा पार्किंग लाइट ऑन करें
और वार्निंग ट्रायंगल गाड़ी से थोड़ी दूर पीछे जा करके रख दें ताकि आने वाले जो ट्रैफिक है उसे पता चले कि सामने गाड़ी रुकी हुई है।
समझ गए सर।
तो याद रखना, कैसे कर्तव्य निभाएंगे तभी तो दूसरों से अपेक्षा रख पाएंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला, ओखली में सर देना।
कभी कभी लगता है ये मुहावरे कहावतें हमारे यातायात की हालात देख करके ही लिखे गए। अब जैसे एक है ओखली में सर देना। ओखली में सर देने का क्या मतलब? इनकी तरह ये देखिए, वन वे में गाड़ी घुसेड़ना, बिना बात के मुसीबत मोल ली, जरा सी जल्दबाजी के पीछे अब ये झेलते रहिए दिन भर पी 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 पी। अब से ध्यान रखना है कि कोई भी सड़क सुरक्षा के नियमों का उल्लंघन न कर पाए। कोई भी कानून से ऊपर नहीं है, न आप न मैं। चलिए मिल करके सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए प्रयास करते हैं।
हेलो, गेस्ट पहुंच रहे हैं। अकेले कैसे संभालूंगी मैं? थोड़ी तेज गाड़ी चला लो, जल्दी आओ।
क्या चाहती हैं आप? कि वो गाड़ी भिड़ा दे, ठोक दे? क्या बताया था मैंने आपको?
सॉरी सर।
सॉरी नहीं, फोन उठाइए।
सुनो, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हाँ, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ। जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला, च से
क्योंकि सड़क पर ट्रैफिक जैम हो या हो खाली, हर पल चौकन्ना रहना बहुत ही जरूरी है। क्योंकि कभी कुछ ऐसा भी हो सकता है जिसका आपको पहले से आभास ही ना हो। अब यूं तो ये सड़क काली लग रही है, और आपको कहाँ पता कि छुट्टी का टाइम होने वाला है। इसलिए जहां एक तरफ मैं स्कूल से विनती करूंगा कि छुट्टी के टाइम बच्चों के सुरक्षित सड़क पे निकलने का प्रबंध करें, वहीं आपसे भी विनती करूंगा कि आप भी सड़क पे निकलें तो अपना सारा ध्यान जहां केंद्रित करें और गति सीमा पर चलें, ताकि कभी कुछ अचानक हो जाए तो आप संभाल पाए उसे।
हेलो।
तुम कब आए?
च से चौकन्ना रहिए।
याद रखना, यहाँ हर पल चौकन्ना है रहना। ये सड़क है भैया, संभल के चलना।
जल्दी निकलो, साहब 5 बजे फ्री हो जाएंगे। जी मैम। और सुनो, थोड़ा तेज चलाना, तभी ऑफिस टाइम से पहुंच पाओगे।
देवी जी, इतने दिनों से सबको क्या सिखा रहे हैं?
भैया, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से जाओ।
जी बिल्कुल, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ जाओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ। जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ। समझ गए? हाँ, जाओ। सही बोला।
अरे 5 मिनट में आ सकते हो तो आओ, वरना दूसरी कैब बुक कर रहा हूँ। थोड़ा एक्सेलरेटर दबा लो।
क्यों भैया, 2 घंटे से यहाँ बैठे हो, 5 मिनट भी भारी पड़ रहे हैं? हाँ?
भैया जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हाँ करेक्ट, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ। जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ। बताना सबको।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला, एक मछली पूरे तालाब को गंदा करती है।
बड़े बुजुर्गों से सुना होगा आपने कि एक मछली जो है पूरे तालाब को गंदा करती है। आइए मिलवाएं उस बेसब्र मछली से। ये देखिए कैसे इस येलो ट्रैफिक लाइट पे तैरती हुई चली आ रही है, और ये फैला इसने गंदगी, और ये हो गया पूरा तालाब गंदा। सड़क पे आपकी छोटी सी गलती सबके लिए बहुत बड़ा सरदर्द बन सकती है। इसलिए याद रहे, सड़क सुरक्षा का हर पल ध्यान रखना है। तालाब को साफ रखने वाली मछली बनना है।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। आ बैल मुझे मार।
एक कहावत सुनी होगी आपने कि आप बैल मुझे मार, यानी जानबूझकर मुसीबत मोल लेना। ये देखिए, जानते हुए भी कि पीछे से ट्रैफिक चला आ रहा है, अचानक ब्रेक मार दी, अरे और नतीजा क्या हुआ ये देखिए। अरे भैया समझिए, सड़क सुरक्षा है हम सब की जिम्मेदारी। इससे खिलवाड़ करना पड़ेगा बहुत भारी।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। ख से
सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए जितना ख्याल नियम कानून का रखना जरूरी है, उतना ही जरूरी है अपनी गाड़ी का ख्याल रखना। क्योंकि यूं तो लगता है कि सामने से 2 पहिया चला आ रहा है, अरे पर है असल में 4 पहिया। इसीलिए अपनी गाड़ी को फिटपाट कंडीशन में रखिए, इनकी तरह नहीं।
रुकिए 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 रुकिए।
अरे बच्चन साहब,
आपकी गाड़ी की एक आंख तो बंद है, जरा ध्यान रखिएगा इसका। हाँ।
और आप भी अपनी गाड़ी के ब्रेक्स, टायर्स, लाइट्स, इंडिकेटर वगैरह फिट फाट कंडीशन में रखिए।
गाड़ी की समय समय से सर्विसिंग करवाते रहिए।
बच्चन साहब,
हाँ,
एक सेल्फी।
पहले जाके अपनी आंख ठीक करवाइए, फिर
ओ यस यस, हाँ सर।
तो याद रहेगा ना, गाड़ी का हमेशा रखना है ख्याल। भैया आखिर जान का है सवाल।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। गिरगिट की तरह रंग बदलना।
कुछ लोग सड़क पर गिरगिट की तरह रंग बदलते हैं, मतलब इनकी तरह बार बार लेन बदलते रहते हैं, कभी राइट कभी लेफ्ट कभी बीच में। ये देखिए, अरे हो गया। आप सबसे अनुरोध है हाथ जोड़कर, सड़क पर ऐसी हरकत ना करें, लेन के नियमों का पालन करें। आखिर इंसान है भैया, गिरगिट थोड़ी ना है।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। त से
तैयार।
देखा आपने, अगर सड़क पे टर्न लेना हो तो बहुत पहले से तैयार रहना पड़ता है। अगर आप लेफ्ट टर्न ले रहे हैं तो पहले से आप लेफ्ट लेन में शामिल। अगर राइट टर्न मारना है तो पहले से ही राइट लेन में शामिल हो जाए। और मान लीजिए कभी कभी गलती से आप अपने आप को गलत लेन में पाए तो कट मत मारिएगा, पहले इंडिकेटर दिखाइए। उसके बाद रियर व्यू मिरर में देखें कि पीछे ट्रैफिक कितनी दूर है। अगर आपको लगे कि आपके पास जगह है टर्न मारने की तो ही टर्न मारें, नहीं तो आप वेट करें जब तक वो पीछे वाली गाड़ी आगे न निकल जाए, उसके बाद आ जाए।
समझ गया। अब मैं चलाऊं?
भाई साहब, अभी आप तरह से तैयार नहीं है। पहले तैयार होंगे, फिर गाड़ी मोड़ेंगे, अचानक कट मारकर नियम नहीं तोड़ेंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। स से
समझदारी।
सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत जरूरी है समझदारी। जब भी सड़क पर निकले थोड़ी सी समझदारी दिखाएं। कभी नहीं, देख लीजिए, एक तो ट्रिपलिंग यानी 3-3 बैठाए हुए हैं, ऊपर से बच्चे को टंकी के ऊपर बैठाया हुआ है। अरे भाई साहब, देखिए तीनों लोग आप निकल ही पड़े हैं तो कम से कम मुन्ने को बीच में बैठाइए। और देखिए एक हार्नेस आती है, यानी मुन्ने को अपने से बांधने वाली पेटी, वो भी आप ले सकते हैं। और इनके लिए और इनकी माताजी के लिए हेलमेट तो अभी के अभी आप लीजिए।
भाई साहब, सबसे पहले बिटिया को बीच में बिठाएं। मम्मा और बिटिया दोनों के लिए हेलमेट लें। बच्चन साहब से डांट खानी है क्या?
जब भी सड़क पर निकले, ये कोशिश हो हमारी, हर कदम हर पल दिखाएंगे समझदारी।
बैठिए मैडम, बैठिए। अरे देखो इनको, इनकी नाक देखो, बिल्कुल अपने पिताजी से मिलती है। देखो इसकी आंखें देखो। पता है तेरे पिताजी ने हमें हंसाया है, रुलाया है, मनोरंजन दिया है। मतलब कौन सा गाना था? एक चतुर नार बड़ी होशियार है, क्या गाना था वो?
ओए बिट्टू, तू यहाँ क्या कर रहा है? और ये दोनों लड़कियां कौन है?
लेकिन भाई साहब आप कौन है?
जी मैं इसका बाप हूँ।
आप इसके बाप हैं? महमूद का बेटा नहीं है तू? अरे हास्य कलाकार महमूद, ये तेरे बाप का रोड नहीं है? जी नहीं। तो फिर बिना हेलमेट के दो लड़कियों को बिठा के रूम रूम करते शर्म नहीं आती तुम्हें? चलान तो कटेगा भैया तेरा। और अभी उतर के लेके जाओ। आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए कृपया ट्रैफिक नियमों का पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि रोड किसी के बाप का नहीं है। शाबाश। सड़क सुरक्षा जीवन रक्षा। एक मिनट,
जानते हैं मेरा बाप कौन है?
भाई साहब कौन नहीं जानता। 1892 में वो पहले भारतवासी थे जो ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में इलेक्ट हुए थे। उनकी किताब पॉवर्टी नॉन ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया ने ही अंग्रेजों की लूट के बारे में हम हिंदुस्तानियों की आंखें खोल दी थी। आप पारसी लोग जो हैं हमारे देश की शान हैं।
मैं आपको पारसी दिख रहा हूँ?
आप पारसी नहीं है, आप पारसी नहीं है, हैं? आप दादा भाई नौरोजी के बेटे। मतलब ये रोड आपके बाप की नहीं है?
मैंने कब कहा ये रोड मेरे बाप की है?
तब फिर बिना सीट बेल्ट पाए फोन पे गल करते हुए शर्म नहीं आती तो? हेलो, पैसे पार देना।
पाजी फर्ज करो ए रोड मेरे बाप दी होंदी फिर
ते मैं उन्हें भी फाड़ लेंदा। आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए ट्रैफिक नियमों का कृपया पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि रोड किसी के
बाप के नहीं है।
शाबाश। सड़क सुरक्षा जीवन रक्षा।
अरे मरी क्या?
सॉरी सर, मैंने आपको देखा नहीं।
लेकिन मैंने आपको देखा, मैंने आपको पहचान भी लिया। मैं आपके पिताजी को बहुत अच्छी तरह जानता हूँ, बहुत महान इंसान थे। उनकी मैंने सारी किताबें पढ़ी हैं। मैं तो उनका बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ। सुबह ही मैंने उनकी फ़ोटो पर हार भी चढ़ाया।
फोटो? और मेरा बाप तो जिंदा है।
तिलक साहब जिंदा है?
तिलक?
हाँ।
अरे मेरे बाप का नाम रसिक लाल है।
रसिक लाल? लोकमान्य तिलक? ये आपके बाप का रोड नहीं है? तो फिर नो एंट्री पे एंट्री क्यों लिया आपने?
मुझे माफ कर दीजिए।
देखिए, आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए ट्रैफिक नियमों का कृपया करके पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि
रोड किसी के बाप का नहीं है।
वेरी गुड। चलिए रिवर्स लीजिए। सड़क सुरक्षा जीवन रक्षा।
अपनों के लिए और अपने लिए, धड़कन के लिए, जीवन के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। ओ चलो रे यार ध्यान से, ध्यान से यारो, संभल के, संभल के। चलो रे बाबू ध्यान से, ध्यान से यारो, संभल के, संभल के। परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। सांसों के लिए, बचपन के लिए, आशा के लिए, सपनों के लिए
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। जितनी चादर हो उतने ही पैर फैलाने चाहिए।
एक कहावत है, जितनी चादर हो उतने ही पैर फैलाने चाहिए। ये हमारी सड़कों पर चलने वाले ट्रक और टेम्पो वालों को बिल्कुल पता ही नहीं है। अब ये देखिए कैसे इनके पैर जो है यानी कि सरिया इनकी चादर से बाहर निकल रहे हैं। एक लाल कपड़ा लटका दिया और सोचा कि कर लिया, सुरक्षा के नियमों का पालन बस। पर मेरे भैया कहाँ दिखेगा इतनी दूर से ये लाल कपड़ा? अरे देखा आपने? देखा कि नहीं? इसीलिए ट्रक ड्राइवर और ट्रक कंपनी के मालिक दोनों से अनुरोध है कि एक ट्रक में नियमों के अनुसार हिसाब से ही सामान लोड करें, यानी कि उतने ही पैर फैलाएं जितनी चादर।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। ग से
गिनती। आप हमेशा आगे वाली गाड़ी से इतना गैप रखते हैं?
सामने वाली गाड़ी से दूरी रखना बहुत जरूरी है। अच्छा, कितना गैप रखें इसके लिए आपको थोड़ी सी गिनती याद रखनी पड़ेगी। ये बाईं तरफ देख रहे हैं, एक बोर्ड आ रहा है। अच्छा, मैं गाड़ी चलाते समय बात कर रहा हूँ, नहीं तो लोग समझेंगे नहीं मैं क्या कहने लगा। वो बोर्ड को जो सामने वाली गाड़ी है जब पार कर जाए उसके बाद आपको गिनना है 3 सेकंड। 1001, 1002, 1003। अरे देखा, जो हम कह रहे थे वो सही निकला। अचानक से उसने ब्रेक मार दी, हमें रोकना पड़ा।
थैंक गॉड हमें 3 सेकंड मिल गए।
बहुमूल्य 3 सेकंड। तो क्या समझे आप भाई, ये गिनती याद रखना है जरूरी। आगे वाली गाड़ी से 3 सेकंड की दूरी। हर चोट बड़ी अहमियत रखती है। कभी वो जंग के मैदान में दी गई कुर्बानी है, कभी वो कुछ नया इजाद करने की निशानी। वो सबूत है कि कैसे खेल के मैदान में कोई घायल डटा हुआ था। वो गवाह है कि किसी बाढ़ ग्रस्त इलाके में कोई जिंदगियां बचाने में जुटा था। समझ आता है ऐसे जान की बाजी लगाना, पर नहीं समझ आता बेवजह सड़क दुर्घटना में जान गंवाना। तो आइए शपथ लें, नहीं खाएंगे लापरवाही और गैर जिम्मेदारी से भरी एक चोट, जिसका कोई सम्मान न कर पाए, जो एक मिसाल न बन पाए। ये हर सांस एक तोहफा है, एक भेंट। हर धड़कन अनमोल है, इनकी अहमियत नहीं भुलाएंगे। बेमतलब सड़क पर जान की बाजी नहीं लगाएंगे।
तुम्हारी बेटी का बर्थडे है, सब आ गए हैं, तुम ही नहीं आए हो।
आगे बस आ गया।
चौके मत, आपकी बेटी और मुझे आपसे कुछ कहना है। और सिर्फ आपसे ही नहीं, जो भी जल्दबाजी में सड़क दुर्घटना का शिकार हो सकता है, उन सब से भी कहना है। उन महोदय से जो ऑफिस की दौड़ में सब भूल गए, उन सज्जन से जो बड़ी जल्दी में बच्चों के स्कूल गए, उन दूल्हे राजा से जिनकी सब्र की लिमिट खो रही है, और उस बंधु से जो डिलीवरी की जल्दी में कर रहा है सेफ्टी से इनकार।
जिसके लिए आप जल्दी मचा रहे हैं, वो आपसे कहना चाहते हैं,
जल्दी मत मचाओ, अरे जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। जल्दी मत मचाओ, अरे जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
आराम से आओ।
जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ। जल्दी मत मचाओ, अरे जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हर साल हमारी सड़कों पे लाखों लोग जल्दबाजी का शिकार बनते हैं। तो आइए हम सब मिलकर के ये शपथ लें कि जल्दी आने का दबाव नहीं डालेंगे, सड़क सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हर नियम मानेंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। क से
कर्तव्य।
अरे सड़क सुरक्षा का सबसे पहला और सबसे जरूरी पार्ट है कर्तव्य। ये हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम अपने साथ साथ दूसरों के बारे में भी सोचें।
ओ भाई साहब, अगर सड़क के बीचों बीच इस तरह से ट्रक छोड़ेंगे और चले जाएंगे तो पीछे से स्पीड में आ रही जो गाड़ी है वो ठोक देगी ना आपको। ये हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम इस निर्धारित पार्किंग स्पॉट में ही गाड़ियों को लगाएं। और अगर किसी कारण बीच सड़क में आपकी गाड़ी खराब हो जाती है तो हमेशा पार्किंग लाइट ऑन करें और वार्निंग ट्रायंगल गाड़ी से थोड़ी दूर पीछे जा करके रख दें, ताकि आने वाले जो ट्रैफिक है उसे पता चले कि सामने गाड़ी रुकी हुई है।
समझ गए सर।
तो याद रखना, कैसे कर्तव्य निभाएंगे तभी तो दूसरों से अपेक्षा रख पाएंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। ओखली में सर देना।
कभी कभी लगता है ये मुहावरे कहावतें हमारे यातायात की हालात देख करके ही लिखे गए। अब जैसे एक है ओखली में सर देना। ओखली में सर देने का क्या मतलब? इनकी तरह ये देखिए, वन वे में गाड़ी घुसेड़ना, बिना बात के मुसीबत मोल ली, जरा सी जल्दबाजी के पीछे अब ये जलते रहिए दिन भर पी 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 पी। अब से ध्यान रखना है कि कोई भी सड़क सुरक्षा के नियमों का उल्लंघन न कर पाए। कोई भी कानून से ऊपर नहीं है, न आप न मैं। चलिए मिल करके सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए प्रयास करते हैं।
हेलो, गेस्ट पहुंच रहे हैं। अकेले कैसे संभालूंगी मैं? थोड़ी तेज गाड़ी चला लो, जल्दी आओ।
क्या चाहती हैं आप? कि वो गाड़ी भिड़ा दे, ठोक दे? क्या बताया था मैंने आपको?
सॉरी सर।
सॉरी नहीं, फोन उठाइए।
सुनो, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हाँ, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ। जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। च से
चौकन्ना।
क्योंकि सड़क पर ट्रैफिक जैम हो या हो खाली, हर पल चौकन्ना रहना बहुत ही जरूरी है। क्योंकि कभी कुछ ऐसा भी हो सकता है जिसका आपको पहले से आभास ही ना हो। अब यूं तो ये सड़क काली लग रही है और आपको कहाँ पता कि छुट्टी का टाइम होने वाला है। इसलिए जहां एक तरफ मैं स्कूल से विनती करूंगा कि छुट्टी के टाइम बच्चों के सुरक्षित सड़क पे निकलने का प्रबंध करें, वहीं आपसे भी विनती करूंगा कि आप भी सड़क पे निकलें तो अपना सारा ध्यान जहां केंद्रित करें और गति सीमा पर चलें, ताकि कभी कुछ अचानक हो जाए तो आप संभाल पाए उसे।
हेलो।
तुम कब आए?
च से चौकन्ना रहिए।
याद रखना, यहाँ हर पल चौकन्ना है रहना। ये सड़क है भैया, संभल के चलना।
जल्दी निकलो, साहब 5 बजे फ्री हो जाएंगे। जी मैम। और सुनो, थोड़ा तेज चलाना, तभी ऑफिस टाइम से पहुंच पाओगे।
देवी जी, इतने दिनों से सबको क्या सिखा रहे हैं?
भैया, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से जाओ।
जी बिल्कुल, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ जाओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ। जीवन है अनमोल, सबको बताओ। समझ गए? आ जाओ। सही बोला।
अरे 5 मिनट में आ सकते हो तो आओ, वरना दूसरी कैब बुक कर रहा हूँ। थोड़ा एक्सेलरेटर दबा लो।
क्यों भैया, 2 घंटे से यहाँ बैठे हो, 5 मिनट भी भारी पड़ रहे हैं? हाँ?
भैया जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ।
हाँ करेक्ट। जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ। सड़क दुर्घटना में जान मत गवाओ, जीवन है अनमोल। सबको बताओ, बताना सबको।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। एक मछली पूरे तालाब को गंदा करती है।
बड़े बुजुर्गों से सुना होगा आपने कि एक मछली जो है पूरे तालाब को गंदा करती है। आइए मिलवाएं उस बेसब्र मछली से। ये देखिए कैसे इस येलो ट्रैफिक लाइट पे तैरती हुई चली आ रही है, और ये फैला इसने गंदगी, और ये हो गया पूरा तालाब गंदा। सड़क पे आपकी छोटी सी गलती सबके लिए बहुत बड़ा सरदर्द बन सकती है। इसलिए याद रहे, सड़क सुरक्षा का हर पल ध्यान रखना है। तालाब को साफ रखने वाली मछली बनना है।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। आ बैल मुझे मार।
एक कहावत सुनी होगी आपने कि आप बैल मुझे मार, यानी जानबूझकर मुसीबत मोल लेना। ये देखिए, जानते हुए भी कि पीछे से ट्रैफिक चला आ रहा है, अचानक ब्रेक मार दी। अरे और नतीजा क्या हुआ ये देखिए। अरे भैया समझिए, सड़क सुरक्षा है हम सब की जिम्मेदारी। इससे खिलवाड़ करना पड़ेगा बहुत भारी।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। ख से
सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए जितना ख्याल नियम कानून का रखना जरूरी है, उतना ही जरूरी है अपनी गाड़ी का ख्याल रखना। क्योंकि यूं तो लगता है कि सामने से 2 पहिया चला आ रहा है, अरे पर है असल में 4 पहिया। इसीलिए अपनी गाड़ी को फिटपाट कंडीशन में रखिए, इनकी तरह नहीं। रुकिए 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 रुकिए।
अरे बच्चन साहब,
आपकी गाड़ी की एक आंख तो बंद है, जरा ध्यान रखिएगा इसका। हाँ। और आप भी अपनी गाड़ी के ब्रेक्स, टायर्स, लाइट्स, इंडिकेटर वगैरह फिट फाट कंडीशन में रखिए। गाड़ी की समय समय से सर्विसिंग करवाते रहिए।
बच्चन साहब,
हाँ,
एक सेल्फी।
पहले जाके अपनी आंख ठीक करवाइए, फिर
ओ यस यस,
तो याद रहेगा ना। गाड़ी का हमेशा रखना है ख्याल, भैया आखिर जान का है सवाल।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। गिरगिट की तरह रंग बदलना।
कुछ लोग सड़क पर गिरगिट की तरह रंग बदलते हैं, मतलब इनकी तरह बार बार लेन बदलते रहते हैं, कभी राइट कभी लेफ्ट कभी बीच में। ये देखिए, अरे हो गया। आप सबसे अनुरोध है हाथ जोड़कर, सड़क पर ऐसी हरकत ना करें, लेन के नियमों का पालन करें। आखिर इंसान है भैया, गिरगिट थोड़ी ना है।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। त से
तैयार।
देखा आपने, अगर सड़क पे टर्न लेना हो तो बहुत पहले से तैयार रहना पड़ता है। अगर आप लेफ्ट टर्न ले रहे हैं तो पहले से आप लेफ्ट लेन में शामिल। अगर राइट टर्न मारना है तो पहले से ही राइट लेन में शामिल हो जाए। और मान लीजिए कभी कभी गलती से आप अपने आप को गलत लेन में पाए तो कट मत मारिएगा, पहले इंडिकेटर दिखाइए, उसके बाद रियर व्यू मिरर में देखें कि पीछे ट्रैफिक कितनी दूर है। अगर आपको लगे कि आपके पास जगह है टर्न मारने की तो ही टर्न मारें, नहीं तो आप वेट करें जब तक वो पीछे वाली गाड़ी आगे ना निकल जाए, उसके बाद आ जाए।
समझ गया, अब मैं चलाऊं?
भाई साहब अभी आप त से तैयार नहीं है पहले तैयार होंगे, फिर गाड़ी मोड़ेंगे, अचानक कट मारकर नियम नहीं तोड़ेंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। स से
समझदारी।
सड़क सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत जरूरी है समझदारी। जब भी सड़क पर निकले थोड़ी सी समझदारी दिखाएं। कभी नहीं, देख लीजिए, एक तो ट्रिपलिंग यानी 3-3 बैठाए हुए हैं, ऊपर से बच्चे को टंकी के ऊपर बैठाया हुआ है। अरे भाई साहब, देखिए तीनों लोग आप निकल ही पड़े हैं, तो कम से कम मुन्ने को बीच में बैठाइए। और देखिए एक हार्नेस आती है, यानी मुन्ने को अपने से बांधने वाली पेटी, वो भी आप ले सकते हैं। और इनके लिए और इनकी माताजी के लिए हेलमेट तो अभी के अभी आप लीजिए।
भाई साहब, सबसे पहले बिटिया को बीच में बिठाएं। मम्मा और बिटिया दोनों के लिए हेलमेट लें। बच्चन साहब से डांट खानी है क्या?
जब भी सड़क पर निकले, ये कोशिश हो हमारी, हर कदम हर पल दिखाएंगे समझदारी।
बैठिए मैडम, बैठिए। अरे देखो इनको, इनकी नाक देखो, बिल्कुल अपने पिताजी से मिलती है। देखो इसकी आंखें देखो। पता है तेरे पिताजी ने हमें हंसाया है, रुलाया है, मनोरंजन दिया है। मतलब कौन सा गाना था? एक चतुर नार बड़ी होशियार है, क्या गाना था वो?
ओए बिट्टू, तू यहाँ क्या कर रहा है? और ये दोनों लड़कियां कौन है?
देखिए भाई साहब, आप कौन है?
जी मैं इसका बाप हूँ।
आप इसके बाप हैं? महमूद का बेटा नहीं है तू? अरे हास्य कलाकार महमूद, ये तेरे बाप का रोड नहीं है? जी नहीं। तो फिर बिना हेलमेट के दो लड़कियों को बिठा के व्रूम व्रूम करते शर्म नहीं आती तुम्हें? चलान तो कटेगा भैया तेरा। और अभी उतर के लेके जाओ। आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए कृपया ट्रैफिक नियमों का पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि
रोड किसी के बाप का नहीं है।
शाबाश। सड़क सुरक्षा जीवन रक्षा।
एक मिनट, जानते हैं मेरा बाप कौन है?
भाई साहब कौन नहीं जानता। 1892 में वो पहले भारतवासी थे जो ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में इलेक्ट हुए थे। उनकी किताब पॉवर्टी नॉन ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया ने ही अंग्रेजों की लूट के बारे में हम हिंदुस्तानियों की आंखें खोल दी थी। आप पारसी लोग जो हैं हमारे देश की शान हैं।
मैं आपको पारसी दिख रहा हूँ?
आप पारसी नहीं है, आप पारसी नहीं है, आप दादा भाई नौरोजी के बेटे। मतलब ये रोड आपके बाप की नहीं है?
मैंने कब कहा ये रोड मेरे बाप की है?
तब फिर बिना सीट बेल्ट पाए फोन पे गल करते हुए शर्म नहीं आती तो? हेलो, पैसे पार देना।
पाजी फर्ज करो ए रोड मेरे बाप दी होंदी फिर
ते मैं उन्हें भी फाड़ लेंदा। आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए ट्रैफिक नियमों का कृपया पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि रोड किसी के
बाप की नहीं है।
शाबाश। सड़क सुरक्षा जीवन रक्षा।
अरे मरी क्या? सॉरी सर, मैंने आपको देखा नहीं।
लेकिन मैंने आपको देखा, मैंने आपको पहचान भी लिया। मैं आपके पिताजी को बहुत अच्छी तरह जानता हूँ। बहुत महान इंसान थे। उनकी मैंने सारी किताबें पढ़ी हैं। मैं तो उनका बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ। सुबह ही मैंने उनकी फ़ोटो पर हार भी चढ़ाया।
फोटो? और मेरा बाप तो जिंदा है।
तिलक साहब जिंदा है?
तिलक?
हाँ।
अरे मेरे बाप का नाम रसिक लाल है।
रसिक लाल? लोकमान्य तिलक? ये आपके बाप का रोड नहीं है? तो फिर नो एंट्री पे एंट्री क्यों लिया आपने?
मुझे माफ कर दीजिए।
देखिए, आपकी और सबकी सुरक्षा के लिए ट्रैफिक नियमों का कृपया करके पालन कीजिए, क्योंकि
रोड किसी के बाप का नहीं है।
वेरी गुड। चलिए रिवर्स लीजिए। सड़क सुरक्षा जीवन रक्षा।
अपनों के लिए और अपने लिए, धड़कन के लिए, जीवन के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। ओ चलो रे यार ध्यान से, ध्यान से यारो, संभल के चलो रे बाबू ध्यान से, ध्यान से यारो, संभल सांसों के लिए, बचपन के लिए, आशा के लिए, सपनों के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। ओ चल हीरो ध्यान से, ध्यान से, ओ यारो संभल के, संभल के, ओ चल यार ध्यान से, ध्यान से, ओ यारो संभल के, संभल के, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। माँ की उम्मीदों के लिए, देश के नए कल के लिए, किसी के प्यार के लिए, इंतजार के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। जितनी चादर हो उतने ही पैर फैलाने चाहिए।
एक कहावत है, जितनी चादर हो उतने ही पैर फैलाने चाहिए। ये हमारी सड़कों पर चलने वाले ट्रक और टेम्पो वालों को बिल्कुल पता ही नहीं है। अब ये देखिए कैसे इनके पैर जो है यानी कि सरिया इनकी चादर से बाहर निकल रहे हैं। एक लाल कपड़ा लटका दिया और सोचा कि कर लिया, सुरक्षा के नियमों का पालन बस। पर मेरे भैया कहाँ दिखेगा इतनी दूर से ये लाल कपड़ा? अरे देखा आपने? देखा कि नहीं? इसीलिए ट्रक ड्राइवर और ट्रक कंपनी के मालिक दोनों से अनुरोध है कि एक ट्रक में नियमों के अनुसार हिसाब से ही सामान लोड करें, यानी कि उतने ही पैर फैलाएं जितनी चादर।
सड़क सुरक्षा की पाठशाला। ग से
गिनती। आप हमेशा आगे वाली गाड़ी से इतना गैप रखते हैं?
सामने वाली गाड़ी से दूरी रखना बहुत जरूरी है। अच्छा, कितना गैप रखें इसके लिए आपको थोड़ी सी गिनती याद रखनी पड़ेगी। ये बाईं तरफ देख रहे हैं, एक बोर्ड आ रहा है। अच्छा, मैं गाड़ी चलाते समय बात कर रहा हूँ, हाँ, नहीं तो लोग समझेंगे नहीं मैं क्या कहने वाला हूँ। वो बोर्ड को जो सामने वाली गाड़ी है जब पार कर जाए उसके बाद आपको गिनना है 3 सेकंड। 1001, 1002, 1003। अरे देखा, जो हम कह रहे थे वो सही निकला। अचानक से उसने ब्रेक मार दी, हमें रोकना पड़ा।
थैंक गॉड हमें 3 सेकंड मिल गए।
बहुमूल्य 3 सेकंड। तो क्या समझे आप? भाई ये गिनती याद रखना है जरूरी। आगे वाली गाड़ी से 3 सेकंड की दूरी। हर चोट बड़ी अहमियत रखती है। कभी वो जंग के मैदान में दी गई कुर्बानी है, कभी वो कुछ नया इजाद करने की निशानी। वो सबूत है कि कैसे खेल के मैदान में कोई घायल डटा हुआ था। वो गवाह है कि किसी बाढ़ ग्रस्त इलाके में कोई जिंदगियां बचाने में जुटा था। समझ आता है ऐसे जान की बाजी लगाना, पर नहीं समझ आता बेवजह सड़क दुर्घटना में जान गंवाना। तो आइए शपथ लें, नहीं खाएंगे लापरवाही और गैर जिम्मेदारी से भरी एक चोट, जिसका कोई सम्मान न कर पाए, जो एक मिसाल न बन पाए। ये हर सांस एक तोहफा है, एक भेंट। हर धड़कन अनमोल है, इनकी अहमियत नहीं भुलाएंगे। बेमतलब सड़क पर जान की बाजी नहीं लगाएंगे।
तुम्हारी बेटी का बर्थडे है, सब आ गए हैं, तुम ही नहीं आए हो।
आगे बस आ गया।
चौकीवत, आपकी बेटी और मुझे आपसे कुछ कहना है, और सिर्फ आपसे ही नहीं, जो भी जल्दबाजी में सड़क दुर्घटना का शिकार हो सकता है उन सब से भी कहना है। उन महोदय से जो ऑफिस की दौड़ में सब भूल गए, उन सज्जन से जो बड़ी जल्दी में बच्चों के स्कूल गए, उन दूल्हे राजा से जिनकी सब्र की लिमिट खो रही है, और उस बंधु से जो डिलीवरी की जल्दी में कर रहा है।
Requesting all participants to kindly please take your seats because we will be beginning shortly with the next panel discussion, which is session number 3 on the theme of highway development in hilly areas. May I please invite everyone to please step inside the auditorium and be seated because we are about to begin.
चिक 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 माइक चाहिए ना
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the sumptuous meals that all of us enjoyed, and now we are rejuvenated and refreshed to begin with the next set of discussions, which will be absolutely knowledgeable for all of us. May I please invite everyone to take their seats so that we can begin. जितने भी लोग खड़े हुए हैं पैसेजेस में सामने की ओर, निवेदन है आप सभी से कि कृपया बैठ जाएं. आइए शुरुआत करते हैं हमारे पोस्ट लंच डिस्कशंस की, जो कि बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक्स पर आधारित है. The panel discussion which we are about to begin now is on the theme of the highway development in hilly areas. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with this session. With due respect, may I please take the opportunity to invite on the dais the moderator for this session, Shri Amarendra Kumar, Director Technical, National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited. Please join hands for welcoming Shri Amarendra Kumar on the dais. जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए अभिनंदन करते हैं. With extensive experience in planning and executing highway projects in India's most challenging terrains, Shri Kumar plays a pivotal role in driving infrastructure development in Northeast and Himalayan regions. His technical expertise, grounded in decades of field experience, ensures that quality and innovation remain central to projects in hilly and border areas. We welcome you, sir. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. Moving on, now we invite our panelists on the stage, beginning with inviting Dr. S.S. Porwal, ex-Additional Director General, Border Roads Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands for Dr. Porwal as he joins us on the stage. जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए अभिनंदन करते हैं. He led critical hill road construction and maintenance as Chief Engineer at BRO, enhancing connectivity in challenging terrains like Jammu and Kashmir and Northeast India. He has spearheaded disaster management initiatives, including landslide mitigation and bridge projects, ensuring strategic border infrastructure resilience. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन स्वागत. Inviting Shri S.P. Pradhan, Associate Professor, Department of Earth Sciences at IIT Roorkee. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands in welcoming Shri S.P. Pradhan on the dais. जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए अभिनंदन करते हैं. Though all of us have had lunch, but we seem to be low on energy. Can we have a louder applause? Ladies and gentlemen, our speakers also need to get a little charge so that they can share their perspectives and thoughts with all of us. An expert in rock mathematics and landslide mitigation, he is the brain behind Landslide Vulnerability Atlas for the Rishikesh-Kedarnath corridor and has shaped key infrastructure planning across India. With over 100 research publications and consultancy projects across India's hill regions, he has been honored with prestigious awards like the Young Scientist Award and ONGC's Award of Excellence. We welcome you, Shri S.P. Pradhan. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we welcome Mr. Ashish Gharpure, Managing Director of Genstru Consultants Private Limited. जोरदार तालियां Mr. Ashish Shri के लिए. With over 28 years of expertise in geotechnical engineering, he is an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and ISB. He is a licensed professional engineer in the US and a driving force behind several landmark infrastructure projects in India and abroad. We welcome Mr. Ashish. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause from everybody? And last but not the least, inviting Mr. Shwetab Singh, Director, Altinoc and Marsway. He specializes in rock engineering and underground structures. Let's join our hands for Mr. Shwetab Singh. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए भी. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत. Now we have the eminent and elite panel on stage with all of us, and before we begin the proceedings, may I once again invite Shri Mayank Tyagi to kindly please join us on stage for felicitating and appreciating the presence of each of our members here on the dais, beginning with the moderator, Shri Amarendra Kumar. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आइए सभी का स्वागत करते हैं और उसके बाद जो सेशन की प्रोसीडिंग्स हैं उनकी शुरुआत करेंगे. तो अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत वंदन. Thank you very much for joining us here, and we're really looking forward to the perspectives that you will be sharing with all of us today. Thank you very much. Welcoming Dr. S.S. Porwal. Welcoming you, sir. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us here. Shri S.P. Pradhan. Very warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us here. Mr. Ashish, thank you very much for being here in this panel with all of us. Looking forward to the words of wisdom from you sometime soon. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. And we appreciate and acknowledge the presence of Mr. Shwetab Singh as well. Thank you for being here on the panel. A very warm welcome to you. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, after welcoming each of our speakers, about our panelists here, may I please invite and request our moderator, respected moderator, to please kindly begin the proceedings of the session from here. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all seniors and dear colleagues. This is first session afternoon. It is difficult, but we will keep discussion as lively as possible. And the topic is also interesting. Hilly region as such, in India, we said when the hilly region, it comes including the rolling terrains, it constitutes almost 40% of India's terrain that can be classified as a rolling or hilly terrain. But road concentration is far less than these plain areas. And when we talk about the national highways concentration in these hilly regions, that is still far less. So our experience of constructing national highways in hilly terrain is comparably not that much as in the plain area. So this make our, we are still in a learning curve in a lower level. So there is still many more things to learn and many challenges to tackle with. And we have now, this evening, we have very eminent panelists from this BRO who has entire career has handled these hill roads. We have academics there who are doing the leading research work. And we have slope stabilization expert also as a tunnel experts. So we are expecting a very lively conversation from all of them. And as our minister used to say, in hill roads also cost cutting is required without compromising on either safety aspect or stabilization provisions. And that aspect will be also touched upon. With these words, I request first SS Parwal ji to start this presentation.
Good afternoon, friends, ladies and gentlemen. The highway development in hill road is a challenging task and very interesting. After joining in Government of India in 1980, so almost 37.5 years with the border areas, out of which 30 years in the field, and now after retirement also, I am still actively participating in the various development of highways, so almost 45 years. So I will try to share my experience, which will help me also and you also, because there may be some interesting questions also will be there. So I'll try to dwell upon the important areas. देखो hilly area में challenges तो रहेंगे, तो हमको इन challenges के लिए we have to find out the best answers. And hilly area में it is not one type. Each state has got its own thing. Mizoram has got a different thing, Nagaland is different, J&K is different, Himachal. So we have to deal the challenges depending on the terrain and various issues. So we have to see all the challenges and we have to work out the solutions and best practices. Now difficult terrain is known,
varies from place to place. So our planning, DPR preparation, execution will depend on the terrain. And right now, the most important question, without paying attention to the terrain, we say 4-lane. If terrain is not fit for 4-lane, if we do 4-lane, we are inviting disaster. So we have to plan our DPR execution as per the terrain. And terrain ko we cannot, because we have to modify our design as per terrain. Terrain is not going to be modified as per our drawing. If we try to do that, we will pay the heavy price. Environmental construction concerns are there. So now answers are also there. Geological instability, one of the most important aspect of hill road. Here we need active involvement of geologist, geotechnical engineer, and slope stabilization, slope management. Right now in our ecosystem, this is missing. So I think we have to supplement, this is the thing. Maintenance is the biggest challenge of hill roads. So we also have to optimize that. Now, the importance, strategic importance is well known. I did not to dwell upon that. Now with the tourism like Char Dham, many other places, with the opening of highways, it will give a lot of improvements. Economic growth is, of course, is known. Now, sustainable infrastructure. The infrastructure should be such, it should not damage the local ecosystem. It has to be resilient. So these first two things are missing in our right now. So I think we have to incorporate with the teamwork. Now we have to include the communities also. Without communities, we cannot progress further. Plus, right now we have got very short-term planning. 2 साल में ये कर लेंगे, 3 साल में कर लेंगे. We have to have a long-term planning in a systematic way. Actually, we have got a great experience. Now we have to inject a lot of science and technology. Now we have got a lot of big and great institutions like IITs, NITs. I think we have to have a proper communication and their involvement in that. Now what are the current issues? Current status? Firstly, we should introspect how our construction is going on, what are the shortcomings, and what we should plan. So I think we are not able to spend the required time. There is always time bound. Let's finish this road in 2 years, 3 years. We have to plan it properly. Future plan we should plan in right now. We should try to share the best practices. Like Himachal PWD has got some best practices, border road exams practice. So we must have a mechanism where we can share and help each other. Technological innovations like cut and cover structure, when I proposed in way back in 2007-8, that time it was something unusual. But once we made it, it has been proved. So we have to have a technological innovations. Now today also in the first session we have seen, so we have to go for that. Now, environmental mitigation is well known, I did not to dwell upon. Now, most important is stakeholder engagements. Who are the stakeholders? Government of India as a client or as a funding agency, then DPR consultant, then contractors, local population and other agencies. So, firstly, we have to engage all these people in a very constructive way. And if there is a gap in these, I'm going to cover in next slides. Now, policy regulation is one of the most important. Right now, our maximum problems in hill area is because of policy regulations. जिसका जहाँ मर्जी आएगा रोड बना लेगा विलेज के अंदर. Like Joshimath is one of the example. Now, lot of hotels have come up. There is no drainage. So I think we have to have very strict policy regulations. Capacity building. Now, right now, our fund has increased manifold, but the availability of manpower, their training, and I think rather than going in generalized training, we have to have a trained people. Like when I started as a commander in 2002, 2004, I'll share my experience. We were given the responsibility of 4-laning work, 15-kilometer stretch. I did not require, so what I did, I made a small teams. JISCA, he will do only earthwork, he will do GSB, WMM, and give him 10-page notes. You should only concentrate and he should work on that. So I think we, rather than training a generalized, we have to specialize some of the supervisors and skilled tradesmen. So it is not only with the government. Same way when we go to the site inspections, we find even consultants don't have the required manpower, even contractors. So I think time has come to work together and improve that. Now, these policy initiatives, I think we have to prioritize eco-sensitive areas, cutting, like if you are cutting more than 20, 25 meter, 30 meter in a hill roads, let us examine it, whether the slope is capable to take that much cutting or not. By simply plotting with the AutoCAD some drawing, plan profile and cross section. So firstly, whatever DPR, at least as a chief engineer, as a ADG, I used to see whatever, is it implementable or not. Simply giving a drawing is not sufficient. Then use appropriate technology. That is very important. Afforestation is one of the areas now. Now tunnels, of course, like Rohtang Tunnel. When I was Task Force Commander in 2000, that time Honorable Prime Minister Vajpayee asked, is it an important tunnel? Rohtang, I said it's vital. That time tunneling was not there. So on the helipad itself, he has agreed, and so now Border Road is also going for a number of tunnels, and NHAIDCL is also going for tunnels. Another most important aspect, land use pattern. The maximum problem in hill road come because of land use problems. Means like the moment some urbanization comes, the natural drainage is altered. Zoom cultivation leads the saturation of slope. And right now we don't have any control over land use. And maximum problem we are facing because of land use. So I think we have to have a very proper discussion and framework to optimize this land use. Drainage and protective measures is very important. I didn't want to tell. Any hill road will not work without this. So most of time we try to ignore this thing and we end up paying price. Now, what I discussed, now we have many organizations working in hill roads. People from south, we can't blame them because hill road has been opened, earlier it was border roads and street PWDs. So even the contractor, they don't have the required manpower. Consultant, they don't have manpower. Rather than blaming each other, we must try to bridge the gap. We must run some crash courses. Rather than having generalized thing, we should train the people in the particular item. Like somebody in a hill slope management, somebody is in earth cutting. So I think that time has come. Now, most important, planning and design. We spend less time on planning and design, and we end up paying a lot of heavy price for that. So planning has to be proper, particularly in the bridges where the approach road, most of time the cutting is not properly, then it becomes a landslide area. At the same time, new material solutions have to be found out. Landslide is one of the most challenging problem nowadays because of the extreme climate, cloud burst, etc. So we have to follow technological upgradation. We have to do. Quality control is one of the most important, which is missing right now in our ecosystem. So somehow we have to inculcate, we have to force it. We issue the circular, but we are not able to implement. So we have to have a mechanism to implement these things. Now, what is the way forward? At national level, policy formulation of the important issues, land use pattern, multidisciplinary. Hill road construction is not only civil engineer, it's a geologist, geotechnical, landslide management, forest, hydrologist. So unless we have a proper team, right now, like Border Road also, as a ground executive, we have been executed all the role. So I think we have to now have a multidisciplinary teams. Now another important thing, there is no dearth of knowledge and manpower with us, but we are working in our each compartment. IIT is working in a compartment, NIT, government organization, even within the ministry we have a different department. So I think we have to have some institutional framework where we all can come together, particularly hill roads. And then only I think we can do justice for that work. Now techno-legal clearances during construction and hill roads, mid-course review and correction is required. Because at DPR stage, you can't estimate how much is retaining wall will come because that time it is a barren slope. So most of the thing will be only known once you go half the way. So rather than simply saying what has been mentioned in the contract has to do, we have to have midterm, and if you feel the executive can misuse it, you can have an independent body to consider the midterm review, what are the corrections. Rather than making a bad road, let's have a mid-course corrections. Government policies are required. So firstly, we have to bridge the gap. We should have a proper communication, teamwork among us, ourselves. Already I have discussed. So landslide and erosion, though some of my colleagues are going to speak on this, slope stabilization is very important. And landslides are the outcome of the improper construction and improper drainage. So we have to do specialized infrastructure, impact of road design, construction, maintenance. Basically now we got going for 4-lane. In some of the roads, even at northeast I told Dimapur Road, because some of the stretches may not be able to take the 4-lane. So there either we should restrict the width or we should have a 2 alignment either side of the river. So first we have to see whether the terrain is fit, because आप terrain को बदली नहीं कर सकते हो, अपने आप road को बदली कर सकते हो. You can have your own design. But the moment we cut the 70 meter, 80 meter, at one places when I said how much, sir, 80 meter is cutting. After 80 meter, how the road is going to stay? So we have to review that. There we should go for a tunnel or cut and cover. Like same way, we have box cutters 60 meter, 70 meter. These are the risky. So road formation width to be decided based on geology, stability of hill slope, which is I think need of hour and all the DPR consultants to consider. Now we have to integrate the landslides during the construction itself. Major projects we must see the DPR preparation is very important. Time bound between the landslide investigation, so I think we have to ensure a lot of regular crash program for senior professional development. I think the knowledge has to be injected at senior level also. Crash programs only relevant rather than general. Insist on geotechnical investigations on the landslides, important landslides. So I think these are the various issues and community-centric warning. There must be some system. Let me share my example. When I was chief nurse Swastik in Sikkim, I had given a presentation to even chief secretary. Even army had given that Leno Glacier may come anytime. That is time of 2016-17. And 2023, this Leno Glacier comes, and at that time we cannot stop it. At least if we put the early warning system, at least we can save the lives. Same thing happened in 2023. We lost few hundred people. Losing a property is not a big issue, but the moment we lose the life. So even after the warning, people don't follow. So I think we have to have a sensitive thing on that. So I have just prepared a matrix. Now, pre-construction stage, existing road survey mapping is important. The formulation of DPR is per manual codal provision and the local geology. Now here we have to have a multidisciplinary team where the geotech engineer, geologist, hydrologist, so all people are there. With the DPR consultant, somebody will come as a team leader, he doesn't know everything and the DPR will be prepared. So I am not trying to blame, I am just trying to how we can improve upon. Now techno-legal mandatory clearances, though these clearances are required, so we do that. Then shifting of utilities is another issue. During constructions, it's very important stage where geometrics as per the terrain and slope stability. If we see road width is given much more we can't achieve, then we have to correct it. Drainage issue we have to see, proper plan execution and plant sites. These are very important aspects. Traffic management during the hill road construction is a very challenging thing. So we have to plan it very properly. Now another thing which I think we have to add is mid-course corrective action in road. Any shortcoming in the execution of DPR provision need to be reviewed and corrective actions. The proper supervision, review, quality control. Quality control and supervision is very important, which we are missing right now. Technical and financial review at 30, 60 and 80% with the proper team. So these are the important aspects we must see. Understand slope stabilization. So I think one of my colleagues is going to cover this also. All human settlement infrastructure is on. So we know that some of the settlements are just on the hill slope and which is in danger, they should be relocated. Perpetual trouble spots should be identified, like cut and cover and many other issues. What are the solutions? There are many technologies which we can make use of this. Integrate the landslide reduction with the development of planning, because I have done my doctorate in landslide. So landslide, I think we have to deal it in a very detailed. Now another challenge is hill road, this urbanization is going to be a big issue. Firstly, it is now affecting ecology, drainage. So we have to have plan proper thing on this. Extreme weather events. This cloud burst is very common nowadays. So we have to plan keeping all these factors. In fact, after my retirement in 2017, I suggested to establish National Center for Landslide Management. even I've made the concept about 2018-19, I don't know, we are in 2025, whether it has come up or not. So I think that is, we need it at national level, because each state, BRO, NHIDCL, we deal in a different compartment. So if there is one center where we can take all the issues, NHIDCL can go, BRO can go. So I think we need that sort of thing. Focus coordination, this holistic attention on the landslide mitigations and management. So need to be reviewed. Systematic approach is required. Green road concept is required. Lot of efforts and money, skilled manpower is needed. Right now, there is a lot of gap between the requirement. Detail engineering, close supervision, quality assurance, these are the issues. And most important is in the institutional arrangement to share the talent, knowledge and experience. Rather than keeping in one compartment, we must try to share the exchange and help each other. Another I would like to share, I have faced 2-3, like 2000 Satluj disaster, where the complete road got damaged, few hundred people died. So what are most of the road, like even if you go NS10 now, from Sevak Road to Gangtok, whatever roads are going along the river are the most dangerous. So we try to avoid and we should be on the roads. Now I'll just go through the photographs of what it can do. This is cloudburst and Kedarnath. And when this happened, in fact, next day in Chief Swastik, I had called my officers. These are the two glow events are there. So people did not believe at national level. After 3 months, people came to know. So one was there are 2 legs got busted, and that led the thing, which I have covered in my PhD. Also one of these things. You can see before and after. Up to 200-ton boulder can come with the glow, glacial lake blood outflow. And these are the damages after the Kedarnath disaster. You can see what it was and what happened after that. So hill roads is very challenging and we have to plan properly. This is one of the things which I faced in 2000 Satlujwala. The source was there. This was the source from where this flood came. Finally, we came after a few years. And what was the condition of the road? Road got totally damaged, and which we, as a SE, I used to walk 20 kilometers daily on the 6 months for this, it was on this road. You can see this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Parwal sir. With so much wide experience you have set the agenda for this session. You have completed entire aspect of this hill road, from the alignment finalization to hill cutting problems and other challenges. Now I request Sri SP Pradhan Sahab to give a presentation.
Good afternoon all. So I will be talking on slow failure along highways, and I know it's very difficult to listen to someone after lunch, right? And highway development, particularly in hilly terrain, is really a challenging task, right? If you see the landslide susceptibility map, the entire Himalayan, then the Western Ghat, that is our west coast, and the Eastern Ghat, they are susceptible to landslides. And while you are making any road, you are dealing with all these landslides. So once you come to this, particularly Himalayan terrain, because Himalayan terrain is very difficult from the other terrain, where we'll get many surprises, geological surprises, and maybe your investigation is not adequate. So we need to deal that. And as my previous speaker told, that the mid-term correction is needed whenever you are making any DPR, right? Might be your plan for, you are not expecting any slope to be unstable, but it becomes unstable when you are doing your construction activities. So this is Himalaya, and we know that it created when Indian plate slide into the China, Eurasian plate. And there are many fractures and fold and shear that got developed. So this particularly, because of this, the rock mass is highly crushed, fractured, and in this fractured terrain, making a stable slope is really, really challenging task. If you see, particularly in hilly region, the failure can be, okay, you are doing any excavation that might be on the offside. I will put the ledgers. So one type of failure could be cut slope failure. Another one might be the field slope that may fail. Another one is the entire mass failure above the road. And this one is a very big slide, starting from both from bottom to the top. Okay. And one is, this is type 4 failure, which is below the road. Right. So this type of landslides or slope instability that we may encounter. So how generally we what should be our approach to deal with this failure type? Either we avoid it, or we have to accept it, or we do surgical or remove it, or stabilize it or protect it. Right? These are the different type of tools. Suppose you accept it means, okay, there is instability, but okay, that can be cleared within few minutes, small blocks that will fall, we accept with that one. We can avoid it, okay, you have a huge block sitting above the slope, you remove it, that is the thing that we can take. When we cannot accept, we cannot avoid or remove, then protection measures has to be put into. And there are many protection measures. Particularly during the slope stabilization, either we reduce the driving forces, because when the driving forces becomes more than your resistive forces that resist your motion, then slide become very prominent. So either you reduce the driving forces or increase the resisting forces that will stabilize the slope. And there are many methods to do that. Okay. So I am not going very detailed into that. So when we are understanding any type of failure, this is particularly in Rishikesh section. If you see this mass, it appears to be okay, debris. And while you investigated, okay, there is a tension crack at the ground. And you see, after this rainy season, the entire mass that slid down onto the highway. And you could see, this is not only the debris failure, this is also the rock mass that slid down. That means while you are observing from the side, you could interpret, okay, there might be no rock involved here, but it actually a rock involved here. Above here, there is debris. So this type of complexity that may arise. And how our interpretation may go wrong depending upon our design. I won't say it's wrong. It depends upon our planning, right? And it's not always right that, okay, suppose I will give an example of this one. We have a bedrock and I need to see what is the depth of the bedrock, right? And in Himalayan terrain particularly, we have debris, big boulders are there, and below that we may get bedrock. Suppose you plan, let me see at what depth my bedrock is there, and you drilled a borehole and it encountered like this, right? It encountered like this. You get a big boulder, and we may assume that, okay, it might be bedrock. If the position will be like this, we may get a good result. Your interpretation will be good. So if I assume this to be bedrock, my mitigation strategy or the amount of material that will be required will be different. Similarly, we go for any geophysical investigation to know where is the bedrock and the characteristic of the bedrock. So this is an example of ERT study, electrical resistivity tomography. Right? So higher the resistivity value, it gives a rock is a good rock is there. Okay, if these blue are their water charge body. Right? So here I can see, okay, this, if you see this one, these are two patches where I am expecting there should be rock, right? So my interpretation could be, these are two different boulders which are situated, or might be the entire thing from this to this is bedrock. So if in this category, once I do the geophysical study, I found, okay, in this part there is uncertainty. If it is continuous, it could have more, you will get more resistivity value, and might be the resistivity will be more and we will get good rock. So we can, to clarify this one, we may drill at this point and let's see what is there. Right? That could be our approach. We know that Himalaya is a folded mountain belt. There are many folds and faults, right? And fold is something like this. Right? Suppose I plan drilling borehole and I drill like this. I'm telling this because there is nothing wrong or right, right? And why midterm correction is needed? That I want to emphasize here. So if you see, I'm putting a borehole here at this point, at this point. My interpretation could be, okay, the same rock here I am getting, the same rock here I am getting, and the third also the same rock. I could interpret this could be like this, right? Okay, same rock is there. Might be we may get this type of in Western Ghat, but not in Himalaya. In Himalaya, the thing could be different. So if I put a borehole at this point, then I can say, okay, no, the rock that I am getting, and I am getting this rock at a deeper one, right? That means the rock, bedrock is going like this. So my interpretation on the basis of this will be like this. It could be a fold like this. If I do more borehole and more picture, more clarity on the subsurface will become up. So you could say, okay, this could be the subsurface, and accordingly your planning will be different, right? Because understanding the subsurface, whatever you are taking, borehole gives the point data, geophysical signature gives the indirect data to correlate, right? So we need to be match those things and interpret. This is alignment of a road in hill section. If you have a cut section, if you see, if you have a fold, so where you are putting your road, that determines which type of slope instability will be there. Okay. So if there is a fold and we are putting your cut section at this point or this point or this point, the stability itself will be different, and there might be instability. Somewhere there will be planar failure, somewhere there will be wedge failure, and accordingly you design your mitigation strategy. So in conclusion, what I want to emphasize here, the geological interpretation may vary depending on the available data, your test design, and inherent limitation of different investigation technique. So a midterm correction or updation in your design during the excavation or execution of any project is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, SP Pradhan sir, firstly for limiting yourself within time. And you have, for hill region, understanding geology is very important. And you have covered that adequately. Apart from this investigation, some direct and indirect method is also required. And I am thankful that you have covered basics of that point. And after that, I request Ashish ji to give his presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So, whenever we talk about hill roads, it naturally comes out, most of us are talking about the slope stabilizations or tunnels, and the highway or the other parts of it get missed out. And that is true as well, because the cost increase of the same, if you take a highway on the plain land versus same number of lanes on a hilly terrain, the cost increases by 10 to 15 times. And this entire cost is due to managing the terrain, basically either the cut slope or the fill slope, and managing it. So it is important to optimize as much as we can, because this, see, we are talking about 90% increase and have to be managed well. Now, what kind of slopes we are dealing with? Hillside slopes, where you need to cut if you want to widen. The other option is to go on the valley side. So then again you need to widen, but the difference between the two is one is a cut slope, one could be a fill slope, right? So the treatment would be entirely different. One thing which we usually do not talk but has a major impact on hilly road, particularly where the water flow is very high, is natural streams or drains crossing the highways and going down. And they bring a lot of debris and eventually lead to even landslides. So debris flow also to be kept in mind. So I'll just show the features on the hillsides. It looks like this when it slides down, right? And there are rocks as well as soil slopes or a soil boulder matrix, very difficult to treat. Then there are valley side issues. So valley side failures, and whenever you talk about valley, most of the time you are dealing with a river at the end of the, at the toe of the valley. So you are dealing with a lot of hydrology and slope stability issue. Sometimes it's very high, so you don't know where to start with. And whenever the river is meandering and touching the highway side, then that's the most vulnerable point we have observed, and need treatment right from the toe up. Then comes the debris flow, which flows down from the hills. And if these are not regulated, and most of the time you cannot or you do not, the choice is ours, but simple options like catch dams can treat or work better in these scenarios. This is one of the projects we did in Bhutan, and the debris flow was so huge that it used to fill this entire bridge. The entire bridge becomes redundant or inoperable. So debris flow instances are very high, particularly upper Himalayas, and need to be treated well. Sometimes I have seen very good innovative solutions where in countries like Nepal or Bhutan, they just simply have accepted that this is going to happen. And instead of making culverts or anything, they just make a depressed slope and very thick concrete pavement. So whenever the debris flow comes, they just shove it down the valley side. And so the optimization point of view, they have accepted that if you want to treat it or build some huge structure across it, it's not worth it. So now let's see what all we can do. There are steps. I have just listed these steps. This forum is mostly for discussion, so I did not include what all solutions we are talking about. But surveys and investigations are very important. And as Pradhanji already pointed out, boreholes and geophysical method. One of the things, in fact, I emphasize that reconnaissance, the eye observation, nothing can beat that in terms of investigation. Go there and see the eye observations, note it down, and that's the biggest asset you will have. Talk to the local people, and that investigation to me is the most important investigation part whenever we are dealing with hill roads. Topographical survey, particularly I'm a fan of drone, and again for the same reason as number one, observation, because drone gives you a vantage point from where you can see a much more detailed aspect of any slope or landslide. Then comes geological mapping, noting down the details. There are faults or orientations of rock and so on. Geophysical surveys, ERT, SRT, MASW, and then geotechnical surveys, boring and in situ. And if you see that I've kept the geotechnical surveys as the last. Though this entire design will be based on geotechnical survey, we will do it last because the earlier surveys would give you an idea where to drill the borehole. It's not that you just take a 500 meter center to center or some X meter center to center and start drilling boreholes. So the observations, the geophysical surveys, the geological mapping actually would give you, so you can optimize the cost of investigation. Cost of boreholes in hilly areas is very high. We are talking about 10 to 15,000 per running meter, as against in plain land, it comes down to around 1,500 rupees per running meter borehole drilling. So one of the way to optimize is to have indirect methods as well. Then integrating all these results into plotting the strata, know the properties of the strata, and then you come to analysis, whether it's rockfall or landslide. Then if it's rockfall, the stereo nets, you come to know what type of failure we are dealing with, whether it's a wedge failure, planar failure, toppling checks, slide analysis, so that you know this. This can be used even for highly weathered rock or completely weathered rock, the slide analysis, or the soil slopes. Then you come down to mitigation major designs, drawings, detailing, specifications, and construction. And the last but certainly not the least, that monitoring and maintenance are very much part of any hill issue. So rather than slope treatment, we have to probably coin a term or work on a term called slope management, because it's not that once you treat and go away, everything is done. So you need to have a monitoring and maintenance plan for slopes. I've just listed out that from my point of view, what is must and what can be a selective or subjective thing. So reconnaissance is must. Drone survey is must in case of landslides, debris flow and all. In rockfall, depends on the situation. Geological mapping is a must when it comes down to rockfall or debris flow, for landslide, subjective. Geophysical survey, I have kept all the way subjective because geophysical survey will give you only qualitative analysis, but very important. So it has to be done, but you'll have to pick and choose how you do it and which survey you do it. Whether you need an SRT or MASW or ERT, that also has to be, depending upon your observations. But it's a very good tool where you get volumetric assessment. That's the only tool where you get volumetric assessment. Rest all, either a point assessment or line assessment of any strata. The geophysical gives a volumetric assessment. And you do need hydrological data, definitely, of the area, whether we are talking about the catch water drain to be designed at the top of the hill, or you want to see what's going on down the hill, what kind of velocities, whether they are eroding the banks, and so on. There are various ways of monitoring any slope. So just a list, this picked up from US Geological Survey handbook. But you can have tilt meter, crack meter, piezo meters, or even rain gauges, right? Settlement gauges and all. Monitoring is important. I'll just give probably more details in a list. There are also satellite imageries on the basis of which you can do it, right? But I would put its use in different way. For a greenfield project, alignment selection can be done after you have a good INSAR data for 12, 15 years. That's a very good tool. But widening, you've already cut a slope. At that point of time, using INSAR has no value because it will show that it's moving. You have cut it. So post-mitigation, however, again, the INSAR can be very good because then you can monitor for long term that the way you have designed, whether the structure is performing the same way or not. So that's a very good tool. Piezometer, groundwater fluctuation data you can collect if it is a greenfield project. In widening, if your design assumptions have put some value of water level, you want to check whether those water levels are there or rising up to that or below that, and you can work on, and so on. Crack meter, extensometer, geodetic monitoring is mostly for widening, but mostly these are for rocks, geodetic monitoring, because on a soil, pointing out which area you want to monitor is difficult, and so on. Inclinometer is good for soil, particularly clay soil, and rain gauges for all situations, good to generate the data and link the slope instability event with the amount of rain which has fallen. There are already correlations about it. So instrumentation is a good data, but over if you have a lot of data, there is also a lot of confusion. Who is monitoring that data? If you are putting an alert alarm system, there are a lot of false alarms sometimes, and then you get used to it, and indifference comes in that, okay, another wrong, or the call is not needed, and so on. There are ways you can actually quantify the extent, you can rate any slope, whether it's very severe or manageable or low level. There are two important aspects. One is the risk or the probability of failure of a slope. Second is its impact. And a combination is what you need. A slope is, is bound to fail, but it's not going to impact, then you don't bother. And even a small failure which can impact in a big way, then you want to be bothered about it. So there are various rating systems for landslides as well as for rockfall, and we have implemented and used it in one of the NHAI projects. So this is for rockfall. I'm just giving a glimpse of it, but eventually you convert it into a matrix, right? So what's your frequency of fall or probability of fall on the x-axis? The y-axis is how dangerous it could be. So if you have a village downhill or say electric tower uphill, then even a small failure which can impact that, then it is catastrophic, so you need to deal with it. But if nothing is there, a small village road, if a small fall happens, nothing is going to happen, then it's on the minor category. And the reason we can evolve it, we can, while this is evolved, but we are not using it, because there are a couple of ways of using it. The red sign, what you're seeing is high risk, high hazard. Maybe those are the one you need to attend first. Then comes to the yellow one, which is mid risk or mid hazard. And then comes blue. You can even make a choice that much risk, the one shown with blue, is acceptable, and I'm not going to do anything about it. The red I must do, and the yellow, maybe I'll put some monitoring mechanism and then take it up as I have more data and if it becomes more vulnerable. So these are the ways where you do not go and treat the entire highway and every slope along it. You may make a choice and use some risk acceptance criteria. Now, just lead to some questions which can lead to optimization and design in hilly area. Right? What should be the extent of investigation? Right? So then depends whether you are doing alignment survey or feasibility or a DPR or EPC tender, and then you can pick and choose. And if you have data available right from the alignment survey onwards, it's a accumulation of data, and you should read everything, put it together by the time you are going for construction. Right? So how much safe we should design, as I was talking about risk acceptance, right? Whenever we are trying to design, the design methods, the analytical methods, and probably the professors would agree, we have mono no bokabe, pseudo-static method for slope stability. It is so conservative, and particularly hills with slope, if you try to put seismic factor into it, you will never get to a factor of safety 1 also. Then how much are you going to do? We are getting anchors and all for 50-meter long, and the cost is increasing heavily. So should we just accept static design? It's just a question. I'm not the decision maker, but I'll pose this question, and together we can probably answer. Limited seismic factors. So instead of every couple of years, I see the seismic coefficients are increasing. Right? The hills are same, the earthquakes are same, but the coefficients are increasing. So how much we want to deal with, and do we want to deal with together along with a water event or not? Consideration based on risk hazard rating, whether we can put that, say, factor of safety of 1.5 for most hazardous, and maybe 1.15 or 1.2 for low hazard. So this is also one way of achieving economy in. So these are some questions. What's the best model for construction, right? Because there will be variability. When you go for any slope treatment or something, it's not that what you design or what you have estimated, the same will be the execution cost. It is going to vary. The geology, even whatever extent of investigation you do, there will be variations. So whether the traditional method of unit rate construction is good, or EPC with performance parameters and long term. And a couple of BRO projects I have seen that they do it departmentally, right? So is that an option? And last, when we talk about liabilities, particularly for expert consultant in DPR of hill road or cut slope stabilization, the no liability, that means ignorant design and inferior work for construction. But if you want to take, there was a term used when last we were working on a project, permanent solution for slope stabilization, right? And there is nothing permanent. The hills are not permanent. We are not permanent. And you want a permanent solutions, the consultant would be very conservative, very bothered. Can we term it long term rather than permanent? That could be one option. Limited time liability, then you'll have to work upon mitigation cost versus maintenance cost. So a lot of contractors do choose, even if they have the 10 years liability, they said, okay, let the, if anything happens, I will just clear it. That cost is much less than making a treatment. And just to give a rule of thumb, actually in slope stability, cost estimate is very difficult, very, very difficult, small or big. But just a ballpark figure, if you want to treat a 20 to 25 meter high cut slope, right, the cost would be probably equivalent to making a tunnel inside. So anything 25 meter or beyond, I think it will be advisable to go for a tunnel rather than a cut slope. Right? So those are my points, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Ashish Gharpure ji, for making such a interesting presentation. I'm like, you have covered additional points of slope stabilization, and this panel is giving more importance to slope stabilization. Means hill road is synonymous with this hill slopes, either failure or its mitigations. Ashish ji also touched upon this drainage problem, and I have requested him to give his thoughts on the cost optimization also. And I am thankful that he has covered that also. Cost optimizations, he has suggested that factor of safety for seismic conditions. We can think of whether for seismic conditions such a high factor of safety is required or not. I think it will be taken care appropriately, and we have to do this cost optimization. Then another aspect he has covered that is very important is monitoring and instrumentation. One point I want to emphasize also, for alignment studies, the satellite imagery having INSAR inputs is very important, and it is not being used, but probably one in Ramban Banihal, that pilot project has been done to check this, whether this INSAR imagery can predict this landslide or slip movement, etc. I think that is to some extent successfully, past data has been found correct. So now it is high time that we should, for alignment approval also, or while considering this alignment, we should take input from INSAR imagery also. Apart from that, instrumentation that has been maybe means in future hazard assessment and advanced warning system, instrumentation will play very widely. And with this, I request Shwetab ji to give his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So thank you for the dais. And I would like to start my presentation. As all the respected speakers here, they have discussed very specific aspects and important aspects of the highway development in hilly areas. I would be touching upon the topic of road tunnels in the hilly areas. Before I move forward, I would like to bring out this fact that this presentation, that the discussion that we are making here is very specific in context of the Himalayan geology. So when I say highway development in hilly areas for road tunnels, this is very specific to the Himalayan geology. So the whole presentation has been divided into two parts. The first part of the presentation or the discussion would deal with the methods and the processes that have been adopted till now for last 2 decades in India in the Himalayan context for developing some of the wonderful projects of the world in terms of tunneling. And the second aspect of the presentation would deal with what lies in the future and where do we go from here. So I would like to start from the road tunnels in Himalayan conditions in the Indian context. So largely most of the tunnel projects that are being done right now, of course, while we all agree to this fact that the tunnels are conduits for development in this country. So these are the broadly 10 filters through which all the tunnel projects in this country they go through, which starts from the planning consideration for tunnels, the tunnel geometrics, the geological reference modeling, the geotechnical evaluation and parameters, ground characterization, that is the response prediction, excavation method, temporary support, support finalization, instrumentation monitoring, and then the electromechanical installations, which includes the ventilation, firefighting, lighting, power supply, drainage systems, TMS systems, and operation maintenance obligations. Point 3 to point number 8, as you can see, largely is covered under the context of the NATM tunneling method. And as we proceed further, I'll just like to introduce this fact here, that this is not a unidirectional approach, but there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of back propagation and feed forward mechanism that is involved nowadays while the NATM method of tunneling is implemented till the time the final supports are installed and even henceforth while the monitoring continues. So while we have been dealing with a lot of DPR projects which can be considered as the planning phase development in this country, so majorly within the Indian context, these are the major parameters upon which the planning of the tunnels or specifically the road tunnels have been based upon to best of our knowledge in last 2 decades. Primarily enhancing connectivity in remote areas, of course, the route shortening and all-weather options, creating all-weather options, promotion of tourism, military requirements, avoiding sliding zones or the distressed zones, developing bypasses to old cities which are highly congested and it's very difficult to find space for developing new highways in those regions. Then avoiding greenfield alignments to avoid deforestation, disaster mitigation plans, reaching out to the remote areas which are susceptible to events like GLOF and landslides. And then multi-utility and multimodal outlook, which is a very futuristic outlook, but certainly it is coming up. And then the whole idea of the tunnel geometrics. When I say tunnel geometrics, we are largely talking about the alignment of the tunnels. So the major aspects of the alignment or the geometry in a tunnel would include the cross sections, the longitudinal slopes, and the length of the tunnel. So majorly these 3 aspects would constitute the geometrics of the tunnel. So this all can be divided majorly into five filters. One is the functional requirement, from where we get the lane configuration, which actually directly influences the cross-section adoption. The operational requirement, which directly deals with the traffic envelope, the service corridors, escape routes, and regional connectivity options. That also directly feeds into the cross-section requirement and the approach roads planning. Then the traffic characterization and volume assessment, which certainly is an input for the socio-economic dividends. And of course, that also feeds into the cross-section requirements. And then the very important factor is the geological factors, like decision of drive against the dip or along the dip of bedding across the shear zones or along the shear zone activity state of the fault zones, etc. So this generally determines the length of the tunnel excavation method and construction sequences, and largely the shape of the tunnel, which generally what we see in the NATM method is either D shape or it is the modified horseshoe shape these days. Then economic and constructability and safety consideration. So that is where the length of the tunnel and the approach roads actually come into picture. And while we go through all these 5 filters, the 3 main aspects that includes the cross section, the length, and the gradients or the the geometry is finalized. Now, all the aspects that would fall within the NATM method in the Himalayan context can be put into 3 layers. The first layer would certainly be the geological challenges, which is dealt at large in the feasibility and the DPR stages. And if you look at the sub-layers, this would include the study at the tectonic settings, the drainage, surface and the subsurface drainages, the lithology and the stratigraphy, the seismic risks, and the weather patterns, the erratic weather patterns to which the Himalayan complex is subject to. The second layer largely would consist of investigating and finding out the geotechnical parameters and predicting the ground behavior to finalize upon the, or to analyze the excavation methods and support requirement. So this would largely be overlapping in the feasibility DPR stages and pre-construction stages. And the third layer, where the confirmation of all this data is done while the construction is started or the execution has started, is the excavation and support with instrumentation monitoring and KPIs, that is the key performance indicators, and again the back analysis, going back and forth to actually optimize the designs. So largely these are the tenets of NATM tunneling, which has been used extensively in the Himalayan context, and they have been indigenized. So the outcomes that we are talking about at this stages, some of, as I said earlier in the presentation, some of the wonderful projects have been accomplished in this country. And this has been accomplished through indigenization of the processes of geological mapping, data acquisition, and local engineering in defining the ground types and the support types. So some of the examples are Atal Tunnel, Chenani Nashi, that is SP Mukherjee Tunnel, Kazigund Bani Hal Tunnel, Zedmore Tunnel, and Sela Tunnel. So the testimony to successful indigenization has been in evolving the methodology for data acquisition. So we talk about the digital terrain models, etc., which have evolved over a period of time. Then the geological mapping processes, which have developed in consonance with the geophysical and geotechnical investigation and their proper overlaps. Then the ground behavior type and engineering simulations, which have actually gone ahead with the enhanced power of the processors and the machines that we are using these days. And of course, this is going to increase in next 2 to 3 years domain with the advent of a lot of machine learning and large data science research. Then fit to purpose construction method and support development. So this is something which has been indigenized and has been done in the local conditions, that is in the national conditions for the Himalayan terrain. Now, I come to the second part of my presentation, which is for the frontiers to be explored in the Himalayan tunneling through the Indian context. So this has been divided into majorly 4 parts. At the planning stages, the feasibility and the DPR stages, the engineering stages, that is the pre and the post-construction stage, and the construction stages. So
a more deeper consideration during planning stages for environmental and social impact is required. Not that it's not happening at this moment, but probably the contours of sustainability considerations and engagement of the community in the decision-making process has to be enhanced. Because we are facing, I mean, a lot of projects, they face, now they have started facing the challenges of sustainability or the color of the sustainability, because it is now that we have realized after 2 decades that a lot of these tunnel projects for which a lot of muck is being generated, somehow they have posed threat to the biodiversity of the region, to the local habitats in those regions for the flora and fauna. Community engagement does happen through the public consultation processes, but the public consultation processes needs to be initiated at very early stages rather than finalizing most of the details and then going to the public and then again going back to the board once such proposals they find themselves in jeopardy. Then integration with transportation networks in the planning stages. A lot of efforts are being made these days, and of course this continues as an effort to integrate the highway tunnels, the rail tunnels, and maybe the utility tunnels into one envelope. So this is what the multimodal planning and enhancing accessibility and mobility within the same corridor has to be achieved in the planning stages in the future. Then, of course, the investment towards the investigation, which is overlapping investigation from geophysical and geotechnical point of view, has to be evolved and has to be evolved in context of the Himalayan geology, where the zones of instability have already been identified across the Himalayan belts. And a national framework needs to be developed for acquiring this data and integrating it with the modern design and engineering techniques to optimize the results at the planning stages itself. So as I was mentioning, so this is a summary of innovations in tunnel engineering for which a national protocol or maybe an international protocol needs to be formalized for the tunneling to progress into the next era of technological structures, which is smart tunnel technologies, which deals a lot with the real-time data acquisition, then sustainable practices and materials, simulation, modeling, and real-time BIM implementation. This is something which is the need of the hour. Then data-driven decision-making, for which, as I was saying, a national data repository needs to be developed. Then national safety and testing protocols for firefighting and ventilation systems. This is, of course, the need of the hour now. Then indigenous TBM technology development and domestically built electromechanical and control systems. So this is where a lot of indigenization would happen now, given that the semiconductors have become a very serious business in this country, or going to become a very serious business. Then, of course, there have been events in the past in this country, in some of the tunnels, which have exposed some of our vulnerabilities towards risk mitigations and emergency preparedness. So safety measures during construction needs to be looked into more through a more wider lens. In conclusion, I would like to say that, of course, some of the most successful tunnels in the challenging conditions accomplished in this country through the process of indigenization. And of course, the collaborative efforts within the sequential excavation method domain has found success in this country, which has been actually imported from the European context. As I said, the road tunnels will continue to be the conduits of development and tools for socio-economic engineering within the Himalayan context. A national collaborative framework is required for data sharing, research purpose, simulation modeling, and indigenization efforts towards TBM technology and instrumentation monitoring. A wider global connect in knowledge sharing within the global North and South nation is required at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Shatab ji, for giving us detail regarding the tunnel. Earlier, tunnel was a taboo subject nowadays, but the same is not nowadays. Tunnel are being constructed in big way in hilly roads, and we are thankful that he has thrown light on some aspects of it. He has also, I want to emphasize that he has shared, data driven means it is a empirical, tunnel designing is empirical, so data sharing is very important. So some repository has to be created for, this is relevant in slope stabilization also and for tunneling also. So we have to give a serious thought on data sharing and making it available in public platform somewhere, so that it is easily available even to researchers, academicians and practitioners also, so that indigenously we improve our design and come out with cost effective solutions. With this, I thank all panelists to conclude this. Few questions we will take, though times are limited. Yeah, please. First this. Mike, please.
Actually, I have worked in the plain as well as hilly regions. So what I have felt that in the contract agreement, whether it is EPC or the this HAM model, they are heavily inclined towards, means the provisions are mostly related to plain area. And the geological surprises that we encounter during construction are not duly covered. We have recently attempted a tunnel matrix variation GBR base, but the other things are still missing. For example, in slope protection or either or the retaining structures, if something is there, then the contractor should be duly covered so that his payments are released. So our bid document may be either separated, especially for the hilly area, or certain provisions may be incorporated so that if there are geological surprises, then that can be covered in the form of either a BOQ based model. So that is my suggestion.
Yeah, your suggestion, and you have only to implement it. Panelists have little to do it. Some question was from that. Yeah, it is audible.
It's audible.
Yeah.
So I'm Shaumendra Banerjee. I am representing my firm Terre Arme. My question is to Porwal sir. Sir, you have worked extensively in the mountains, and you spoke about alignment, sir. Here I would like to ask you one question. Greenfield cutting or a brownfield cutting? We are always emphasizing towards cutting on the hillside. Now here is a case in point where we have structures like reinforced shored wall construction, which is already there in the IRCSP 48/2023. Should DPR, like Genstru consultants here, should also be looking into this, that we have a provision, we have technology to take our alignment towards the valley side and have structures accordingly. Another point to, in the same, to Mr. Ashish, again as a consultant here, IRCSP 48/2023 has brought out a number of mitigation measures for the landslide. So when the DPR has been there, I think we are in a in that particular with that document, we are there to give that into our tender provisionings also. Thank you.
To your first question, basically, alignment is the most important and vital in hill road. any mistake in that we pay throughout the life during construction and maintenance as well. So the best way with my experience is a balance cut and fill, like JICA. You see their DPRs are very meticulous. Generally, they are cut and fill in such a balance that you need not to dispose of the earth also. So either going in full cutting is also not wiser, or going into full filling is not a wiser. So we have to strike a balance, and that will depend on the geology, terrain and site and place to place. So hill road, that is the most important thing. Whatever true in X place is not true in Y, it is site specific. So we have to take a decision based on the site requirement, ground requirement, and it has to be through a thorough examination. So this is very important, and cut and fill, we should go for balanced cut and fill approach is the best approach as far as my personal view is concerned.
Yeah, a very short answer to your question, valley side widening, we do it. Right, so...
There are apprehensions. People, yet that mindset has not been prepared because there was a lack of information, lack of confidence. I'll not say information technology, everything is there. Confidence.
Right.
That we have structures, it can be done, it has been done. That's the point.
Right, right. So since the question was whether Gens 2 does it, yes, we do it. And in fact, as back as 2000, year 2000, we have done it for Bombay-Pune Expressway, where the widening was done on the hill, valley side as well as hillside. So yes, the point I'm taking, and in fact, if you want me to decimate this point, yes, it's very much possible to widen on valley side, subject to a lot of local considerations. How deep is the valley, what type of soil, and so on. Usually hillside, you'll get the rock, and hence an easy way that, okay, it's more stable, so widen that side. But the best way could be to balance the cut and fill as well. So there are various aspects, but it's so localized answer, you know, very site-specific answer, but it can be done either side, and which is where I have taken in my presentation that valley side widening is very much possible. Yes, it should be done.
Let me, just one minute more. While giving connectivity to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra route, I had hard rock, vertical hard rock to my valley side. And there is a mistake, here in open forum, that's a mistake that we did of cutting too much to the hillside. That was my only point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir. Mountains and the tunnels. Working in the mountains all my life, I feel that the EPC contract, which is their standard document for the plains, does not work in the mountains, whether it is the tunnel or the normal mountains, because the kind of variables which are there, the quality of, we've been talking about quality of DPR, yes, whatever we may do, the kind of investigations required for making a DPR of a tunnel, we cannot go beyond a point. Where can we use the geophysical investigation, we can use the aerial survey, whatever, but still variables are there. So my suggestion, we have all the think tank of the ministry and the EPIC forum of the road transport, that we must modify our contract conditions, that especially EPC, for the mountains in terms of tunnels and mountains in general.
Yeah. Please.
Colonel Sudhira, what you said is perfectly all right. In fact, when this EPC was being discussed, when I was chief, I said EPC is okay for the plains, but hills, there will be too many surprises. And we cannot factor even during the DPR stage, because many surprises come during construction also. So we have to have flexibility, means we prepare a DPR, but we should be open for the surprises and midterm corrections. If you feel a person on the ground can misuse that, then we can form an independent committee, a committee of experts, maybe from the institution or other people can come. And when it is genuine, it is better to do midterm correction. If you make incorrect highway, we will suffer during maintenance also. So surprises we may have to factor in, we have to modify the EPC contract, keeping provisions to cater for the surprises and the various new issues which has cropped up during the construction. So I fully endorse with his views.
In addition, I will, what was first asked by Basi, that further Sudhira, whatever he said, document need correction, it is fact. For EPC, hilly region EPC contract needs certain tweaking. More than that, our attitude for also need means correct, prudent decision making also. The DPR accuracy has to be at per site condition, and it has to be examined very diligently, means 5 times more accurately as in plane, that I will suggest. Problem is कि while we risk assessment and whatever document we have written in, most problem has been done in breezes also we have written span changes, no cost. Slope stabilization also we written similar, it changes but no cost. That only tweaking is needed. कि whenever whatever we have given design and explicitly mentioned in Schedule B, that is to be executed, plus minus has to be accommodated in COS. And apart from that, hill roads, whenever slips occur, it is always a means fight between contractor and authority. Whose responsibility is this? So that responsibility or has to be defined clearly. Ki up to what level it is contractor's responsibility, and beyond that, it is the cost has to be borne by authority. It is not a very difficult questions to answer, but it needs certain policy guidelines type executive directions sort of thing. I think with this we conclude this interesting discussion on hill roads, and we conclude.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for sharing such valuable insights on highway development in hilly areas. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for, in a way of thanking from our side to all the esteemed panelists as they shared their perspectives. Your expertise and thoughts have shed light on the unique challenges of terrain, sustainability and infrastructure planning, while also offering innovative solutions for safer and more resilient roads. Thank you very much for those perspectives. Thank you very much. So as we thank our eminent panel for sharing their ideas on the development of highways in the hilly areas, we'll now move on to the final panel discussion, which is panel number 4, on the theme of emergence of Indian construction companies as global players. As we take a few moments to set the stage, may I please request everyone to kindly remain seated, please. Unless it is really important to leave the auditorium and go outside, we request everyone to kindly please remain seated. These discussions have certainly deepened our understanding of what it takes to build and maintain highways in such demanding environment. Thank you very much. So quickly just taking a few seconds and setting up the stage for the final discussion that we have now, the panel discussion on emergence of Indian construction companies as global players. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the final panel, may I please invite the session moderator first, Shri Vishal Chauhan, member NHAI, to please join us on the dais. Please join your hands for the session moderator, Shri Vishal Chauhan, member NHAI. Former chairperson of Indian Highways Management Company Limited, he is a dedicated civil servant with a robust background in public policy and infrastructure development, and he has been instrumental in steering administrative reforms and enhancing operational efficiency across the sector. We welcome you, sir. Shri Vishal Chauhan. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. एक बार जोरदार तालियां सभी की ओर से. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming our moderator on the dais. Also inviting our respected panelists also now to join us on the dais, Shri Jagan Narayan Padmanabhan, Senior Director and Global Head of Transport, Logistics and Mobility at CRISIL Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. With over 2 decades of experience in infrastructure, advisory and market intelligence, he has been instrumental in shaping strategic insights across India's transport and logistics sectors. Shri Padmanabhan's expertise spans corporate strategy, policy analysis and sustainability, making him a leading voice in discussions on India's evolving infrastructure landscape. We welcome you, sir. Inviting Shri D.R. Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director of Dinesh Chandra R. Agarwal Infracon Private Limited, DRA Infracon. Zordar taliyan Shri D.R. Agarwal ji ke liye. A leading infrastructure development and construction company under his visionary leadership, DRA Infracon has expanded its footprints across India and neighboring countries, delivering projects in various domains of infrastructure sector. We welcome you, sir. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. We also invite Shri Sivanarayan Naik, President Corporate Affairs, GR Infra Projects Limited. We welcome you, sir. Shri Naik. With over 34 years of experience spanning both public and private sectors, he has held pivotal roles in organizations like the National Highways Authority of India and Housing and Urban Development Corporation. His strategic insights have been instrumental in steering GR infra projects, diversification and growth initiatives. Let's join our hands for Shri Nayak. And finally, requesting Dr. Deepak Tripathi, Director Technical at RITES Limited, to please join us. A senior leader with over 3 decades of experience in infrastructure development and engineering management. A specialist in operations, quality systems, and lean project execution, Dr. Tripathi has led large-scale multidisciplinary projects across India and internationally, particularly in South Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. His work spans key areas such as transport, infrastructure planning, quality assurance, and technical consultancy. We welcome you, Dr. Deepak. एक बार सभी के लिए जोरदार तालियां. हमारे सभी panelists आ चुके हैं, and with this, may I please invite Shri Mayank Tyagi to welcome each of our eminent speakers who have joined us in this panel discussion. सभी का बहुत-बहुत स्वागत करते हैं. Beginning with the moderator, Shri Vishal Chauhan. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us here. And we look forward to some interesting perspectives that we will hear from your side. A wonderful warm welcome once again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join hands once again in welcoming our speakers for the session, beginning with the moderator, Shri Vishal Chauhan, member NHAI. Also welcoming Shri Jagan Narayan Padmanabhan. A very warm welcome to you. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत. Shri D.R. Agarwal. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir, Shri D.R. Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director, DRA Infracon. Welcoming Shri Sivanarayan Nayak. A warm welcome to you once again. Bahut-bahut swagat. Before we dive into the deliberations of the session, we are extending a heartfelt welcome to each of our speakers for the session. We also welcome Dr. Deepak Tripathi after this. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Deepak Tripathi, Director Technical at RITES Limited. A wonderful welcome. Thank you very much, Mang sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we take the opportunity of requesting the moderator to kindly please begin the proceedings of the session, and let us dive into the discussions from here. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request everyone to kindly please remain silent, please. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we have come to the last session of today's conclave. And first of all, let me congratulate the ministry and especially our additional secretary, Mr. Vinay Kumar, and his team for taking this initiative, organizing everybody, and having these 4 very stimulating sessions. So our last session is about emerging of Indian construction companies as a global player. And here I am assuming that when we are talking of Indian construction companies, we are also talking about not only the EPC companies or the BOT companies or the toll companies, but also we are talking about the consultants and what are the opportunities available to them as far as to emerge as a global player. I'm not sure, but I think this idea has come from the very top, that high time has come that India should have 100 companies of caliber so that they can take any global challenge, they can take up any assignment globally. So that is the target, that we should have a 100 companies which have the technical know-how, which have the financial strength. And probably this kind of a suggestion has come from high authorities. So I think this discussion is from that line only, that what can be done, what need to be done, and what are the facilitation required from the government side, and what are the steps required by the private sector and public sector both. So we did a exercise some time back that, you know, we have ONGC Videsh, we have RIGHTS, we have so many countries, PSUs, which have a international wing. So we thought, why not NHAI can also have an international wing? But the catch here is that there is opportunity for us, but we are 100% dependent on the government funding. So since that level of autonomy is not enjoyed by, which is enjoyed by other public sector units who are earning their own money, earning their own profit, and they are free to utilize that profit in investment outside the country also. So of course that issue is there, but there is certainly a scope for the private companies and public sector companies, especially construction companies, to take, you know, steps and you know, take up the work not only in India but outside the country also. We also analyze, you know, what are the areas where our companies can go, and which are the countries we can go. So we road quality index we analyzed, and road quality index of the India was about 4.5. So obviously countries which are making better roads than us, we have lesser scope. That's an assumption, but there are countries which they can learn from us, they can use our infrastructure and companies. So we could zero in on countries in Africa and countries in Asia where Indian companies have lot of scope. But that's an assumption. I'm not saying that in developed countries Indian companies cannot work. India has lot of talent and resources. So that is one area of focus. Second thing is about that, you know, what is required for an Indian company to be globally competitive is manpower. Is the most requirement, and as far as India is concerned, the manpower is, we have one of the best manpowers. It is a fact that whether in the technical side or any other side, in most of the countries, Indian people are working, so we don't have shortage of manpower, and they can do it. Even financial strength also, the kind of work we are doing. In European countries, they are making only 100-200 kilometer roads. Probably they don't need it, but still they don't have that much of a leeway also. As compared, if we tell them that we are making 5,000 kilometer of road, they really get surprised. So we have the financial leeway, we have the best of the technical manpower. We can really take this initiative. Probably time has come for India also and Indian companies to go abroad. And in other sectors, we see whether it is telecom, for that matter, companies like Airtel or Tata's in manufacturing. So companies who have gone abroad have really done very, very well. So there is no reason why Indian companies, whether it is public sector or private sector, cannot do well internationally. So with these opening remarks, we have four eminent panelists with us. So first, I will request Mr. Nayak from CRISIL that to give us a perspective and make a presentation. From CRISIL, we have
Jagan. Yeah,
Mr. Jagan.
Yeah. Thanks.
So Mr. Jagan.
Sure. I'll just take the stage.
Suresh ji, so he's known to me actually. Okay. He called me 3 days back.
Yeah. So I have a short presentation of emergence of Indian construction company as global players. The way we looked at this is just not only on the national highway part of it, but also looked at companies which have gone beyond highways in other sectors as well. Yeah, next slide. I think I can use this. So these are the contracting companies. What's the global outreach that they've got? What's the unique selling proposition? Why are they looking at outside of it? What are the advantages and key challenges? I think that is the most important part that we can discuss. And what's the kind of way ahead that we've got? As Sir was mentioning, the Indian companies have certainly gone well and beyond the Indian shores, and I'll talk about a few of them in the subsequent slides. But if you look at the global construction market, it's valued at about close to $15.26 trillion and going at a CAGR growth of 5.28%. So it's a market which is big. It is a market which is growing at a healthy pace compared to the world economic growth. If you were to look at it, this is growing at an economic growth which is higher than the growth of the world. And also in terms of the previous CAGR, if you were to look at it, even then it's something which is substantial. And by 2033, this is expected to hit about close to $26.75 trillion. So, and if you look at from a percentage of the world GDP, if you were to look at it, this is hovering between about 14 to 15%. So it's one of those sectors which is large, significant, and growing. I think that's the key takeaway as far as this particular slide is concerned. Sorry. And the one on the Indian contracting companies and how they are playing a role in this particular one, if you look at it, and we have categorized it multiple sectors on the road, and this is by all means only indicative in its nature. It's not an exhaustive list of all of them. So we have presence in the road, we have presence in the industrial and the energy infrastructure, significant presence in the, as Sir was also mentioning, on the oil and gas side. If you see L&T today, you'd be surprised to know close to 40 to 50% of their revenue is coming from outside of India in markets like Saudi, where they have really gone and made their presence felt in a significant manner. Then you have on hydropower, then you have other large infrastructure projects in terms of Tata projects and IVRCL being there, metro and railway, airports, buildings, so on and so forth. So where are they actually present today? They are present significantly in the Middle East part of it. They are present in the Africa and Southeast Asia. Well, we can say that a global presence, but to that extent, our presence today is only in these four or three or four regions of the world. In another way that you can look at it is the rest of the world is still there for us to tap it, but this is where the current Indian companies are present. So what's the unique selling proposition for the Indian contracting companies is that this is international portfolio. Many of them look at it for de-risking themselves from the India market, diversifying the business risk. So concentration is far lower if you're looking at businesses beyond India, like a case in point which I talked about is L&T. And the chances of higher margins are there for global projects. There are caveats to this, and we can talk about it as part of the panel discussion, but generally the margin profile is far better in international geography. Project execution, so ability for us to, over the period of time, having learned from the India market, the project execution is far better, and hence looking at international geography and in the financial stability. So those are the reasons why Indian companies are looking at going in across into some of the international geography. Some of the companies who have gone abroad and what is their order book looking like. If you see, L&T has seen a surge, so 42% of its 65 billion order book is coming in from international geography, which I talked about it earlier on. The annual growth in the international order book is at about 25 to 35%, so which is far high, which is quite high considering the base in which that they are operating. And if they were just confined to the India market, to look at such growth rates will be quite difficult. Similar is probably some of the experiences of the other companies. I'm not going in detail, or there is no particular reason that I picked up any of these particular companies to talk about, but generally to give a picture of how these companies have gone beyond the shores, and now it's making a significant part of their overall portfolio. So moving further into the advantages and the key challenges, if you were to look at it, the ones on the advantages is the de-risking part of it, no particular single market, reduced execution bottlenecks which are there, lesser delays in some of these geographies, like in the Middle East. If you see, quite quick turnaround from project conceptualization to execution is quite efficient in these geographies. Margins are quite predictable. Payment cycles are far more, predictable and comes through at a particular point in time. Balanced exposure of their portfolio, balancing between the India and the Middle East one, so on and so forth. So these are some of the key advantages that they've got. But there also remains the challenges. So it's not a bed of roses when we talk about these particular geographies. The shortage of skilled labor, much of this can be seen in geographies like the Africa, even in parts like Middle East. The skilled labor availability is quite a challenge. Local regulations, so there's a cap on foreign workers, so they need to go and source workers of about between 80 to 85% locally. Financial instability, political instability in some of the geographies. And if you look at the supply chain part of it, there's a lot of disruption which is happening. So that's again an area of concern. You bid at assuming certain set of products to be coming in from certain geographies, but then there is supply chain related issues. Then the local currency fluctuations, this is I'm talking more in the Africa market. And some of these markets also have competition from other state-owned entities, specifically from China. And hence they are, not so favorably placed in comparison to the state-owned enterprises. So these are some of the advantages and the challenges. And for the way ahead part of it, for the Indian companies is to look at how they can leverage the new technologies for increased efficiency, looking at adopting low carbon building materials, so that part of it which is there, sustainability and climate resilient solutions, focus on strategic tie-up. I think MOUs with counterparts across the world will be very important, industry-wise collaboration which is there, and also managing sufficient skilled labor workforce across the global locations. These are some of the things that the Indian contracting companies can look at it. So these are the sources which has got referred to. That's all I had in terms of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padmanabhan, for giving a very overview of the whole scenario and the opportunities, strength and weakness of the Indian construction sector. Now I will request Shri Dinesh Chand Agrawal ji to give his presentation, who is also president of the NSBF.
आज का जो ये पैनल डिस्कशन है, ये जिस सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर है, इसके लिए मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज को विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। विशेष धन्यवाद इसलिए, मैं 30 साल से एक्सेलेंस अवार्ड के अलावा मिनिस्ट्री के प्रोग्राम में अटेंड करता हूँ, लेकिन ये सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर ये पहली दफ़े मैं ये सेशन देख रहा हूँ। इसकी कीमत ये है कि जैसे मिनरल्स है, ये मिनरल्स ज़मीन के अंदर रहती है, वहाँ तक उसकी कोई कीमत नहीं होती है। मिनरल्स को हम ज़मीन से निकालते हैं, इसको यूज करते हैं, इसको प्रोसेस करते हैं, काम में लेते हैं, तभी वो मिनरल्स की कीमत होती है। इस देश के पास हर तरह की कैपेसिटी है, वो कैपेसिटी को बाहर लाने की कोशिश नहीं की गई है। आज यहाँ ऑडियंस में जो सामने बैठे हैं, इस देश के डेवलपमेंट के अंदर उनके बिना डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो सकता है। एंड इतना जो डेवलपमेंट है उसके ये सभी यहाँ जो सामने बैठे हैं, चाहे वो कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी है, चाहे वो इंजीनियर्स हैं, डिपार्टमेंट के इंजीनियर्स है या कंसल्टिंग फर्म्स है, सबका इसके अंदर रोल्स है। और ये शक्ति को हमें बाहर ले जाने के लिए भारत सरकार ने ये पहली पहल की है और ये हमारे सबके लिए बहुत ही अच्छी साइन है। हम जानते हैं विदेश के अंदर जो काम होते हैं, मैन पावर सारा इंडिया से जाता था। जैसे जगन नारायण जी ने बताया कि कई कंपनियां काम करती है, लेकिन अभी भारत सरकार की इच्छा ये है कि जो कंपनियां काम करती है, 10 कंपनी, 20 कंपनी, 25 कंपनी, उसकी जगह 500 कंपनी, 1000 कंपनी इंडिया से बाहर जावे, इंडिया की इकोनॉमी आगे बढ़ावे, इंडिया को आगे लावे यार। तो इसके लिए जो ये कोशिश की गई है, इसके लिए मैं मानता हूँ कि ये हमारे लिए एक अच्छा टाइम है, ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है और ये अपॉर्चुनिटी का हमें ये फ़ायदा लेना चाहिए यार। भारत सरकार ने अभी G20 का सेशन हुआ था और ये G20 के अंदर कैसे इंडियन कंपनी आगे बढ़ सकती है और इंडिया को बाहर जाने के दरवाजे खोल दिए थे। उसके अंदर हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी एंड हमारे गडकरी साहब, उनका बड़ा रोल है। सारी दुनिया के देशों के साथ डिस्कस करके इंडिया की कैपेसिटी के बारे में उन्होंने बात किया और इसी का ही आज यह जो सेशन है ये उसी का ही रिजल्ट है। और मैं मानता हूँ कि जो हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर का जो विज़न है विकसित भारत का 2047 का, उसको पूरा करने के लिए हमें जो यहाँ बैठी है कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी, इंजीनियर्स एंड कंसल्टिंग फर्म्स, हमें सबको साथ मिलके बाहर जाके ये देश का जो विकसित भारत का सपना है उसको पूरा करना चाहिए। हमें जो 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी है, वो 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी के 5 ट्रिलियन का हमारी इकोनॉमी 3rd इकोनॉमी के अंदर जाने का हमारा जो सपना है वो पूरा करना चाहिए। मैं आपको बताता हूँ इंडियन फर्म्स की क्या कैपेसिटी है। मैं नाम नहीं दे सकता, लेकिन यूरोपियन कंपनी ने आके इंडिया के अंदर कुछ फर्म को एक्वायर किया है। ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, खुशी की बात है, इंडियन फर्म्स आगे बढ़ रही है। लेकिन मैं उसके अंदर आगे ये बता रहा हूँ, ये फर्म्स के अंदर 95% इंडियन इंजीनियर्स है, 5% बाहर के हैं। एंड दुनिया के अच्छे अच्छे प्रोजेक्ट के ड्राइंग वही कंपनी में बनते हैं। यूरोपियन कंपनी का वो लगता है नाम, एंड ये दुनिया के अंदर यही कंपनी के ड्राइंग काम में आते हैं। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि इंडिया की ये कैपेसिटी है और ये कैपेसिटी को हमें बाहर लाना चाहिए और इसके अंदर आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। यहाँ मेरे सामने काफ़ी कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी बैठी है। मैं मानता हूँ कि ये देखते हुए हर एक सोचेगा कि हमें बाहर जाना है और बाहर जाना चाहिए। तो बाहर जाने के लिए मैं 2 बात हर कंपनी को कहना चाहता हूँ। बाहर जाने के लिए हमें ये देखना चाहिए कि हमारा फाउंडेशन मजबूत होकर हम बाहर जाएं। सबसे पहले हर कंपनी को फेमा के रूल समझने होंगे, एंड फेमा के रूल समझ के ही आगे बढ़ना है, फेमा के रूल समझ के ही बाहर जाना है। उसको पूरा स्टडी करके आगे जाना चाहिए। इससे हमें काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा, कोई फ्यूचर के अंदर प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा। हम जिस कंट्री में जा रहे हैं वो कंट्री के जो रेगुलेशन है उसको हमें पहले स्टडी करना है। उनके रेगुलेशन हमें पहले समझना चाहिए, और रेगुलेशन हम समझेंगे तो बाद में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता है। विदेश के अंदर जब हम जाते हैं, हर कंपनी को अपना एक क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम बनाना चाहिए एंड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम बनाकर ही आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, उसके अंदर बाहर जाना चाहिए ताकि आपको सफलता ज़्यादा मिलेगी। जब आप बाहर जाते हैं, हर कंट्री का HSE प्रोग्राम होता है, हेल्थ सेफ्टी एंड एनवायरनमेंट। बाहर के अंदर जब हम काम करते हैं तो ये भी, इसका भी हमें रेगुलेशन को फॉलो करना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है और ये भी हमें देखना है। एंड सबसे ज़रूरी ये है टाइमली डिलीवरी। जब हम बाहर कम काम करते हैं और बाहर के काम लेने हैं तो हमें किसी भी चीज़ का, जो भी उनके प्रोजेक्ट से टाइमली हमें डिलीवरी करना चाहिए, टाइम बाउंड प्रोग्राम से उनके प्रोजेक्ट्स करने चाहिए। चौहान साहब ने कहा अभी कि ये ऊपर से बताया गया है कि इंडिया की कंपनी, कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी ग्लोबली जाए, तो मैं उनके थ्रू 2-3 चीज़ें रिक्वेस्ट भी करना चाहता हूँ। जब यहाँ से कंपनी बाहर जाती है तो गवर्नमेंट को भी हमें कुछ बातों में सपोर्ट करना होगा। जब हम बाहर शुरुआत करते हैं, सबसे पहले हमें रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का अप्रूवल लेना चाहिए। हम लेते हैं और लेना चाहिए, और उसके लिए रिजर्व बैंक को, कंपनी को जब बाहर जाती है तो उसके लिए उसकी अप्रूवल का एक तरीका प्रॉपरली सबको बताना चाहिए, पब्लिश करना चाहिए, ताकि ये राइट तरीका मालूम होने से रिजर्व बैंक की अप्रूवल से जब हम बाहर जाते हैं तो बाद में हमें कोई किसी तरह का दिक्कत नहीं आता है। सबसे ज़रूरी ये है बैंकिंग फैसिलिटी है। अगर हम आज से शुरुआत करेंगे, हमको बाहर की कंट्री की बैंकें सपोर्ट नहीं करेगी। तो जब हम बाहर जाते हैं तो हमारी बैंकों को जो भी है वो एक सपोर्ट का एक फॉर्मूला बनाना चाहिए कि इंडिया से कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी जब बाहर जाएगी तो उनको जो भी बैंकिंग सपोर्ट, जैसे सिक्योरिटी चाहिए, सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट देना पड़ता है, या और तरह की कई तरह की सिक्योरिटियाँ लगती है, तो पहले दिन से वो बाहर की बैंकें, बाहर की कंट्री की बैंकें नहीं देती है। तो मीनवाइल जब शुरुआत करने के लिए भारत सरकार को एक बैंकों के साथ बैठ के ये एक पॉलिसी बनाना चाहिए, और ये पॉलिसी बनाने से हमारी कंपनी ज़्यादा बाहर जा सकेगी, देश का नाम ज़्यादा रोशन कर सकेगी। पहले हम लोग जब बाहर जाते थे, बाहर की मशीनरियाँ यूज करते थे। आज इंडिया के अंदर बढ़िया से बढ़िया मशीनरी हर सेक्टर की मैन्युफैक्चर होती है। ये मशीनरी एक दफ़े ले जाना भी पड़ता है, वापस भी लाना पड़ता है, तो इसके लिए जो भी है वो गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट वगैरह करना चाहिए। मैं मानता हूँ हमारे पास ये कैपेसिटी है, और जैसे हमारी मिनरल्स बाहर आती है उसी तरह इंडियन कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी को ज़रूर से सरकार सपोर्ट करेगी, और हम भी सरकार का जो सपना है विकसित भारत का वो हम पूरा करेंगे। देश को थर्ड इकोनॉमिक तरफ जल्दी आगे ले जाएंगे, इंडिया का नाम रोशन करेंगे।
धन्यवाद दिनेश चंद जी, आपने बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव दिए हैं और निश्चित रूप से आपके दिए हुए सुझाव पे कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा श्री शिव नारायण नायक जी से, जो GR इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट से हैं, प्रेसिडेंट कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स, अपने विचार रखें।
Good afternoon. Emergence of Indian construction companies as global players. This is, I believe, it is a topic of much relevance today because of 3 factors. One is that the Indian construction companies over a period of time has built up its capacity as well as competency. The second point, I would like to reiterate that there is a bit of domestic compulsion as well. Reason being, now many of the companies which is at the higher level and many of the new entrants, there are a lot of differences and capabilities which need to be directed at a right direction. And third thing, of course, as Vishalji has told, the government is providing a helping hand. That is very important for any of the things. Slides, please. Coming to the construction companies, Indian construction sector is certainly expanding its global footprint, no doubt about that. And in fact, many of the companies from many years has been doing it. And the key sectors what is being followed are roads, power, transmission, railways, water, marine sector, and of course hydrocarbons and all. The focus countries basically is African countries, Middle East countries, South Asia, and South African nations. Coming to the construction companies which are working globally, I have just provided a glimpse of it. What are the companies and what are the areas or countries they are operating on. Coming forward with L&T, Afcons, Aircon International, then Tata Projects, NCC, Kalpataru, KEC. They are doing a big job. And in fact, when we are talking about international projects, they are holding a good portfolio. And what we are talking about a good portfolio is also a contribution to the good EBITDA and good profitability. Now, when we are going ahead for the projects abroad, what are the kind of bidding it is happening? Basically, it is 4 categories I can put into. One is that international competitive bidding, then there is limited competitive bidding, and there are direct awards. Of course, these all 3 are mostly in EPC category. And the other category, it is not very prevalent today, but yes, it is gaining momentum, and some of the projects has been executed by some of the companies here. Coming to the PPP projects by Indian companies, Sterlite Power has gone to Brazil for some transmission projects. L&T and KEC has been doing some African projects, and Ircon, of course, on railways. And when we are talking about EPC or maybe a item rate contract, the most preferred one is FIDIC, and it is understood well by the whole of the world, and it is the most preferred one. There is a bit of derivative when it comes to the new engineering contract, which basically selectively done in Africa, UK, Ghana, Botswana, Kenya, and South African countries. Yes, the focus is on collaboration, clarity, and flexibility. As far as FIDIC is concerned, it is a regulated one with some kind of special conditions and general conditions. New engineering contract incorporates some of the flexibility into it so that it is better suited for both the client as well as the contractor. The other one, what is basically accepted is the bespoke contracts, that is a customized contracts for any of the client, which is basically project specifications oriented. It is one-sided terms favoring the client, and of course it is governed by the local English laws, limited dispute resolution flexibility, and it comes with a high risk, tight deadlines, and security heavy permits. I think Government of India is doing its bit, but probably as Vishalji told, that is not as focused as it should be. There are Indian missions abroad which is assisting in networking and grievance redressal. Ministry of Commerce has undertaken market access initiative schemes, which is helping in kind of this seminars or some kind of showcases, something like that. Exim Bank is doing its bit with lines of credit, and Asian Development and Economic Assistance Scheme, that is basically extended for concessional credit for Africa and South Asian countries, which is basically strategic alliance with India or kind of sub-diplomacy. Yeah, funding agency has a role, and as far as India is concerned, Exim Bank of India is doing its bit, providing project finances and line of credits. World Bank, IBRD, of course, it is global multilateral agencies which is involved in large-scale infrastructure financing. African Development Bank, it is Africa-specific, and in fact, they are very, very receptive as far as Indian contractors are concerned. ADB and New Development Bank are also doing their bit as far as infrastructure development else in the world. Coming to the problems by the Indian construction companies, I have just written some of it. There are many others, but the primary factors are delayed payments and arbitration challenges. This is because many of the developing companies, they don't have the funds, or might be there are certain regulations which they are not able to comply it properly, delaying the payments and all. Basically, this is the funds flow has to be done from the agencies. Then political and regulatory instability is everywhere. It has to be assessed properly and studied so that it does not drag us down at the time of execution. Lack of local skilled labor and logistics, yes, it is everywhere. And as far as taking our own labor force to others, they have their own rules and regulations. Some countries allow freely, some countries they have their own restrictions, okay, 1:3:4. I mean, if you are bringing one person, you have to employ some local persons over there. Contract enforcement, of course, it goes to the dispute resolution as well as the arbitration as well. And the major challenge of one of the factor is the currency volatility of that particular country where we are working. Even though it is dollar denominated in most cases, currency volatility plays a big role. As far as risks are concerned, there are political risks, whether it is a war, whether it is a coup, change in law, and it is very prevalent in African countries particularly. Exchange rate risk, what we are referring to is this is the US dollar as far as India and that particular country is concerned. Legal disputes and local judiciary contents are there, so that is one of the area probably we have to be very careful. Of course, there are execution risks and operational risks. With regard to the payment and repatriation issues, Forex, local Forex laws govern repatriation. That is one of the very important thing if I am investing money, whether it is on PPP or whether it is an EPC contract. I need to get back the money. So that repatriation problems, it is all depend on the host country where we are trying to execute a contract. In some of the cases, it has been observed that it is milestone-based payments with some kind of, back off. But even then, there are some issues in payments and subsequent repatriation. Of course, African nations permit post-tax repatriation, and delays in disbursement is common in many cases. Coming to the taxation issue, it is probably one of the biggest problem as far as the projects abroad are concerned. When there is no DTA, please understand, I am making profit. Some of the profit we are paying as a tax over there. And if DTA is not, it is the double taxation avoidance agreement. If it is not there, I have to pay this similar tax here for all the remittances and profits I am making. So, double taxation DTA treaty is must whenever we are considering a project outside. Withholding tax, it is basically described in the DTA itself, but getting the credit for withholding tax payments, that is a big challenge. So probably it is one of the area the government of India has to see how best we can accommodate that, all those things. Then VAT and GST on local supplies and export of services. These are basically prevalent at home. How we are dealing with that, whether it is a zero tax bracket as far as GST applicability is concerned, and whether there is a refund mechanism available. And of course, there are permanent establishment issues if some kind of projects or consultants or some other issues which has a longevity issues. I mean, if suppose it is 180 days, then there is certain other things it is applicable in that particular country. Other taxation issues is one of the major issue is the transfer pricing. Whenever we are doing business, usually we have our subsidiaries here and abroad as well. So when I am executing a project, we have to send many materials, persons, consultancy. I mean, what is overall called, it is the project export. It has to be at arm's length. If it is not maintained properly, probably there is a problem that the tax authority will always question. Risk mitigation measures include time-bound deployments, transfer pricing documentation, that is really important. Local tax councils has to be consultant, and of course this double taxation agreement has to be there for some kind of respite. Okay. Project execution comes with certain kind of mechanization. Equipments like tunnel boring machines, piling rigs, cranes, concrete plants, specialized road machinery are moved across countries based on the project needs. So what is that it is required to be observed? So as far as import of overseas projects are concerned, it is export from India, equipment temporarily exported under bond or duty drawback scheme. Then ATA carnet or custom bond, that is for temporary import into the foreign country, that is comes without imposing any kind of cess or levy, requires proper declaration and customs clearance. In some cases, probably when we are completing the project, we need to re-import the machinery what it has been earlier sent to that particular country. So it also requires some kind of due diligence on customs as well as proper documentation. The best practice as far as this import, export and re-import is concerned, probably maintain accurate documentation, use professional customs agents, avail insurance for transit and operation, monitor depreciation for customs and tax valuation. This is important. What I believe is that bidding style and strategies. If we take various aspects, pricing, Indian companies are a bit competitive, often in mid-range. Foreign competitors are primarily Chinese, which bid very aggressively. Europeans are higher quality focused. As far as financing support is there, it is for the private developer or private contractor, they have to manage their own finances. Whereas for Chinese, that is what is the competition perspective I am talking about, Chinese always bundle their execution program. That is the execution plus financing. Europeans, of course, they have their export credit agencies to support them. Execution time it has been observed basically that execution time is reasonable, but delays can occur due to resource constraints. That is one of the major things, and whether it is a man, whether it is material, or maybe it is money. Thing is that whether the resources are properly planned or not. In this case, the major competition comes from Turks and Chinese. They are first mobilizers, they have their funding tie-up, and they have their plan in place for everything. Risk appetite concerned, Indians are always medium, not low, not high, but yes, Chinese Turks are very, very high and they are competitive. Local partnership is required, so basically for Indian context, it is subcontracting to others, particularly local contractors in that particular country. Chinese often they bring their own labor, which helps them to execute very, very speedily. Tech and design, of course, we have developed that, but European and Japanese are way ahead. Now coming to that, what is our strength? We should strengthen so that we have capitalize on that. One is that cost efficient execution. India is known for that. Familiarity with developing country bureaucracy. We are a democracy and we deal with bureaucracy everywhere. And probably it is one of the area where it helps us to deal with the bureaucracy in the other countries as well as the politicians. Then flexibility in contract structure. Yes, our contract structure is very, very flexible and very less rigid than the Western contracts. Many companies these days has also have a growing equipment base just to have an accelerated execution program. And many of the companies have built up their equipment bank. And of course, political push is coming off. Hopefully that will help to take it ahead. Now comes the disadvantage we must keep in mind. Lack of strong EPC plus financing combo. That is where probably the government has to come off and provide some kind of, it is not the Exim Bank alone can do it, not the banks can do it. Probably there has to be some kind of policy issues has to come up, how the Indian construction companies can be incubated outside with some kind of policy support. Then limited global track record in power and rail compared to Koreans or Japanese. Limited local presence for JV networks. Joint venture is a very important thing once we are going ahead for the projects outside. So probably we are not very conversant with all the risks it is there. So it is always advisable for us to go for a joint venture. Then of course technical and design lag is there, language and cultural gaps are there. Concluding my presentation here, I am pretty sure that Indian EPCs are credible global players. That is because of probably our culture, our dealings with the outside world, and of course our own strength. So it has made a space outside whenever you go and to a foreign country, and in comparison to any other, India has more creativity than many other countries like, Japan or maybe Turkey. We have a competitive pricing and engineering capabilities backed by Government of India support and multilaterals, but we need to focus on risk mitigation, legal strategy and partnerships, which are very, very essential. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nayak, for giving a very comprehensive presentation. Now I will request Dr. Deepak Tripathi, Director Rights, to give his practical experience of implementing projects internationally.
So I am the last one to speak. Vishal ji has given a very right context. Actually, I was wondering why I've been invited here, because the day before I got a call to speak on this topic. Because Rights is not a construction company. We say we are a consultants, we are not constructors. But what Vishal ji has rightly mentioned, that there has to be a perspective, a view from consultant side also. And that view is from the other side of it, because the consultants are always complementing the constructors. So that is the thing how it started. Rights started in 1974. It was the first public sector undertaking under Ministry of Railways. And it started with one project. It was a mega project, international project, where the Government of India, like Vishalji has mentioned, how can NHI become a global company, go outside the... So that was the challenge Indian Railway also facing. So that was the reason Rights was created. But when a need came that whether you can be a consultant or a constructor. So the next year, IRCON was born. So actually, IRCON was born out of Rights. And today, even date, we under the ministry, we work as a complementing each other. and now RVNL is another construction company under Ministry of Railways. So RITES has a very clear role. It is playing a role of a consultant, whereas the IRCON and the RVNL, these companies are playing the role of constructors. So that complementary role we have, and that's a beauty of it, because once we have both on one side, it's a win-win situation. And when Vishalji has been speaking about how NHAI can, there's a visionary thing what they are thinking to grow global. RITES is always there with them. RITES has a very long outstanding relationship with Ministry of Road Transport Highways. It has been working for a very long with NHAI. We have an MOU with NHAI. Apart from that, there is another organization called NHLML. So RITES also have a ropeway division where we are working with that company. So we have a very long-standing and very beautiful relationship with the ministry and the departments they have. And we love to be there with them if there is any thought of going global. So we can be part of that. Here, as our other panelists have explained to you various nitty-gritties about how to do international business as a construction company, what are the challenges, what should be the strategy. There is a talk also going on, like we say, make in India, make for the world, how we construct for the world. So that is another approach which we now talk about. So I am giving you a different perspective. I am not speaking here. Maybe I can take care of that while we have question and answer session. But then here, what has been talked about here by the other panelists, I am just trying to give you a glimpse of what RITES has done and what RITES is and what has been doing in international business. So as I mentioned to you, we started 50 years back. We completed our 50 years last year. And starting from a mere railway infrastructure consultancy company, we have grown into a multi-sectoral infrastructure consultancy where railway is only part of it. We are into metros, highways, ports, airports, various sectors. And in 2018, we got listed, and we got the Navratna status last year while we are completing our 50 years. We have now grown into a top 500 listed companies with market cap of, it has reached 20,000 crore very recently. As far as our projects are concerned, even on date, we have 600 plus projects. And we have, as part of our global operations, we have offices in 8 countries, and we have a subsidiary in Africa, in Botswana, named as RITES Africa Limited. And apart from that, we are the export arm of Indian Railways. So that is one of the business we have. So right from designing to customization to taking clients' requirements to various countries, we do exports of rolling stock. Now we have expanded there also, not only from the Indian Railways, but also from the private sector and other public sectors. We had tied up with them for exports business. As I mentioned to you, as far as the infrastructure domain is concerned, we play a role of a consultant, where we are into rail infra, we are into road and highways, and ropeways, airports, metros, port and waterways, buildings and MLPs, sustainability, etc. So there are multiple domains now, and we assume that we are the only public sector company which has so many domains in it. No other PSU working as a consultant has it. As far as, as I mentioned to you, we have operated in 55 plus countries. So more than 250 projects we have done so far, ranging from regions which come from Africa, Asia, Americas, and Middle East. So it's an experience of 55 years multiplied by 15 countries and 250 projects. We have a subsidiary in Africa based out out of Botswana. From there we take care of our African continent operations, offering consultancy in railways, roads, bridges, waterways, resources, all these domains. We are undertaking few projects in Africa, including Botswana, and also 21 live bids are there with us from that region. So as far as if you just to can you back it? We are here. So this is a matrix of what all we have done, and currently some of the key major projects which we have undertaken in different countries in different sectors. Apart from this, we have 55 EOIs live in 20 countries, so we are very aggressive bidders. And as far as our strategy is concerned, as has been mentioned here earlier, we were dependent on the GOI funded projects, LOC projects. Of late, you know that the GOIC funding is not coming into the railway sectors and infra sectors. So now we have three-pronged approach. Apart from G2G projects, we are also now doing direct marketing and bidding in various international tenders with as a collaborating with industry, international partners and local partners also. We have, as you just 3 days back, we signed an MOU with DP World. Honorable Minister of Commerce was there in Mumbai when he signed that MOU. We have signed recently MOU also with AD Port, with Etihad Rail, and as it was being mentioned about the G20, one of the major initiative which came out of G20 was that IMA corridor, India Middle East European Economic Corridor. RITES is part of that also, and we are now a consultant to Ministry of Shipping, Port and Waterways, where we are undertaking projects for them. And as part of that, now we have tied up with these companies. So again GO2G, we are aggressively pursuing MOUs and signing one-to-one engagements with the various national bodies, international bodies, and we are bidding directly in contracts along with the international collaborators as part of consortium, and also with local partners. So that is the approach we follow. So just a distribution of our expansion. So we also have a policy of having local associates. So we are trying to have as many associates in as many regions and continents. Main target regions have been the African continent, Middle East, Asia Pacific, and the Latin America. So these have been our key target regions. So some of the key projects of highway which are currently we are undergoing in Latin America, Guyana, and in Bangladesh, in Botswana. So these are the current undergoing projects. As I mentioned to you, we have three-pronged approach to get business. And as you all understand, we unlike the other global competitors, the companies from China and the European world and the Americans, which have local presence, we have that challenge of not having a local presence. So we have to mostly either depend on the local partners or with the other global companies who have regional presence. So that is one of the requirement which is important, not only to win the bid, but also to execute the project. So that is one thing. So we have a very strong policy of having local associates, long-term partners in each region, in many of the countries. So this is all about rights, and then about the awards and acquisition we got, some of are related to international projects and exports also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak Tripathi, for showing us the way how to move forward. I think we have a session, final session, to be chaired by Honorable Minister, sir, by 5:30 or so. So very quickly we can take 2-3 quick questions from the participants.
So the last panelist gives you an obvious question. When so much is being done by rights, Ministry of Road Transport would like to take a plunge for having one devoted for the road sector as such. Because rights is known for railways. Yes, they are doing some work for the road as well. When an extra mile, when the government has to travel, primarily when we initially want the consultancy to be of good quality, why not a similar consultative machinery sponsored by the government to begin with? NHI International is another thought which obviously comes to your mind, that when there is a basic infrastructure given by the government for the purpose of for encouraging our contractor community to come forward with more and more bidding of the international projects.
Yes, it's a good suggestion, and I think the time has come to think on these lines and move ahead. Maybe if you want to say something.
So we are always there. So because we are not competing, we are collaborating. So once we are the beauty of rights being on the consultant side, we can join head with any agency who is into construction. Apart from NHAI is there, the private sector is there. So we are always there, and we are with them. We are with them. So as has been rightly mentioned, like Chinese, but they come with a package. So the package includes somebody has to do the design part, somebody has to do the safety audit part, somebody has to do the PMC part. There has to be on agency which will do the construction part, and we need a financer. So this type of ecosystem is actually required, whether it is export of projects, whether it is export of services, or it is export of the rolling stock or any product. This is one of the lacking where we need to have a institutional kind of a setup. So even same thing problem we face in exports also, because our competitors, whether Chinese come with the sovereign support, they come with sovereign support, both in terms of lobbying, in terms of finances, everything, because you as a standalone company cannot beat them. So unless we have a ecosystem where the financer, the consultant, and the construction body, they join hands with under the one umbrella of the government of India, that is a requirement for at least for the mega project, the big ticket projects. So we face those. We have been approaching, because we day in out we are working so many countries. We have been working with the Exim Bank, Ministry of Finance, MEA, Ministry of Commerce. We have a lot of, because every project gives us a lot of learnings as to. There was even talk of going on a barter system where, say, countries like Africa, where they have a lot of minerals. So we have few projects where we are tying up with the Ministry of Commerce and also MEA, and some of the Indian public sectors who actually need those ores and the minerals. So whether they can be a barter system. Like countries like Angola, they have a lot of oil. So why we export our projects or goods or services, we import oil from them. So that is one of the mechanism is route available. So there is certainly a lack of financing mechanism in the country because we are totally dependent on Exim Bank and ECGC support. Beyond that, long-term financing, soft loan financing like Chinese and Americans and Europeans are able to give, that is one of the big drawback we have. So we have to tackle that. So, but as a ministry like companies like NHAI, Ministry of Road Transport, they come into play. So I think these problems can also be solved.
You want?
Maybe one last question and then we conclude.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. I am RP Singh, Aro Nagpur. Sir, keeping in with the rights expertise in the field, they are working in 55 plus countries and executed so many of the projects successfully. So, as rightly said, that collaboration is needed, and along with we can, as NHAI, we can partner with them and bring the construction agencies which are now grown so big, so that we can negotiate with the different countries and try to get the big projects done by our own companies. So that would be a very good initiative if we take up that. Thank you, sir.
And I think consultancy is a low-hanging fruit, you know, it doesn't require much of the finances, and, you know, we have one of the best talents in the country with NHAI ecosystem. I'm not talking about only NHAI, but NHAI ecosystem that includes contractors, concessionaires, and the consultants who are working with us. So if we make an entry and get an exposure with consultancy projects, and then of course go into the construction and contracts, etc., I think probably time has come when India is going to be 5 trillion economy in another 3-4 years. Probably a time has come for these initiatives also.
Dear Agrawal ji, आप भी अगर कुछ इसमें सुझाव देना चाहेंगे तो जी, thank you.
So I think we can wind up the session and be ready for the next session. Thank you very much, all the participants.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for the wonderful perspectives. Those were shared by our eminent speakers who joined us in this final panel discussion. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, views and ideas with all of us, and also for giving us a view of the path forward as we feel together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing for the session wherein we have the National Highways Excellence Award ceremony, which is going to begin soon, and joined by the Honorable Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. We have a little break, a rejuvenating tea break now. We request everyone to be back in 15-20 minutes because the Honorable Minister is about to arrive shortly, and as we have been informed that he's on his way and will be here shortly. Requesting everyone to quickly please be back in 15 minutes, please. So let us disperse for a quick refreshing tea break and be back for the much awaited National Highways Excellence Award ceremony joined by the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to kindly please be in time. Kindly please take only 15 minutes and be seated again in the same auditorium, and we shall be waiting for the Honorable Minister to arrive and then begin with the formal proceedings for the evening session. Thank you.